Recorded Books presents Pack Up the Moon by Kristen Higgins. Narrated by Dion Graham and Exie Sands.
Chapter 1. Lauren. 8 days left. February 14th. Dear Dad, I'm dying. My husband is going to be a widower, and this has been the most wonderful year of my life. How's that for surprising? These past few weeks, months, I've been feeling things changing. Remember the time we all flew to California and drove home? I think I was 10. I remember being able to feel us getting closer to the East Coast. All those miles behind us. Home getting closer, even when we still had hundreds of miles to go. You could feel it. You could tell you were getting close. That's where I am these days. But I'm too busy living to dwell on that fact. Like Red says in The Shawshank Redemption, get busy living or get busy dying. I'm going with the first one. People carry a terminal diagnosis differently. I wanted to ride on its back like it was a racehorse, Dad. I think I have. I can't say that being sick is the greatest thing that ever happened to me because I'm not an idiot. But it's an undeniably huge part of my life, and I love my life more than ever. Writing to you has been a way to keep you in my life after you died, Dad. You've been gone for 8 years, but I've always felt you with me. That's what I want to do for Josh. I've been working on my plan, and today I finished. Kind of fitting that it's our anniversary. 3 years. I want to make today great for Josh. Make him laugh. Make him feel loved to the moon and back, because I don't think we're going to make it to our 4th. We are so, so lucky. No matter what's coming, no matter how soon. It's easy to cry and even panic over this stuff, but then I look around and see everything I have. And all that joy, it pushes everything else away. It truly does. I've never been so happy in my life. Thanks for everything, Daddy. I'll see you soon. Lauren.
Chapter 2. Joshua. February 14th. On their 3rd wedding anniversary, Joshua Park came home to Providence, Rhode Island, from a meeting in Boston with a medical device company. They'd bought his design, and he was glad to be done being around people, and very, very glad to go back home to his wife. He stopped at the florist and picked up the 3 dozen white roses he'd ordered. This was in addition to the chocolates he'd bought from his wife's favorite place, which he'd hidden carefully, the leather watch, a pair of blue silk pajamas, and 2 cards, one sappy, one funny. He did not take anniversaries lightly, no sir. Joshua unlocked the apartment door and found the place dark except for a trail of candles leading down the hall. Pink rose petals had been scattered on the floor. Well, well, well. Guess he wasn't the only one who'd gone to the florist. Pebbles, their dog, was asleep on her back on the sofa. "Is this your work?" he asked Pebbles. Pebbles wagged her tail but didn't open her eyes. He took off his shoes and shrugged off his coat, which was wet from melting sleet. Cradling the huge bouquet, he walked slowly down the hall to the master bedroom, savoring the moment, banishing the worry over knowing she'd gone out in this raw weather. Anticipation fizzed through his veins. The bedroom door was open a crack, and the room flickered with more candlelight. He pushed the door open, a smile spreading slowly across his face. His wife lay on the bed, on her stomach, wearing nothing but a red ribbon around her waist, tied in a bow on the small of her back. Her chin was propped on her hands, her knees bent so that her heels almost touched her very lovely ass. "Happy Valentine's Day," she said, her voice husky. "Happy anniversary." He leaned in the doorway and just took in the sight. His wife, the word still gave him a thrill. Her dark red hair loose around her shoulders, her creamy skin glowing in the candlelight. Guess what I got you? She said. I have no idea. It starts with sexy and ends with time. Just what I wanted. He loosened his tie. You're not too tired? He asked. Do I look tired? Or do I look like someone who's about to get shagged, silly? He laughed. Definitely the latter. He went to their bed, knelt down and kissed her with all the love, gratitude, lust, and happiness in his heart. You taste like chocolate, he said, pulling back a little. Shame on you. Is it my fault you left me alone in the house with Fran's salted caramels? She asked. I think we both knew what would happen. Those were hidden. Not very well. In a shoebox in a suitcase on the top shelf of the closet? Please, you're such an amateur. You have a nose like a bloodhound. Yes, talk dirty to me, she said, laughing. Come on, unwrap your present and make love to your wife. Yes, ma'am, he said. And he did, sliding his hands over her silky skin. God, he loved being married. He loved Lauren, loved this room and this bed and the fact that she'd go to the effort of lighting candles and scattering rose petals and undressing and finding a red ribbon. Her skin smelled like almonds and oranges from her shower gel. She'd painted her toenails red. All for him. I'm the luckiest guy in the world, he whispered against her neck. Ditto. Except woman, she said, and she started laughing, and when they kissed again, they were both smiling. In love wasn't a phrase. It was how they lived, wrapped in the warm, soft blanket of mutual adoration, and in this moment, on this evening, nothing else mattered. They were untouchable, golden, immortal. He would love her the rest of his life, and he knew with absolute certainty that she would love him the rest of hers. However long or short a time that would be. Chapter 3. Joshua. 12 days later, February 26th. Was it weird to look for your wife at her funeral? But he was. He kept glancing around for Lauren, waiting for her to come in and tell him what to say to all these people, what to do during this service, where to put his hands, how to hug back. She would know. That was the problem. She knew all about these things. People, for example. How to act out in the world. At her wake last night, she would have told him what to say as her friends cried and held onto his hand and hugged him, making him uncomfortable and stiff and sweaty. Classic spectrum problem. He didn't like crowds. Didn't want to hug anyone except his wife, who was dead. She would have told him what to wear today. As it was, he was wearing the one suit he owned, the same one he'd worn to propose to her, the same one he wore to their wedding 3 years ago. Was it a horrible thing to wear your wedding suit to your wife's funeral? Should he have gone with a different tie? Was this suit bringing shit up for her mother and sister? This pew was hard as granite. He hated wooden chairs, pews, whatever. Donna, Lauren's mother, sobbed. The sound echoed through the church. Same church where Josh and Lauren had gotten married. If they'd had kids, would they have baptized them here? Josh was pretty much an atheist, but if Lauren had wanted church as a part of their life, he'd go along with it. Except she was dead. It had been 4 days, 112 hours and 23 minutes since Lauren died, give or take some seconds. The longest time of his life, and also like 5 seconds ago. Lauren's sister, Jen, was giving the eulogy. It was probably a good eulogy, because people laughed here, cried there. Josh himself couldn't quite make out the words. He stared at his hands. When Lauren had put his wedding ring on his finger at their wedding, he couldn't stop looking at it. His hand looked complete with that ring on. Just a plain gold band, but it said something about him. Something good and substantial. He wasn't just a man. He was a husband. Rather, He had been a husband. Now he was a widower. Utterly useless. So much for being a biomedical engineer with numerous degrees and a reputation in healthcare technology. He'd had 2 years and 1 month to find a cure for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a disease that slowly filled the lungs with scar tissue, choking off the healthy parts for breathing. He had failed. Not that a cure was easy, or someone would have done it before. The only devices on the market were designed to push air into lungs, work chest muscles, or clear mucus, and those weren't Lauren's problems. He hadn't figured it out. He hadn't created something or found a drug trial that would kill off those fucking fibers and scars. Since the day of her diagnosis, he devoted himself to finding something that would save his wife. Not just slow the disease down. They had those meds. She'd been on them, plus 2 experimental drugs, plus the Chinese herbs and traditional medicine, plus an organic diet with no red meat. No. Josh's job had been to find, or make, something that would cure her, restore her, keep her. He had not done so. A large picture of her was placed on the altar. It had been taken on their trip to Paris just before Christmas, that first year they were married, before they knew. Her red hair blew back from her face, and her smile was so full of fun and love and joy. He stared at that picture now, still stunned that he got to marry her. She was way out of his league. The first time they'd met, he'd insulted her. Thank God he'd gotten another chance. Not that God existed. Otherwise, she'd still be alive. Who the hell took someone like her at age 28? A merciful God? Fuck that. It didn't seem possible that she was gone forever. No. It seemed like Lauren, who had enjoyed childlike tricks such as hiding in the shower and jumping out at him as he brushed his teeth, could pull off the biggest trick of all, jump out from behind the altar and say, "Boo, just kidding, babe." Then laugh and hug him and tell him she was just testing him these past few years. She'd never been sick at all. Then again, she'd already been cremated. Apparently, Jen was done, because she came down from the altar of the church and stood before him. "Thank you, Jen," he said woodenly. His mother, sitting beside him, gave him a nudge, and he stood up and hugged his sister-in-law. Former sister-in-law? That didn't seem fair. He liked being related to Jen and her husband, Darius, not to mention their 2 kids. He even almost liked Donna, his mother-in-law, who, after a shitty start, had been great at the end there, when Lauren was actively dying. Now his wife was ashes inside a baggie in a metal container. He was waiting for the special urn to arrive from California, at which point he would mix her with an organic soil mix. He'd plant a tree in the bamboo urn, and Lauren would become a dogwood tree. Cemeteries were unsustainable, if beautiful, she'd said. Besides, who wouldn't want to be a tree? Better than compost. He could almost hear her voice. Everyone began filing out of the church. Josh waited, being at the front of the church. His mom slid her arm through his. "Hang in there, honey," she whispered. He nodded. They both watched as Ben and Sumi Kim, his mother's best friends and next-door neighbors, went to the altar and stood in front of Lauren's picture. Ben bowed from the waist, then knelt on the floor and pressed his forehead to it, then rose and bowed again while Sumi sobbed gently. Josh had to cover his eyes for a minute at the reverence, the heartache in that gesture. Lauren had loved the Kims, who were essentially Josh's second parents. Ben was the closest thing to a father he'd ever had. Of course Lauren loved him. She loved most people, and they all loved her right back. The Kims came over, hugged him. Josh stood there with the 3 adults who'd raised him, all helpless now in the face of his loss. No one could help him. "You'll get through this, son," Ben said, looking him in the eye. "I know it seems like you won't, but you will." Josh nodded. Ben wasn't the type to lie. Ben gripped his shoulders and nodded back. "You're not alone in this, Josh." Well, that was a nice thought, but of course he was alone. His wife was dead. "Shall we head out then?" the older man asked. Like his mother, Ben was good at giving Josh the cues he often needed in social situations. Not as good as Lauren, though. Panic flashed painfully through his joints. What was he going to do without her? "Let's go, honey," his mom said. Right. He hadn't answered. "Okay," he said. It felt wrong, somehow, leaving the church, ending the funeral. There was a lunch after the service. So many flowers, despite Lauren's wish that in lieu of, there'd be donations for the Hope Center, her favorite place in Providence, her hometown. Her workmates from Pearl Churchwell Harris, the architectural firm where she'd worked as a public space designer, were all here. Bruce, who'd been such a great boss to Lauren, crying as if he'd lost his own child. Santino and Louise, who'd gone on walks with Lauren to keep her lung capacity up. That shitty Lori Cantor, who asked if she could have Lauren's office 2 years ago. Such a vulture, coming to the funeral when she'd been a pill in real life. He imagined grabbing her scrawny arm and dragging her out, but he didn't want to make her the center of attention. This was Lauren's funeral, after all. And there were so many of Lauren's friends. Ozma from the community center, Sarah, her best friend from childhood, Mara from Rhode Island School of Design, creepy Charlotte, a single woman who lived on the first floor of their building, and Josh was almost sure had been making a play for him since they'd met, wife or no wife. People from Lauren's childhood, high school and college, teachers, classmates, the principal of Lauren's grammar school. Some people even came for Josh, having read Lauren's obituary. Not exactly his friends. He didn't have many of those. Lauren had been his friend, his best friend. Her family had welcomed him, but he was really just a phantom limb at this point. An amputation without her. A short, stout woman with steel-gray curls came up to him. "I'm sorry for your loss," she said. Her voice was familiar. He glanced at his mother, who gave a small shrug. How did you know Lauren?" he asked. "I don't. I work for you. I'm Cookie Goldberg, your virtual assistant." "Oh, hi. Right." Cookie lived in New York, Long Island. They'd never met face-to-face, though he'd seen her on Zoom and Skype often enough. "Yeah, well, Shit. I'm so sorry for you, Joshua. My heart is breaking for you." Her raspy voice cracked, and she looked a little shocked at her own words. "Okay, I got a long drive home. Call me if you need anything." She turned and left. "She works for you, but you didn't recognize her? You only have one employee, Josh," his mother chided gently. "She's out of context," he said, sitting back down. He didn't eat, or maybe he did. Darius, Jen's husband, got him a glass of wine, forgetting that Josh didn't drink. Eventually, Josh got to hold Octavia. Was she still his niece? He was her dead aunt's widowed husband. Did he still get to claim her and Sebastian? Was he still Uncle Josh? Sebastian, age 4, wailed, inconsolable despite Darius's best efforts. The kid was just old enough to understand Auntie Lauren was never coming back. Josh envied him. No stiff upper lip there. He was crying the way Josh wanted to, unfettered, anguished, horrified. "Call if you need anything," said creepy Charlotte, her pale blue eyes eerie. She handed him a piece of paper. Her phone number, he assumed. As she moved in to hug him, Josh stuck out his hand at the same time. Awkward. Lauren would have fixed it so it would have been funny, but it stayed awkward. Charlotte lifted an eyebrow, but Josh wasn't sure how to interpret that. He took the paper and put it in his pocket, then sat back down. But the paper rankled. It felt like betrayal, so he wadded it up and tossed it under the table with a silent apology to the cleaning staff. "Those people," he pictured them saying, throwing trash on the ground like animals. He bent over and looked for it. "What are you doing?" his mother hissed. "Stephanie," he heard a woman say, "I'm so sorry. She was a lovely girl. Where's Joshua?" The wad was just out of reach. He stretched, heard his chair fall over behind him, grabbed the paper, and stood up, righted the chair. "Hi," he said to his mother's friend. "Joshua, you remember Nina, right? From the lab?" His mother had worked at Rhode Island Hospital's lab for 30 years. He didn't remember this woman. "Yes," he lied, shaking her hand. She pulled him in for a hug, and he winced. "So sorry for your loss, honey," she said. "Thank you." He stood there another minute, then turned and went to the bathroom to throw out the paper. He didn't want Creepy Charlotte's number, or anyone's number. He just wanted his wife not to be dead. The face in the mirror was nearly unrecognizable. He lifted his hand to make sure he was really there. This had to be a dream, right? Groping under a table for a piece of paper, all these people he didn't quite know. Next thing would be he wouldn't have any clothes on, and then he'd wake up next to his wife. He'd hold her close and breathe in the smell of her hair, and she'd smile without opening her eyes. But he was still in the bathroom, looking at the face in the mirror. Sarah, Lauren's best friend, was waiting for him when he came out. "You okay?" "No." "Me neither." Her eyes were wet. She took his hand and squeezed it. "This is a fucking nightmare." "Yep." "Did you eat anything?" "Yes," he said, though he couldn't remember. Sarah walked him back to his table. People spoke to him. Some of them cried. Josh stared at the table. He may have responded to the people who talked to him. It didn't really matter, though, did it? Sometime later, Darius drove him home to the old mill building turned condos. "Want me to come in, buddy?" he asked in the parking lot. No, I think I want to be alone." "Got it. Listen, Josh, I'm here for you, okay? Anytime, day or night. We married sisters. We're family, forever. Brothers." Josh nodded. Darius was very tall and had rich brown skin, so Josh doubted anyone would mistake them for brothers, but it was a nice thought. "Thanks, Darius. This really sucks, man." His voice broke. "I'm so sorry. She was a peach." "Yes. I'll text you tomorrow. Try to get some sleep, okay?" "Yes. Thank you." He went up the stairs, his legs heavy. For the past 6 days, he'd been staying at his mom's house, glad for the familiar comfort of his childhood home, the smells and furniture. Lauren, whose own mother was a bit of a drama queen, had welcomed his mother's calm ways, understood her devotion to her only child, admired Stephanie for raising him alone. Lauren was more than a daughter-in-law to his mom. She was the daughter Stephanie never had. Had been. She had been. Jesus, he had to change tenses now. He unlocked the apartment door and went inside. He hadn't been here since Lauren was hospitalized. When was that? 6 days ago? 8? A lifetime. The island lights shone gently, and the lamp by the reading chair was on low. Someone had been here. The place was immaculate. The pillows were plumped on the couch. Pillows Lauren had bought. A bouquet of yellow tulips sat on the kitchen island, smack in the middle, obscenely cheerful. The blankets that Lauren had used, since she was always cold, were folded, one draped over the back of the couch. It was so quiet. Pebbles, their goofy Australian shepherd mutt, had been staying with Jen since Lauren's hospitalization. Josh had forgotten to ask for her back. Well, another day wouldn't matter. Josh went into the bedroom. Lauren's medical stuff, her at-home oxygen, her percussion vest, was gone. Josh had agreed to that, he remembered vaguely. Donate the stuff to someone in need or something. The pill bottles that had sat on her night table, the Vicks Vapor Rub, those were gone too. Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. 12 syllables of doom. A disease for which there was no cure. A disease that usually hit older people, but occasionally chose a young person to invade. A disease that had a life expectancy of 3 to 5 years. Lauren had gotten the shorter end of that. Their bed was made perfectly, same as Lauren used to make it, before the small task took too much out of her. She always tried to make it as precisely as she did, and never quite managed, something that made her smile. The cute, useless little flowered pillows were in place. It was as if she'd just been here. Josh grabbed some jeans and an MIT sweatshirt and changed into them. In the kitchen, he pulled the tulips out of their vase and threw them in the trash, then dumped the water and tossed the vase in the recycling bin. He gathered up his suit, shirt, socks, even his boxers, and carried them up to the rooftop garden that had come with this apartment. For once, he didn't think about how much he hated heights. The bite of cold, damp air was welcome. A seagull sat on one of the posts of the iron railing that encircled the garden, watching him, its feathers ruffling in the breeze. He turned on the gas grill, all burners, as high as they'd go. Then he burned the clothes he'd worn to his wife's funeral and stood there, long after they were ash, and the snow began to fall.
Chapter 4. Lauren. 3 months left, November 20th. Dear Dad, how's it going in the great beyond? Please tell me you can fly. I'm going to be very disappointed if I can't fly. Also, I'd like to be able to save people. You know those reports where someone says, I don't know how that truck missed me. I thought I was a goner. I'm hoping that's what we get to do, because how cool would that be? We're back from the Cape, more or less. It gets really quiet up there in the off-season, and I was getting a little melancholy and cold. Walking on the beach isn't as fun if the wind knocks you backward, you know. I mean, it's thrilling, but it's exhausting, too. Sebastian turned 4, Dad. Josh and I gave him the biggest Tonka truck we could find, one that made beeping and grinding noises, and he loved it. Octavia is 6 months old and has 2 tiny teeth, sharper than razor blades, but so cute. The drool that spills out of that kid's mouth should be gathered to end drought in small countries. Honestly, I had no idea a human could produce that much drool. Mom's doing fine. You know, she's wicked sad and doesn't understand the philosophy of keep on the sunny side. Still, you'll be happy to know I have dinner with her every Tuesday night. Just the 2 of us, because, well, Mom is going to need these times to look back on. After this summer on the Cape, I took a turn for the worse. It's not awful, but, well, the IPF is really undeniable now. I'm on oxygen almost all the time, and I shamelessly nap at work almost every afternoon in the office Bruce set up for me. I work from home a lot, too. To my own credit, I'm not slacking off. I'm leaving my mark, Dad, just like you told me to. But a cold laid me low for 2 weeks, and I was in the hospital for 5 days with another lung collapse and mild pneumonia. At least I didn't need intubation this time. Listen, you and Mom shouldn't have skimped on my lungs. You should have sprung for the Usain Bolt model. These are bargain basement lungs. When I was in the hospital, Dr. Bennett mentioned a lung transplant, and I thought Josh might have a heart attack. He had to leave the room and couldn't talk for about an hour once he came back. He shuts down when the news isn't great. The thing is, Dad, once you get a lung transplant, another clock starts ticking. A lung transplant is like, well, it's like the 300 Spartans holding off the Greeks. They're glorious and brave, and you really think they're going to win until they don't. For some reason, lungs don't take as well as other organs. It's not exactly a cure. The Mayo Clinic, whose website is my go-to medical source online, said, although some people have lived 10 years or more after a lung transplant, only about half the people who undergo the procedure are still alive after 5 years. So, I have a 50% chance of living 5 years if I get new lungs. Not great. Scary to think that could be my best option. These days, I can feel the difference. Josh understands the numbers: spirometry, flow, lung volume, pulse oximetry, lung diffusion. He can see when I'm tired, and he takes such good care of me, but I can't say, how was that phone call to Singapore, hon? By the way, I can't breathe as well today. I know why Josh is obsessed with finding a cure. It seems like there's something that could fix this. I picture the fibrotic material, as Dr. Bennett calls it, as a tangle of feathery yarn, pink yarn, Pepto-Bismol pink. Where's the tiny excavator that can get in there and shovel them out and give me my lungs back? A microscopic flamethrower that can burn it out without damaging the good stuff. I'm so glad I had this spring and summer. I felt better on the Cape, and I got to spend so much time with friends and just looking out at the ocean. There's something about being near the ocean that puts your life in perspective. It's reassuring. That's what it is. I don't want to focus on being sick, and yet it's a part of every day. I have some tricks up my sleeve, courtesy of pulmonary therapy. Hold the air in my lungs, puff it out, repeat. Lots of good visualizations of healthy pink air pockets expanding and contracting. But little things are getting harder, Daddy. Showering can be exhausting. My lunchtime walks with Santino and Louise at work are getting shorter and shorter. It's embarrassing, which is a dumb thing to say, but I'm 28 and walking around the block wears me out. I have to have an energy plan for most days. If I shower and shave my legs, I'll need a 20-minute rest. If I want to see Sebastian and Octavia, I need to take a nap first and a nap after, and I'll probably be out of commission the next day, too. At work, I plan my bathroom breaks. It's about 30 steps, and if I wait too long and have to hustle, it takes 10 minutes to get my breathing back to normal. It's harder to hold Octavia, and my arms tremble, but I just can't give her up. When I read to Sebastian, I have to look at the words on the page and plan when to breathe because he gets upset if I run out of air. He's too smart, Daddy. He knows I'm sick, and he's scared, and it's awful when he cries, my sweet boy. So I try my best around him. Oh, Dad, you would love him so much. He's an angel. Well, a little demon sometimes, but mostly an angel. I can't resist him. I'm smitten by them both. So, life is changing, and I know it won't be changing back. That's the bastard of IPF. Every time I lose a little lung function to the scars and fibers, it's permanent. It sucks, but I don't have time to waste feeling bitter. God, that's the last thing I want to feel. Whenever I get scared, I just look at Josh, or think about how lucky I am that we found each other. Sappy, isn't it? And you know what he thinks, Dad? He thinks he's the lucky one. He really does. He adores me. He loves, honors, and cherishes me just like he promised on our wedding day. Well, I should go. I love you, Dad. Watch over me, okay? I'm glad you're there. It's not that I didn't love Gangy and Pop-Pop and Grammy and Gramps. Please tell them hello from me. It's just that you're my dad, and I know you'll be there for me when the time comes. Love, Lauren. Pebbles had learned to fetch the remote, the genius. If Lauren was on the couch, Pebbles was there too, a ball of silken brown and white fur curled up right on Lauren's perpetually cold feet. What did we do before we had this dog? Lauren asked Josh. You mean back when I was the love of your life? He said, grinning as he cooked. Were you, though? Or was I just waiting for Pebbles? She said, and he laughed. Getting him to laugh was akin to medaling in the Olympics, Lauren thought as she stroked Pebbles' head. His kind of intellect didn't have a lot of room for humor, so his laughter, the occasional joke, it meant the world. Right, Pebbles? She whispered. You'll need to brush up on your wisecracking, Missy. Before we eat, he said, turning off the stove, I got you a present. Hooray! Is it a horse? No, but it's really fun, and actually you can ride it. She waited as he went into his study. A second later, he came out, pushing it. A mobility scooter. Her throat immediately clamped shut. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, she told herself, but her fists were clenched. She wasn't supposed to need that. She wasn't even 30. He should have gotten her a damn horse or a motorcycle. He was smiling, but she could see the echo of sadness in his dark eyes. He knew it was an awful present. And he knew she needed it. It was fine. It was smart. They could do more because of it. So she flashed Josh a big smile, and after a second, it became genuine. "That is one damn sexy scooter," she said. "Please tell me you'll wear leather when you use it." "Of course. Red leather, I think." She got off the couch and walked around it. Unsurprisingly, it was the top of the line, and for a mobility scooter, as sleek as it could be, looking almost like a motorcycle from the front. Which Josh would know would help with the indignity aspect. A surge of love for her husband brought tears to her eyes, and these tears she would allow. She kissed Josh's neck, then hugged him. "I love it. I'm calling it Godzilla. Every bike needs a name. Come on, let's break it in." She climbed on it, hit the forward button, then laughed as it lurched. Pebbles leaped and barked, and Lauren turned in a tight circle. "Whee! This is fun, honey. Come on, you try it." He did. He went down the hall, tried to do a K-turn, got stuck, and the two of them laughed till it hurt. From then on, it was a little easier to take walks and be outside. The reality of needing a scooter was outweighed by the ease of getting around. Sarah came over one night and bedazzled the back of the seat with hearts and gave her an air horn to scare the bejesus out of inconsiderate pedestrians. Lauren and Josh combed through Providence for places with good paths: Blackstone Boulevard's gravel paths, the Botanical Center at Roger Williams Park, India Point Park, or Providence College's pretty campus. Being outside made Lauren feel less like an invalid, even if she was sucking oxygen and riding a scooter. She'd always loved the cold air, which was also easier to breathe. Godzilla let her spend more time outside, so it was a win. She loved going as fast as possible, then circling back to herd Josh or Jen and the kids, telling them to hurry up. Sebastian loved riding on her lap, and really, why had Lauren ever thought a scooter was an admission of defeat? Godzilla let her be even cooler in the eyes of her nephew, and that was everything. One evening, with Lauren bundled in a pink wool coat, scarf, hat, and mittens, they rolled down Blackstone Boulevard, admiring the gorgeous houses and Christmas decorations. A familiar figure came running at them, blonde ponytails swinging. "Sarah!" Lauren called out. "Hey, you!" "Hey!" Sarah stopped. "How's it going?" "Great. You look very fit." Sarah looked like Catwoman, dressed in tight, all-black running clothes. Sarah smiled. "How's Godzilla?" "Awesome. Want a turn?" "Yes." Lauren climbed off and took her portable oxygen out of Godzilla's basket. "Go for it. I'd love to walk for a little while." "See you later, losers," Sarah said, and she waved and went full speed ahead. "This is awesome," she yelled over her shoulder. "Now we can walk like normal people," Lauren said, taking Josh's hand. "Normal people are overrated," he said. "But this is great." It had been a while since they'd held hands and meandered for no reason. The loveliness of the fall evenings settled around them, the smell of wood smoke and crisp leaves, a hint of cold in the air. "I love this house," Josh said, stopping in front of a sprawling Victorian. The lights were on inside, and the yard was tastefully decorated for the holidays, strands of white fairy lights meticulously twined around a few trees. It looked like a Christmas card, so cozy and posh and welcoming. Lauren suspected her husband had stopped to give her a rest, and she was grateful. Slow and easy. Slow and easy. Fill those lungs as much as you can. "What kind of house should we get?" she asked. "Something like this would be nice." "In the city, though?" "Wherever you want, honey." The thought that she wouldn't live long enough to pick out a house flitted through her mind, as fast as a hummingbird, here and gone. "I do like this one," she said. "Or the brick one up here. Very impressive, as my genius husband deserves." "That's big, all right. We could have 10 kids in that house." "10, huh? Spoken like a man. We might have to adopt a few." "That's fine by me." He kissed her then, and she hugged him close, his mouth so perfect against hers. "Break it up, lovebirds," came Sarah's voice. "Are you trying to make me jealous?" Why don't we have dinner together? Lauren said. Us three. And get off Godzilla. He misses me, and if you break him, I'll kill you. The fatigue was heavy tonight, but she didn't want to go home just yet. They switched places and headed for Declan's, an Irish bar on Hope Street. As they walked ahead of her in the deepening dark, Lauren had a thought. That someday, maybe, Sarah would be holding Josh's hand. That she would be his wife. It would be good to know that Josh had a lovely, caring, smart woman as his second wife. Someone who had known her and would understand that he would always love Lauren just a teeny bit more. She rolled her eyes at herself and bumped Godzilla up a little faster. Not today, Satan. Not today.
Chapter 5. Joshua. 3 or 4 weeks after Lauren's funeral. March. For a stream of unmarked days after his wife's funeral, Joshua Park, BFA in Industrial Engineering, summa cum laude, MS in Biomedical Design, ditto, and PhD in Mechanical Engineering, watched TV. Not his usual shows, the Great British Bake Off and Star Trek, the original series, but cooking shows that involved frantic dashes to the grocery store and making a dish out of rattlesnake and watermelon. Those docudramas about ancient battles, Alaskans looking for gold, people who cleaned hoarders' homes. He was fine. It was fine. The shows all put him to sleep, which was the point. Numbness settled in around him, and he welcomed it. He ate, or he didn't eat. It was one extreme or the other, an entire pizza in one sitting, resulting in his feeling sick for the next 12 hours, or blurry days without food, marked by his phone. He'd set an alarm to feed Pebbles so she wouldn't starve to death. His own intake seemed irrelevant. Back before he dated Lauren, and when they were first dating, he'd been like this. Unstructured, eating to survive, not to enjoy. It had driven Lauren crazy. By their third date, she was organizing his life. Let her do it again. Let her come back and get right to work. He looked around the apartment and was horrified at the mess. Lauren would hate it. She had been, a very tidy person, and she would hate seeing their place like this. He was 45 minutes into cleaning before he realized he was cleaning up for her, in case she came home. When people called, he said he was doing okay, getting through it, hanging in there, but he kept looking at the door, same as Pebbles did. The poor dog did not understand that her owner wasn't coming back. Pebbles used to sleep with him, but Josh couldn't bear the thought of sleeping in the bed he'd shared with his wife. Pebbles and he now slept in the guest room at the end of the hallway. He didn't want to work. He didn't care what was happening in the world or nation. He powered off his computers and set an automatic response for emails, saying he was taking some time off after a death in the family. Jen, Darius, and the kids had come over the day after the funeral to return Pebbles. Little Sebastian had run around the apartment, opening doors, looking under the couch, in the cabinets. "Where's Auntie?" he demanded. "Is she hiding?" "She's not dead. She's not. She's hiding." A screaming tantrum had followed. Josh knew exactly how he felt. Darius had left with both kids, apologizing. Grieving together, Josh found, was worse than grieving alone. His own searing pain was shocking, physically agonizing, causing him to bend in two, his hands over his head as if warding off a blow. But seeing Jen sobbing into a towel in the bathroom or sniffing the sweater Lauren had worn so often ripped his heart out and ground it up with shards of broken glass. The sight of Donna, his mother-in-law, stroking a picture of Lauren, her mouth trembling, suddenly looking 20 years older, gutted him. His own mom, her face swollen from crying, trying to hide her tears by scrubbing his counters. Ben squeezing his shoulder, wordless, his eyes wet as he looked away from a photo of Lauren on her wedding day. Ben had served as best man that day. Yeah, solo was definitely the way to go. Without his family or hers, it didn't feel so real. Sitting alone on the couch with the dog in the evening, all the lights off, He and Pebbles could both pretend Lauren was just about to walk in the door. It was exhausting. It was like swimming in hot, black tar. He worried about Donna and Jen, already having suffered the loss of Dave, Lauren's beloved father. He worried about his mother, who had worried that Josh would never find someone and had been so glad when he did, and now had a 30-year-old son who was a widower. He worried that Pebbles would die of a broken heart. He worried that he would die, and there would be nothing. No great beyond, no afterlife, no reunion. And then he wondered if that would be a chance worth taking. In a nutshell, life was ruined. He'd jerk awake at night to check her, reaching for her side of the bed, worried about her breathing, and realized, nope, she was dead. He got up in the morning and put the kettle on for her tea. One night, he called down the hall for her before remembering. Sometimes he woke up and wondered if he'd dreamed their entire marriage. Dead. The word sounded exactly like what it was. Hard, flat, ugly, and cold. Since her diagnosis, taking care of her had been his job. Oh, he'd finished one medical device design and sold it to Johnson & Johnson, but mostly he'd been trying to save her. He'd read every scholarly article about IPF he could find. He spoke to doctors, foundations, patients, and pharmaceutical researchers, and the desperate search for a better outcome had eaten up hours of his day. Then there was her actual care, cooking for her, doing the regular household chores, getting her prescriptions filled, taking her to the myriad doctor's appointments, arguing with the insurance company, taking walks with her, doing her respiratory therapy, monitoring her O2 sats, getting her to the bathroom when the medication gave her such bad diarrhea he had to hold her on the toilet because she'd been too weak to stay there on her own. The past 6 months, he'd helped her shower almost every day. He'd had to make sure she took her meds at the appointed times, make sure she had enough oxygen, make sure she was eating enough, make sure she was sleeping enough, happy enough, entertained enough, loved enough. He missed every second of it. He'd cut off his arm to go back to that time. He was lost. Utterly and completely lost. The Josh who was Lauren's husband no longer existed, and all that was left was this. Pebbles was the only reason he left the apartment. Sometimes he was too tired to face the outside world, so he took her up to the roof and let her shit up there. He wasn't too proud of that, watching his dog crap where he and Lauren had had so many nice evenings, her sitting near the edge, him solidly in the center, since he didn't like heights, but he couldn't guilt himself into doing more. The seagull who had watched him burn his funeral clothes seemed to hang out there, judging him. Too bad. It was winter and cold as hell. Or maybe it was spring. He didn't know. It didn't matter. Her living urn came. The soil, the supplements, the seedling. He couldn't remember ordering them, but he must have. She'd bookmarked the page on his laptop. Joshua stood there at the counter, looking at the kit, his wife's ashes, and got to work. Lauren had loved plants. She had grown herbs and flowers in pots on the rooftop and had bought hanging baskets for their rented house on the Cape. Their apartment was filled with plants, which reminded him they probably needed watering. He glanced around. Nope, too late. They all looked dead. As he followed the instructions, mixing his wife with the additive and soil provided by the Living Urn Company, he was almost cheerful. He could picture her coming in. "What are you doing, hon?" "I'm planting your tree." "Oh, cool. Make sure those roots aren't too squished." "You got it, babe," he said aloud. Pebbles lifted her head to look at him. This plant would not die. If it did, he'd kill himself. In a sudden panic, he booted up his laptop and ordered a gauge that monitored the soil's moisture, pH, sun exposure, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. He read about what kind of exposure dogwood trees favored. The best room in their apartment would be their bedroom. He'd have to go in there, then. He did, spending not a second more than he had to, then fell asleep on the couch, hoping to dream of her. Since her death, He dreamed of her often. In one, he came home and she was tidying up the kitchen. "I came back for just a little while," she said. God, what a mess. Or she was in her mother's house, and he came in just as she was about to go into the attic. "Lauren," he said, and she ran into his arms and hugged him, laughing. The worst dream was almost an exact replica of her final hours in the hospital, a memory that Josh, when awake, had forbidden himself to think about. In the dream, though, she sat up at the end and said, "I feel better. How are you?" The cruelty of waking from that made Josh feel like he'd been hit in the chest with a baseball bat. Why would God give him that dream? Josh was raised as a Christian, Lutheran, though it didn't really take. But these days it was hard not to blame someone, to want to kick God in the nuts. "Thanks for nothing. I knew you didn't exist." Jen texted every day. She was the only one Josh could tolerate, and only because Lauren had loved her so much. Darius checked in every fourth day, asking if he wanted company or to get out of the apartment. Donna would call, leaving tearful messages on his voicemail, and he'd call her back dutifully. Jen finally told her to give him some space, which Donna took very personally, and Josh just didn't have the energy to care. One day, when his hair felt sticky, he took a shower, standing under the spray, unable to tell if it was too hot or too cold. Why was he in here again? Oh yes, hygiene. Lauren's shampoo and shower gel were still on the shelf. He took the cap off, inhaled, then found himself lying on the shower floor, racked with the pain of losing her, the sounds coming from his mouth terrifying and unstoppable. He eventually fell asleep there, exhausted and wrung out, and woke up only when the water had turned frigid. Lauren would have been horrified to find him passed out like that. Let her be. Let her come in and say, "Jesus, Josh, what are you doing? Don't be such a loser, hun." She loved saying that to him, her voice always playful and full of love. He found himself studying the framed pictures of them that Lauren had put throughout the apartment. Their wedding day, Hawaii, New Year's Eve, when they'd hosted an actual party here, Josh's first time ever doing so. Lauren giving Sebastian a piggyback ride, with his mother on her birthday, with her family at the wedding, the two of them in Paris, the two of them in the Caribbean, the day they got Pebbles, holding Octavia in the hospital. Knowing he couldn't stop her illness and believing it were two different things. Wasn't he the golden son of Rhode Island School of Design, of Brown University? Didn't he have a fucking PhD from Massachusetts Institute of Technology? Hadn't he sold 9 medical device patents in the past decade with 5 devices already on the market? He was a certified genius, and his purpose in life had been to be her husband, to protect her. And he'd failed. He'd failed. He should eat something, he thought, tearing his eyes off the photo. Instead, he lay on the couch and fell asleep. Lauren was walking on the beach, way, way ahead of it. They were on Cape Cod, but the spinner dolphins they'd seen in Hawaii were leaping out of the ocean, and Lauren was running ahead to get a better look, and he couldn't reach her because he kept stumbling on the sand. The rocks at the shore's edge knocked together, clacking rhythmically, and Lauren's long pink summer dress was just a dot now, and the clacking was louder now, banging, knocking, barking. He woke up in a lurch. Pebbles was barking, and someone was knocking on the door. "Quiet," he said sharply to the dog, and she obeyed, making him feel cruel and hard. The knocking stopped. "Josh? It's Sarah." Shit. He did not want to see anyone, especially Sarah, who was all too healthy. Why couldn't she have been the one who... "Josh? It's important." He hauled himself to his feet, the blanket tangling in his legs. It's not a great time," he said, moving closer to the door so she could hear him. His voice was strange to his own ears. "I know. Open the door anyway." "Can you come back, next week?" "No." He leaned against the door and ran his hand over his face. "Joshua, Open the door or I'm calling 911 for a wellness check. She worked in social services, so he imagined she meant it. Josh, I've called every other day, and you haven't answered once. Please, open the door. You're not the only one who's been grieving this past month. Jesus. A month? Since his wife died? It seemed like a decade. It seemed like 30 seconds ago. He opened the door, and Sarah flinched, then hugged him. He patted her shoulder, wishing she would stop. You smell horrible, she said, hugging him tighter. Sorry, he said, stepping back. She came inside and bent down to pet Pebbles. Hi, honey, I missed you. Pebbles wagged joyfully, and Josh felt a stab of resentment. That was Lauren's dog. Lauren should be the one petting her, calling her honey. Which was stupid, he knew. Sarah straightened, wiped her eyes, and looked around the place. Oh, boy. He'd drawn the shades against the view, the sun. Cartons of food were in various places, some full, some empty. He noticed a pizza box under the coffee table, the corner chewed off. Pebbles must have swiped it. He hoped it wasn't because she was hungry. Well, Sarah put her hands on her hips. Why don't you take a shower, and I'll clean up a little. Open the windows, get some fresh air? I was just gonna take a nap. Go shower, Josh. He opened his mouth to argue and then, lacking the energy, trudged down the hall to the bathroom. He hadn't liked Sarah that much when he'd first been introduced. The two women had been friends since elementary school, but Josh wondered if they would have been friends if they met as adults. Sarah had an edge to her, a subtle resentment toward Lauren, glittering like a piece of glass in the sand. He saw it immediately and kept seeing it every time they got together, during their engagement, even at the wedding. She went through the motions required, but it was clear she envied Lauren. Then again, who wouldn't? His wife had always been the brightest star in the sky. But after the diagnosis, Sarah had been a rock, a perfect friend to Lauren, a helper for him, even. He took a shower, listlessly rubbed soap over himself, and got dressed in not filthy clothes and went into the living room. Sarah had opened the shades and windows and had thrown out a lot of food cartons and pizza boxes, made herself right at home, he saw. She was now using that weird little mop that picked up dog hair. Swiffer, that was it. It irked him that Sarah knew where everything was. That being said, there was a lot of dog hair on the Swiffer cloth. Sarah took it off, tossed it in the trash, and replaced it efficiently. He sat down on the couch. What's so important, Sarah? Oh. She was wiping her eyes. Right. She'd lost her best friend, and he could be a little nicer. Lauren would want him to. It's good to see you, he lied. She took a deep breath and let it out, then sank into the chair opposite him. Pebbles sat next to her, whining a little, making Josh feel guilty. First of all, this dog is getting a little chunky, she said. Yeah, I might be overfeeding her. Maybe she needs to get out more. He nodded, looking at the floor. Pebbles deserved better, it was true. This is tough, being here without her. Sarah's voice shook. Yes. He searched his brain for something to say. How have you been? Shitty, lonely, heartbroken. You know. Right. Sarah scooped her long hair around her neck to one side. Blonde hair. It seemed like blonde women valued their hair above all else, always calling attention to it. It was pretty enough, he supposed. Lauren's hair had been deep, dark red and so shiny. He didn't know the word for hair the color of Lauren's. Chestnut? Burgundy? Iris setter? So much more interesting than blonde. To him, anyway. Sarah pressed her fingertips under her eyes, wiping away more tears. He passed her a box of Kleenex from the coffee table. Thanks, she said, She blotted her eyes and blew her nose, then stuffed a tissue in her bag. "Here's the thing, Josh," she said. "Lauren asked me to do something for you." "What? Clean his house? Become his best friend?" "No thanks. He didn't want anything from Sarah. God help him if she thought she should move in or cook for him or, oh God, offer to have his child. Jesus Christ, what was it?" Sarah reached into her bag and pulled out an envelope, and suddenly Josh's heart was convulsing because he could see his wife's handwriting. "Josh, number 1. It's from her, obviously. So I'm just gonna leave this here and go, okay? I don't know what's in it, but she said she'd explain. I'm just a delivery person." She wiped her eyes again. I'll see you soon." "Okay, sure. Thank you." He couldn't take his eyes off the envelope. His hands were shaking. "Take Pebbles out more," she said. And then she was gone, the door closing behind her, her heels clicking down the stairs. He didn't want to open it right now, he thought. As he ripped it open, he should save it. He was hyperventilating a little. Slow down. This is the last thing you'll ever get from her. Take your time." Good advice. He should listen to himself. He took a focused breath, like Lauren used to, then blew it out in puffs. Pebbles jumped up next to him, and he took a second to pet her head, feel her silky ears. Was now the time to read it? Should he save it? He couldn't. He needed to hear her in his head. Tears were already burning his eyes. Okay, he would read it. Now, if he could get his hands to stop shaking, he unfolded the paper, and the sight of her handwriting sliced him open.
Dear Josh. Hi, honey. Are you doing okay? I'm wicked sorry I died. Oh, Joshua, I am. But I think you know that already. I hope it was a good ending. I hope I didn't die in the toilet. I love you. Did I say that yet? I do. I love you so much. So, honey, here's the thing. I've been feeling like I might not last that long. Hopefully I'm wrong, and you're reading this at age 97, but I kind of doubt it. Please know that I stayed as long as I could, because I loved every day with you. Every single day. I couldn't bear the thought of you trying to get through this first year without me to help you. I'm bossy, as we both know, so I wrote up some letters for you. One for each month of this first year, each with a thing for you to do. You know how I love making lists. Sarah will bring the letters to you.
Josh closed his eyes. Oh, thank you. Lauren, thank you. He would still hear from her. She would still be with him. She was still here, in a way. He pressed the letter against his chest and bowed his head for a second. Then he wiped his eyes on his sleeve and continued reading.
I hope it won't mess with your head, Josh. You don't have to read them. Maybe this is really morbid.
It's not, he said. It's not.
You can throw them all away, or tell Sarah to burn them, or whatever. But I think you won't. I hope. It might help, honey. The truth is, I've never been able to stop feeling guilty for being sick. This is as much for me as it is for you. The past few months, as I've written these letters, it's made me feel like I can still take care of you in the only way I can now. And that makes me happy because I love you so much. So, in every letter, I'm going to give you a job to do, and you have to do it because, I'm tragically dead, and also watching you from the GB.
The GB, the great beyond, their joke. He smiled. He damn well hoped she was watching. It made him feel less alone.
Just so you know, I'm writing from the patio of our gorgeous hotel in Turks and Caicos, and you're sleeping in the bedroom. I can hear you snoring. Even your snoring is hot. I don't know how you pull it off, but you do. You are definitely getting a little some in about 15 minutes. This vacation is the best. Thank you, honey, for filling my life with so many beautiful moments. Okay, back to the present time, or your present time, I guess. Since this is the first month, I'm going easy on you, because I imagine you're still wrecked. If you have a new wife already, I don't want to hear about it. But I'm picturing you in a filthy apartment, unshowered, unshaved, looking like a pathetic ninth grader trying to grow a beard.
You're not wrong, he said.
Are you ready? You are? Super. Go to the grocery store. Are you excited? Listen, I know you. There are dead veggies in the bottom drawer turning into green ooze. The milk is the consistency of cottage cheese. There are moldy leftovers and cold cuts that smell like feet. There's plenty of food, but you're not eating. You've barely left the house since I died. So go on. Take a shower, shave, brush your teeth. Go to the grocery store and stop eating food from cartons over the sink. Don't be a loser. I love you. I love you. I love you. You can do this. You sort of have to. As the great Morgan Freeman once said, get busy living or get busy dying. Love, Lauren.
Don't you Shawshank me, he said, and he laughed, the sound rough and foreign. Suddenly, elated, he jumped from the couch. His wife had given him a chore, and he was going to do it. What was the weather like? Warm, right? Sarah had opened the windows. Was it Saturday? Could he go to the farmer's market with Pebbles? Where was his phone so he could see the date? First things first, clean out the fridge. Milk, lumpy and disgusting. In fact, all dairy products. See ya. Gross turkey slices. God, the smell. She was right. Some of the food he'd ordered and stuck in the fridge. Some Tupperware containers of food from Sumi Kim. All of it way too old or mysterious. He filled the trash bag in record time. Lauren was right about the vegetables. Those had been bought when she was still alive, when eating leafy greens was supposed to boost her immune system. Fuck you, he told the slimy spinach and liquefied zucchini. He opened the cupboard and saw the giant container of turmeric, supposedly so good for health, the vitamins and Chinese supplements, the lies, the hope. None of this had saved her, so he jammed it all into the trash. Liars, false prophets, snake oil. His mood plummeted back to the tar pits. No. Lauren had written him a letter, had given him a task, and there were more to come, a dozen of them, and that was so amazing, so great, such a gift. He wasn't going to ruin it by thinking about how dead she was. With his letter, she was still here. 10 minutes later, he had Pebbles on a leash. It wasn't Saturday. It was Tuesday, so no farmer's market, but that was okay because he could drive to the Stop and Shop, which had been Lauren's favorite grocery store. She hated Whole Foods and was mystified by Aldi. He'd take Pebbles for a walk first because she did deserve some exercise, and then they'd get in the car so she could go for a ride, her favorite thing on earth. Pebbles trotted joyfully next to him as he walked down the street, then into the park. It was mild out, in the mid-50s, and the sun was bright and strong. People were all around, and maybe they recognized him as the guy with the brown and white dog, the guy with the wife on oxygen. Maybe they called out and said hello, but he was too buzzed with excitement to notice. Get busy living, or get busy dying. Their joke. He walked back to the apartment building's parking lot. You want to go for a ride? He asked their dog. A ride? Pebbles answered with a nearly human string of sounds, her feathery tail swishing, those cute triangular ears at high alert. Let's go then. He opened the door and she leaped in. He started the car, rolled down the windows enough so she could stick her head out, but not enough that she could jump out. It was a beautiful day, very mild and sunny. The trees were turning faintly red with buds. That's right, it was now officially spring. At Stop and Shop, he parked, raised the windows enough so Pebbles could have fresh air but not lick passers-by. He grabbed a cart and went inside and began zooming down the aisles. Arugula, broccoli, cabbage, tomatoes, pea pods, red peppers, yellow peppers, oranges, ginger, garlic. Cheerios, sort of nutritious. Peanut butter, great on everything. Pasta, why not? Bread, salmon, so healthy. Plus, Lauren loved it. Chicken breasts, paper towels, the extra soft tissues Lauren liked. Clorox cleanup, because they always had to make sure any contagious germs were... Oh, right. The germs were a moot point, and there was no they anymore. He wasn't shopping for them anymore. Ever. It was just him. The knowledge made him lightheaded. Excuse me, sir? Can you move? Josh blinked. Someone was trying to get around him because apparently he'd stopped in the middle of the aisle. Yes, sorry. It was a mother, a toddler in the front of the cart, and an older kid, maybe 5, sitting among the groceries. For the first time, it hit him that he'd never be a father. Not to Lauren's kids. He'd always hoped that her IPF could be stopped, that she'd live decades more, and he wouldn't give up on the idea of kids. Anything was possible. She'd only been 28. There was still time for the wonder cure that would put her IPF into permanent suspension, or even cure it. But time had run out. There would be no kids. No genetic memory of her. No seeing her smile on a child's face. No hearing a laugh that was just like hers. The smaller child looked at him and started to cry. Sorry, he said, and this time he actually moved the cart. Why was he here? He had to get home. He somehow had to figure out how to get these groceries put into bags, pay for them, get into the car. He had driven, right? And get home. Hey, Josh, came a mellow voice. It was Yolanda, their favorite manager here, who always wore earrings proclaiming her name. Lauren used to chat with her about Yolanda's kids, knowing which grades they were in, what sports they played. How did she do that? How did she know Yolanda had kids? People just talked to Lauren. They trusted her. He was nothing compared to her. He was a piece of plywood, and she had been a rose. It was even her middle name, Lauren Rose Carlisle Park. Yolanda tilted her head, her eponymous earring brushing her shoulder. You okay? She died, he said. Oh, baby, Yolanda said, and she opened her arms, and suddenly Josh had his head on her shoulder, his body stiff, his face aching with the effort of not crying. I'm so sorry, honey. She was the sweetest thing. He straightened up before he broke. Nodded. Let me check you out, hon. Come on. Yolanda led the way, opened a register, and started ringing him up. He hadn't brought the grocery bags. They were in the back of the car, but going to get them seemed akin to running a marathon. He stood, staring at the floor, as Yolanda bagged. That's $159.23, hon. Sorry? You need to pay, hon. Did you bring your wallet? He didn't know. He felt for his back pocket. No, I don't think so. He could feel himself shutting down, powering off. Yolanda smiled sadly. Okay, I got you this time. Just pay me back when you come in again. Take care, Josh. Take care of yourself. Thank you, he whispered. When he got home, he shoved all the bags in the fridge, gave Pebbles some water, and went into the guest room. He got into bed, fully clothed, pulled the covers up, and prayed that he'd dream of his wife once more.
Chapter 6. Lauren. 8 months left. June 5th. Dear Dad, a lot has happened since the last time I wrote. When Josh and I came back from the Caribbean in March, and just after Octavia was born in April, I got pneumonia again. I don't know how. Everyone cleans everything these days. Josh and I still swab down everything with good old Clorox wipes. Nevertheless, 2 days after we got back, I had a fever and chills. My O2 sat was crap, so we called Dr. Bennett, and she said to head for the hospital. I had to be intubated. That is no fun, Father. I hate it because I'm sedated, you know? It steals time. Plus, it worries Josh and Jen and everyone else. I lost 4 days, but we beat the pneumonia, at least. I'm on Ofev, which is one of the only medicines that seems to slow IPF down. I've been eating organic food only for 2 years, and I take those Chinese herbs and exercise, and still Dr. Bennett said my lung function tests were lower than we'd like, which sounded ominous. Also, I've lost weight, courtesy of a side effect of the meds. Diarrhea like Old Testament wrath, Dad. Not that you want to hear this, but who else can I tell? Dr. Bennett added another medication which stopped the weight loss, but it makes me a little dizzy. The steroid inhalers make it a little easier to breathe, but also give me insomnia. And every time I lose a little lung function, it's gone forever. IPF is a greedy bastard. Stephanie, who is the world's best mother-in-law, got me a Himalayan salt lamp, which is supposed to help with breathing. Let no stone go unturned, right? She's also big on the healing wonders of Vicks VapoRub, which, let's be honest, is a miracle drug. I love the smell. She said to rub it in on my feet at night. Mrs. Kim agreed, so it must work because she had 4 kids and is a nurse and therefore knows everything. Sometimes I have to sleep in the recliner because being flat isn't great for me. But I hate to be away from Josh. He, of course, found a special wedge pillow so I could be more comfortable in bed. I love him, Dad. He is everything a husband should be. Protective, funny, kind, thoughtful, gorgeous. Not necessary, but it does not hurt that he has cheekbones like a Nordic god and a smile that curls up in the corners and makes my ovaries ache. Sorry, TMI, I know that. But I want you to know how he is. That I couldn't be in better hands or with a better person. Work is great. I started designing the interior of the children's library wing, and what could be more fun than that? Everyone at work is so nice. Santino and Louise and I go for slow walks at lunch, and Bruce is incredibly flexible with my hours. Oh, you'll love this. Lori Cantori, the only mean girl at the firm, asked Bruce for my office down the line. Second time she's asked. Can you believe that? I said, I'm right here, Lori. Still alive, sorry to tell you. Bruce sent her home for the day and told her to cut the shit or find another job. Best boss ever. Still, I hate her. Before I got sick, I'd try to look for some redeeming qualities, but now, forget it. She's a bitch, and she deserves nothing from me. I may have taken one of her Diet Coke cans and dribbled the remains on the floor by her desk the other night. You can never really clean that kind of stickiness. Anyway, the thing about getting sick was that Dr. Bennett, a bossy pulmonologist, told me she didn't think I should be tackling airports and hotels for a while. Which is a big bucket of suckiness, Dad. Traveling is one of the things that almost lets me forget I'm sick. And it lets Josh forget, too. At least for a little while. He's obsessed with finding a cure. I don't blame him. If he was the one who was sick, I'd do the same thing, and this is a big one. I need him to take breaks from that because otherwise I'm just a sick person who needs to be fixed. I'd rather be his wife. So when we travel, he can forget about trying to invent a microscopic fiber eater that can go into my lungs or calling every research hospital in the world to talk about drug trials. When we travel, we get to be a happily married couple with a few health considerations. We've been talking about going to as many of the national parks as we could. Zion and Yellowstone, maybe Denali, in case the pure, cold air would help my lungs. Dr. Bennett advised against it, for now, she said. So guess what my husband did, Dad? He rented a crazy beautiful house on Cape Cod for an entire year. It has 5 bedrooms, so we can have Jen, Darius, and the kids whenever we want. There's a chef's kitchen, a screened-in porch, and 3 decks, and it's right on a cliff overlooking the ocean. One serious winter storm could take it out, but hey, for our purposes, it's perfect. A house on the ocean. Who knew I'd ever be that lucky? We're going up next week, and I can't wait. So, your son-in-law is doing his job beautifully, Dad. Just wanted you to know. Love, Lauren. That Cape House made Lauren fall in love. not just with the gorgeousness of the place, but with her husband all over again, and also with how they could be here. They went up the first weekend in June and sat on the deck staring at the ocean, holding hands. Pebbles jumped up next to her, unaware that she wasn't a tiny puppy anymore. The day was sunny and clear, so peaceful and so full. The gentle roar of the waves, the wind that gusted erratically, the birds twittering and chattering in the trees. The air smelled like lilacs and salt and pine needles, and if it could be bottled, no one would need antidepressants ever again. I feel more like us, she said. Josh looked at her, the sun glinting off his black hair. He would tan in minutes with that olive skin of his, courtesy of his mysterious father. What do you mean? Well, we don't have doctor's appointments here. No mail cluttering up the counters. Clutter, Mrs. Park. Dr. Park, you're a slob. I'm reformed. That shock collar worked great. She snorted and squeezed his hand. You know what I mean. It's not regular life with appointments and obligations. It's just us and Pebbles. No schedule to keep. She leaned over and kissed him softly. Thank you. I love it. I know not being able to travel hit you hard. Well, this is just as good. Better, even. Though she felt a pang at the idea of possibly never traveling again, it was definitely muted by this view. The deep blue of the Atlantic, the perfect sky above. I don't want to waste time feeling bad about what I don't have, when what I do have is all this. You, Jen, the kids, Miss Pebbledy Pie. Get busy living or get busy dying. She laughed again. Don't you Shawshank me. You sure you'll be okay? He asked over dinner that night. He had to fly to Sacramento for a meeting tomorrow, and Lauren was a little glad. They'd barely been apart since getting married, aside from his 3-day medical device conference each fall and a weekend trip to Vermont she'd taken with Jen. She wanted to be alone here, so close to the sea, in this beautiful house where the sunrise woke her, and she could sip coffee and study the clouds, Pebbles by her side. I'd feel a lot better if Jen was with you or your mom. Lauren pulled a face. Jen just had a baby, and Mom would look at me and cry and tell me how hard this is for her. No thanks. I'll be fine, babe. I already called the fire department to let them know exactly where this house is in case of emergency. Sarah's coming up on Wednesday, and you'll be back Friday. Relax. I don't do relaxed. She smiled at him, then got up from her chair. Come to bed, handsome. I'll relax you. And I'll clean the kitchen afterward. Winning on all fronts today. He stood up and wrapped her in his arms, and Lauren felt, as she always did, that this was the best place in the world, right against his neck, smelling his nice Josh smell, slipping her hands up his lean back, feeling the slide of his muscles. When he kissed her, it was slow and warm, and she felt everything in her rise and lean into him, from the hairs on the back of her neck to the tugging deep in her stomach. They still had this: desire, attraction, affection, lust, and love. That golden light that seemed to wrap around the two of them, shielding them from the outside world. When he left the next day, Lauren savored the house, wandering from room to room, looking out at the ocean in a state of wonder. Pebbles, who took her Australian shepherding heritage seriously, stuck to her heels. Around 3, they took a nap, and when Lauren woke up, she checked her O2 sat and found it was on the low side. She put in the cannula and turned on her oxygen, then sat on the deck with a blanket around her shoulders and sipped some wine as she listened to the ocean. It had been 1.5 years since her diagnosis. It seemed longer. In hindsight, she could see that the IPF had been there for years before Dr. Bennett gave it a name. So, assuming it had started around age 23, the first time she could definitively remember feeling short of breath for no reason, she'd been living with this for almost 5 years. The life expectancy of most IPF patients was 3 to 5 years. But she was young and otherwise healthy, and she was a damn good patient, complying with everything and then some. Yoga, meditation, exercise, healthy foods, Chinese herbs, respiratory therapy. So there was plenty of reason to think she'd lived years longer, that she and Josh could come back to this house every summer for a few weeks, that they could celebrate her 30th birthday here and her 40th. She'd made friends with Charlene, another young woman on the IPF forum, and Char had just gone to Australia and swum with dolphins off the Great Barrier Reef. So there. A seagull drifted down from an air current and landed on the deck post. Pebbles cocked her head but didn't bark. Seagulls were lovely. Lauren had never understood why people called them rats of the sky. Pigeons held that title in her opinion. No, seagulls were impressive. Flying like no other, diving, fishing, bobbing on the water, calm and fearless. If she had to pick a Patronus, Seagull would be in the running. Maybe part of her experience in the great beyond could be Seagull for a day. She didn't realize she was crying till a tear plopped onto Pebble's head. Her 40th birthday? Who was she kidding? But maybe she could make it till 30. She started working remotely more often, and while Lauren had always loved her job, she loved it even more now. She currently had 2 projects. One, an easy but satisfying job of creating a lookout for a tiny patch of land the city of Providence had just acquired on College Hill. Though it was a circle of only about 30 feet in diameter, it overlooked the beautiful dome of the Capitol building and the rooftops of a few blocks of historic homes. She planned on incorporating a couple of benches, a circular contemplation maze that would encourage people to spend time in the small park, and a raised stone structure in the center. The other project was a new wing in the downtown library, which was a bit more complicated. Bruce, the mighty and beneficent, had just given her that one, and she was waiting on a use study that would guide her design. She wanted to leave her mark. That was the advice Dad had given her when she was 17 and wondering what to do as an adult. "Whatever you choose, do with all your heart and leave your mark," he said, covering her hand with his. "If you're going to be a bartender, be the bartender everyone loves to talk to, who invents the best drinks and makes you feel right at home. If you're going to be a hairdresser, make every customer feel good about themselves. If I'm going to be a fashion designer, make clothes that make people feel happy and confident," she said. "Exactly, Pumpkin. Exactly." He'd never know how she'd changed majors after his death, wanting something different, something that would benefit the community, not just customers. He'd never see an area she designed. But they existed, and she had more to do. "Miles to go before I sleep," she said to Pebbles, who wagged. And I do mean miles. Attitude was everything, after all. The summer spooled out like yards and yards of silk, beautiful and gentle, one day sliding into the next. Like Lauren, Josh could work from anywhere, so he was always here, unless she ordered him to go back to Providence for a night. He needed his space, whether he wanted it or not. He needed his punching bag and to see Ben Kim, who understood him like no one else. Lauren knew that, even if Josh wouldn't admit it. In July, Jen took a leave from work for 2 months and brought the kids up for days at a time, much to Lauren's delight. Josh would give them piggyback rides and take them in the surf while the sisters sat on the beach. When Darius came up, they'd eat late after Sebastian and Octavia were in bed, laughing and telling stories. Lauren's mom came sometimes, too, though she had to be cajoled into making the trip. "I don't want to intrude," she'd say, or "You girls don't want me there." Whatever. Lauren lacked the energy to convince her mother to come. Not everyone was the type to rise to an occasion, and Lauren just didn't have the time to beg her mom to mother. Donna had never really been the type who nurtured. That was her dad's area of expertise, and unfortunately, he was dead. Sarah and Stephanie came often, too. The Kims spent a week in July and promised to visit again. There was plenty of space, after all. Her sickness had become part of their lives, too, which made things easier. "Grab me another tank while you're up," Lauren might say, and Sarah would get the oxygen and attach the hose like a pro. Stephanie, who had once planned on going to medical school, would hand her the Ventolin inhaler before Lauren realized she needed it. One day, when she and her mother-in-law were alone, opting not to go to Poits for mini-golf, Stephanie mentioned that once again someone had asked her if she'd adopted Josh. "He looks like both his parents," Steph said. "You just have to look harder to see me in there." "Did you love him, Steph?" Lauren asked. "Josh's father?" "That bum? No." She looked at Lauren with beautiful Nordic blue eyes. "Nope, it was a fling." "Did you ever look for him? Or tell him about Josh?" Steph was quiet for a minute. "I tried," she said. "We were both students. He left for a summer program, said he'd be back before the baby came, and I never heard from him again. I emailed him. His address was defunct." Steph sipped her water. Like her son, she didn't drink alcohol. "After Josh was born, I stopped trying to contact him. He had my email. We weren't hard to find." Lauren tried to imagine anyone turning his back on his pregnant girlfriend and just vanishing. "Sounds like he was a spineless toddler. There you go. We're better off without him." "Do you think Josh ever wonders about him?" Lauren asked. "He used to ask," Stephanie said, "and I didn't know exactly how to put it, so I just said, families come in all shapes and sizes, that kind of thing. We had Ben and Sumi. Ben did all those father-son things for school. I love that guy," Lauren said. "Yeah, I think Josh liked people asking him if he was Korean when they saw him and Ben together." "What was his bio dad's background?" Josh could fall into any category: Latino, Asian, Middle Eastern, Roma. "I honestly don't think we ever talked about it. Like I said, it was maybe a 5-week thing. He was from the Midwest, that's all I remember." If she knew more, she wasn't saying. "It left a mark, of course," Stephanie continued. "The facts are the facts. Joshua's father deserted him before he was even born. It's part of his identity. Same as being a high-functioning super genius with Asperger's, or autism spectrum disorder, or neurodiversity, or whatever we're calling it these days. Those terms change so fast. Anyway, are you hungry? I'm starving. Want a grilled cheese? It's my specialty after all." The conversation was over, clearly. "Thanks, Steph. I'd love one." Her mother-in-law did make the best grilled cheese sandwiches, using at least 3 types of cheese. Otherwise, she wasn't much of a cook. Steph patted her shoulder as she went in the kitchen, and Lauren opened her notebook. Almost every day, she and Josh drove to the bayside to watch the sunset and let Pebbles splash and swim and sniff and roll in the carcasses of fish or birds or crabs. The house had a very convenient and huge bathroom on the ground floor, and they designated it for Pebbles baths. Josh would hose her down and shampoo her, then blow her dry, spoiled beastie, so Pebbles would be silky smooth and gorgeous and able to sleep on their bed. Lauren took to waking up early at the Cape House and tiptoeing to the windows to watch the sunrise by herself, letting Josh sleep. She always started the coffee, because it had been her job, even in childhood, when she'd get up early and measure out the grounds. Daddy would come in and act so pleased every time. "Oh, so thoughtful. Lauren, sweetheart, thank you. Aren't you the best girl ever?" She missed her dad with a constant ache. She missed the reassurance, the comfort a good father brings a daughter. She found herself wondering about the moment of his death, if he'd had any warning, any final thoughts. She hoped it wasn't, "Oh, shit, that hurts." Note to self, say something profound for your last words. Her dad felt closer these days. They had more in common now. She would die young, too. She was glad she knew. Sure, a rogue bus could take her out at any moment, but being someone who liked to have a plan, she'd take a diagnosis like IPF over her father's type of death any day. Meanwhile, it was impossible not to love life even more on Cape Cod. Was it just the thrill of the ocean, or was her IPF on hold for a bit? She felt good, stronger. Maybe it was the salt air. Every day she did gentle yoga on the deck, filling her lungs, visualizing the air having plenty of room, pushing aside the fibers, filling in every available space. Some nights she didn't need her oxygen. She knew there was no cure for pulmonary fibrosis, but maybe, just maybe, it had slowed down. The occasional thunderstorm made her giddy with joy, and with every flash of lightning, she'd say, "Did you see that?" even though Josh was right beside her. The stars were fierce and bright on clear nights, and they could hear coyotes sometimes, or a fox yipping. This would be a good place to die, Lauren couldn't help thinking. This would be such a beautiful last thing to see. One weekend in late August, Lauren sent Josh home again so she could have a proper girls' weekend. Ozma from the Hope Center, Mara from RISD, Louise from work, Sarah and Jen all came up to the Cape, fighting the monstrous traffic on Route 6, and stayed for 5 days. She had convinced Josh to stay in Providence, saying she needed some time with her girlies, assuring him that Jen would call him if she had a flare-up. They dressed up and put on makeup, then drove to Provincetown and had dinner overlooking the bay, eating lazy man lobster, drinking fancy martinis, telling embarrassing stories about past loves and bad dates. Afterward, they saw a drag show and laughed so hard Lauren had to up her oxygen flow. Totally worth it. It was lovely, she thought, looking around at them. They were wonderful friends. She'd miss them. Or not. The Great Beyond probably had contingency plans for spirits who wanted to check in on their friends. Besides, she reminded herself, she could have years more. Years. I could get hit by a bus tomorrow, people were fond of saying, their way of trying to be sympathetic when they heard about her disease. No one knew what the future held. And hey, unlucky bus drivers aside, it was true. Staying in the moment was better than wringing hands about the future. She wasn't going to waste this glorious summer thinking about how sick she was. Chapter 7. Lauren. 10 months left. April. Dear Daddy, you have a granddaughter. Her name is Octavia Lauren, and she is the most beautiful thing in the entire universe, as you probably know, because I swear you were there. Holding her before she was 10 minutes old, Daddy. The smell of her little sounds, grunting and squeaking. I said, "I love you, sweetheart." And Dad, she opened her eyes. She looked right at me, and it was like staring into all the mysteries of the universe. Like this tiny baby, well, she was 8 pounds, 5 ounces, so not tiny for Jen, was telling me that no matter what, everything will be okay. We just looked and looked at each other, and I have never felt more perfect or known in my life. Eventually, I had to give her back to Jen, who was a champion. She is amazing, Dad. Amazing. Then Josh came in with Sebastian because he was in the waiting room with the little guy. Sebastian ran in with a stuffed bunny and said, "My sister, hi, my sister, you're so cute." Then he started crying with love. He kissed her forehead and said, "I love you, my sister," and everyone was bawling. When Mom came in, for once she didn't make it about how sad she was. You weren't there. She was just beaming, and when Jen told her the name, Mom said, "Oh, how beautiful. What a perfect name," and hugged me. There was so much love in that room, Dad. I know you felt it too. Josh and I took Sebastian home with us later that day so Jen could rest, and he slept over. Pebbles slept on his bed, which he thought was so funny. And you know Jen, she was up and about in 2 days, oversharing about her bleeding and how much it stings to pee. I'm so happy, Dad. Seeing Octavia being born, it was a miracle. I know, it happens every day. It's still a miracle. Congratulations, Daddy. Take good care of your little granddaughter and her big brother. Love you. Lauren. Don't think this is because you're sick, Jen said 2 weeks later. I was always going to have a daughter with Lauren for a middle name. Lauren was babysitting. Jen needed a nap and a shower. Darius had taken Sebastian to the library with plans to visit Newport Creamery for lunch, and so Lauren was summoned. She did not mind in the least. Little Octavia fussed and cried and pooped. Would Lauren ever look at pumpkin pie the same way? Lauren put her in the baby carriage and took her for a walk to get her fresh air and vitamin D. The baby didn't mind how slowly she walked. Octavia just made little snorting and grunting sounds like a tiny and very adorable piglet. "Congratulations," said one lady from a park bench. "Thank you," Lauren said, smiling. "She's my niece." Back home, she gave the baby a bottle, changed her diaper yet again. Lauren sat in the recliner and put her feet up, bending her knees so Octavia rested against her legs. They stared at each other. The baby's eyes were so special, giant and wise, like she knew everything. When Octavia yawned, Lauren couldn't help grinning in delight like a good auntie. Then Octavia started to fuss, so Lauren shifted her to her shoulder and patted her back, making little humming noises. After about 5 minutes, the baby grew quiet, and Lauren shifted her to the crook of her arm for more staring, drinking in the baby's sweet lashes, silky little eyebrows, pale brown skin, almost exactly the same shade as Sebastian's. Her hair was fine and brown, and she had the sweetest mouth. And then a tear dropped down her chin. Lauren's tear, because apparently she was crying. Silently, but a lot. This, she knew with an aching certainty, was as close to having a baby as she'd get. She knew. She knew. She would never be a mother. Never go through what Jen and Darius had shared in the labor and delivery room. Never look at a baby and see Joshua's eyes or her own ears. The tears wouldn't stop falling, and Lauren's chest was jerking. She cough-sobbed, then got up with some effort, not wanting to wake the baby. She put her in the little bassinet and went into the kitchen to cry into a dish towel. She wouldn't have children. And she was going to die too soon, and Sebastian and Octavia might not even remember her. She was going to miss so much. She would leave Jen, her beloved sister, and these perfect, beautiful kids, and her mom and Josh. Oh, God, Josh. And it was like all her skin was gone, and she was raw and terrified and wailing into the void of despair because, God damn it, she was going to die. Then Jen was there, hugging her, and Lauren lost it. She clung to her sister and wailed, and Jen was sobbing too because they knew. They knew. They held on to each other and cried and cried and cried until there was nothing left. The baby slept through the whole meltdown. They looked at each other, eyes red and noses stuffed, skin blotchy, and Lauren gave a half laugh. "Come on, sit down," Jen said, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. "I'll make you some witch's brew." She went back to the kitchen and made some tea out of the Chinese herbs she kept on hand for Lauren. Astragalus root and raw Schisandra berries because she was a great sister. Lauren was still hiccuping when her sister came back. "Sorry," she said. Go fuck yourself," Jen said, squeezing her hand. They sat there in silence, listening to Octavia breathe. After a while, Jen said, "Let's go to the movies one night soon, okay?" When Lauren was a dorky adolescent, wearing overalls and a cropped t-shirt and 2 short bangs with a beret, Jen had generously overlooked her fashion choices and would take her to the movies, alone or with Jen's cool friends, and she never skimped on popcorn and Reese's Pieces. "Okay," Lauren said, her voice cracking. "I don't know what I'll do without you," Jen said, putting her hand over her mouth. "I'm glad I'm dying first, so I don't have to live without you," she answered. "And to God, I'm glad. I could get hit by a bus. You never know." And then they started laughing, that wonderful, ridiculous, unstoppable laugh, sitting there, holding hands, drinking weird-tasting tea. When Sebastian and Darius came in, Sebastian ran to Lauren and gave her a slobbery kiss, and everything was good again. But they knew. Lauren would die young. Maybe she'd see Sebastian's first day of school, but she wouldn't see him get his driver's license. She wouldn't take Octavia shopping for bras and listen to her talk about friends. She wouldn't see them for prom pictures or talk to them about college. But hopefully, she'd see all those things from the great beyond with her father. Please let that be true. That we'll be together, Daddy. Surely we deserve that. Also, being a dolphin for a day, do not fail me, great beyond. She held Octavia again before she left the house, breathed in the smell of her head, kissed her impossibly soft cheek. I love you, she whispered. Octavia answered by puking breast milk into her hair. It was, oddly enough, just what Lauren needed. Snap out of it, Auntie. So she did. When you're living with a ticking clock, you can't be a loser. You can't think about what you won't get to see, what you'll never have. Ain't no one got time for that.
Chapter 8. Joshua. Month 2. April.
Dear Joshua, I love writing your name. Full swoony geek disclosure. I practiced writing it after our first date in calligraphy. How dorky is that? Are you doing all right, honey? I hope you're sleeping okay. I know how you get when you're stressed. Listen to one of those relaxation apps at bedtime. Try some CBD gummies. They help me. Or a Benadryl if you need to. I worry about you. Me? I bet I'm sleeping great. Not in the sleeps with the fishes way, but maybe in the sleeps with the dolphins way. Wouldn't that be amazing? I could be on a raft on a gentle azure ocean where there are no sharks or bitey things. I'm dozing and rocking while baby dolphins leap over me. Maybe I am one of those dolphins. At any rate, you don't have to worry about me. The great beyond is, I'm 99.999% sure, fantastic. Are you getting outside enough? Taking Pebbles for a walk or run? Keep her healthy. Don't overfeed her. Please tell her I love her, okay? Tell her I'm sorry I had to go away, and she was the best dog ever. Is the best dog ever. She's sitting next to me on the bed as I write this. And when I cry, she sits right in my lap, puts her paws on my shoulders, and licks my tears. I want to think she's comforting me, but I think she just wants the salty deliciousness. I hope the grocery shopping task went well. Tell Yolanda hi from me. Actually, that would be weird, wouldn't it? My dead wife sends her best. Better skip that. This month, honey, I want you to have some people over for dinner. I know you'll hate that idea, but I think you need to eat with humans once in a while, not just Pebbles. Bring some life into the apartment. Maybe have a few laughs, even. Invite my sister and Darius, mom or not, your mom, maybe Sarah. Cook for them, let them hug you. Go ahead and talk about me and cry if you need to, but let them come into our home and be part of your life, honey. Don't shut them out. They love you. Or just invite people who don't know you that well but seem nice. Your patent attorney, whose name I can't remember right now. She was nice. One of your old professors from RISD. Creepy Charlotte from the first floor who eye fucks you every time she sees you. Just kidding. Do not invite that woman into my house. It really doesn't matter who. I'm so sorry that I put you in this place, Josh. I'm with you, though. I live in your heart, and there's no better place I could be. I hope you're doing a little better, showering and eating and maybe working some, too. Getting some sunshine. I don't know what time of year I died, but get sunshine even if it's winter. I love you so, so much. With all my heart, liver, pancreas, stomach, kidneys, and even with my crappy lungs. Now, make some calls. Don't be a loser. I love you. Lauren.
She was right. He hated the idea. But God, he loved hearing from her. He'd read the first letter so many times he had it memorized. Knowing he was going to have 12 of them, he ordered a museum-quality pH-neutral box handmade by a craftsman in Louisiana. Tiger maple exterior lined in special cloth so the letters wouldn't age. He read the letter again. He could hear her voice, which had gotten raspier throughout her illness from intubations and coughing, but which he loved just the same. He could almost smell her skin, the faint floral scent of her shower gel, the citrusy perfume she loved, the hint of menthol from the Vicks Vapor Rub she swore helped her breathe. He closed his eyes, summoning her. Be with me, he thought. He might not believe in God, but he did believe in Lauren. Come to me, honey. The sunshine on her dark red hair, illuminating a dozen different colors of brown, red, gold. Her pink lips and dark lashes, eyes the color of whiskey, her big laugh bellowing out of her. That laugh made her cough relentlessly in the last few months. How malicious, how evil that laughter made her wince in pain. With a sigh, he opened his eyes. He was still alone, but he had a little piece of her in his hands. Her words, her sense of humor, her love shining from the letter. He had been trying to do better, per her instructions. Shaved when he saw that he needed to, set his phone to go off so he'd remember to shower. For the past month, he'd taken Pebbles for long walks in Swan Point Cemetery or drove her to Colt State Park in Bristol, where the two of them would run and hopefully not see anyone he knew. He'd been better about throwing trash away. He tried not to nap for more than an hour. He set the alarm so he'd wake up in the morning and tried to remember to eat. He was trying to show her he could do this. It was as if, by doing what she said, he'd pass a test and the reward would be Lauren, alive again. He knew the letters fed that idea. He'd catch himself thinking, when I talk to Lauren in April. Once, he thought, I can't wait to tell Lauren about her letter. Grief was a heavy, dark blanket, weighing him down, making the smallest things difficult. Before Lauren, he'd been a loner, sure, but it had been by choice. Now it felt like the sun had fallen out of the sky and the world was a wasteland of gray. He had to turn away from couples in the park or on the street. When his phone showed 183 texts and his email inbox held 624 unread messages, he didn't bother looking at them. None of them was from the one person he wanted. As if on cue, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Donna. No, he snapped, abruptly furious at the intrusion. He declined the call, then tossed his phone onto the chair opposite. Talk to someone else. While his mother-in-law had gotten her shit together that last week, that last day especially, the one he couldn't bear to remember. She'd been in ass pain for most of Lauren's illness, wringing her hands, worrying about how she, Donna, would deal with this, how sad she was, how she couldn't sleep, eat, laugh. 2 wasted years of self-pity when she could have been helpful, strong, a comfort to her daughter. He knew it wasn't possible to judge the level or means of grief when a parent loses a child, but Jesus, Donna had a gift for making it all about her. And right now, he wanted to think about Lauren's letter. So, a dinner party. His wife wanted him to throw one, and he would comply with her wishes. He'd go with people he knew well, Jen and Darius, and Sarah, he supposed. He retrieved his phone and texted them. They were all in, which was good. Josh was aware that he wasn't close to many people. He'd had a couple of friends from college who'd had the same major, Peter from RISD, who was out in California doing research at Stanford, Kung from MIT, who worked for a medical device company in London. Both had been groomsmen in his and Lauren's wedding. He had seen Peter a couple of years ago when he was in San Francisco at a conference before Lauren had been diagnosed. His closest childhood friend, Tim, had moved when Josh and Tim were juniors in high school. They'd seen each other only a handful of times since then. Tim had met Lauren, but wasn't able to come to the wedding. All three had left messages and sent cards after her death, but they weren't here. They didn't know the details of Lauren's sickness. They hadn't seen her weaken and grow smaller, hadn't seen her skin get white and then faintly blue when her sats were low. In a way, he was glad the last memory they had of her was when she was so happy, so vital. They got to remember her that way. They got to remember him as a happy man. Darius, his brother-in-law, was trying to be his friend, but he was so different from Josh himself. Darius was a good-natured, easygoing executive in a big advertising firm, a former football player for the University of North Carolina. He was suave and well-dressed and seemed to know something about everything, never at a loss for words. Pretty much the opposite of Josh, who still couldn't recognize a Kardashian and whose mind shuddered at most social events. Except when he was with Lauren. She had thought he was the most interesting person on earth, and because of that, he had been. In her eyes, at any rate, and that was the only thing that mattered. The four of them had had some great times, the two sisters, their husbands. There'd been lots of laughter before her diagnosis, and quite a bit after, too. Dinners together, Cape Cod, the holidays. But it was different now. That was back when he was half of Lauren and Josh, when he didn't feel like his skin hurt and his brain was an empty shoebox, his body sinking in tar. Oh, fuck. A thought occurred to him. If there were four of them at dinner, it might seem a little couplish. Jen and Darius, Sarah and Josh, and that was a firm no. He didn't want to give the appearance in any way, shape, or form that he was interested in Sarah. Not that anyone would think that, but still, the 2 + 2 of it made his stomach hurt. Sarah dated often, but no one ever stuck. Lauren used to say she had bad taste in men because her father had been a jerk. Whatever the cause, Sarah had commented more than once that Lauren had set the bar unfairly high with husbands, and if she thought that if he gave any indication, he didn't really think Sarah would assume dinner was a date, but just in case. He wasn't great at reading social cues and vibes and body language. Lauren had always helped him along there. He grabbed his phone and texted Sarah. "Why don't you bring someone Saturday night? A friend, a date, Asma, whatever." That would do the trick, wouldn't it? His phone chimed almost immediately. "You sure? It might be weird." "No, not weird at all. It will be fine." "Okay. What can I bring?" "Just your date, friend, whatever." There was a bit of a pause, the 3 dots waving. "Yeah, okay. I'll ask a guy I'm dating. Ken, this will be our second date, if we can call it a date. That doesn't sound 100% right. Our second meeting. Know what I mean?" No, he didn't, and he didn't want to. He typed a quick response. "Sure, 7. See you then." He clicked off the phone and tossed it beside him, earning a bark from Pebbles. "We have to find something to cook, puppy," he said. She wagged her tail. Something he'd made before, something that wouldn't take too much effort. That dish Mrs. Kim made, maybe. Crispy fried chicken with a spicy red sauce. Mrs. Kim had taught him to cook during those 2 years when he was too old for after-school daycare and too young to stay on his own. The dish was pretty easy. He'd cook some rice, roast some vegetables, all easy enough. Lauren had loved it. In fact, Josh had made it for her when they were dating, hoping to impress her. It had worked. "The Kung's young it is, Pebbles," he said. "Because you asked so nicely." He went grocery shopping Saturday morning, leaving an envelope of money for Yolanda, since he hadn't been back to the grocery store since his meltdown. This time, he put in earbuds so he wouldn't have to hear anyone and tried not to make eye contact. Got the chicken, grabbed Korean red pepper and gochujang, since he couldn't remember if there was any in the pantry. Should have checked before he left the house. In the produce aisle, he grabbed a knot of fresh ginger and a head of garlic. Cooking for Lauren, going all organic and unprocessed, had honed his kitchen skills. As a single guy, he'd been content to order food, eat on the fly, or avail himself of his mother or Mrs. Kim for home-cooked meals. But as a married man, he upped his game, and after her diagnosis, he got even better. Lauren was easy. She loved food, loved to cook when she had the energy, and ate everything except veal or lamb. "Who wants to eat a baby?" she said. "Would you want some other species eating our kids, Joshua?" Their kids. Except there'd be no kids. His heart spasmed, and he rubbed his chest. "Don't go there," his brain warned. "Focus." When he was a kid and his mood threatened to shatter, his mother had given him a sentence to repeat over and over, to think about and distract him. "The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog." Every letter in the alphabet in that sentence. He chanted out loud, thinking about the letters, making order in his mind to head off the emotional storm. Sometimes it worked. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. It was helping. Spicy chicken would require rice. Did he have rice? Did he have chicken? He'd buy more. Broccoli for a vegetable. How many heads would he need? 4? 10? How many people were coming? Didn't broccoli shrink when you cooked it? He got 8 heads. He paused at the floral section. Lauren had always bought fresh flowers when they had people over. No, this was not a celebration or a party. This was seeing his wife's sister, brother-in-law, and best friend. It was part of mourning. They were all trying to deal with grief, to move on. Except he didn't want to move on. That black tarry pull began at his feet, and Josh turned up the volume on his podcast and forced himself to the self-checkout so he wouldn't have to talk to anyone. But once he got home, creepy Charlotte pounced the second he walked into the lobby. "Oh, groceries. You cooking tonight? Want company?" she said. She was very short, not more than 5 feet, and fast, blocking Josh's path to the stairs. "Yes and no, thank you." "You gotta come down for a glass of wine, Josh. We can talk. People tell me I'm a very good listener." "I don't drink." "Even so." She leaned in the doorway, scanning him up and down. "You need a friend." "I have a dog. Excuse me?" He got past her, unloaded groceries, and took Pebbles for a run, using the back door to avoid Charlotte. When he returned home, he showered and started food prep, blasting Prince to make it seem less lonely. Don't think, just cook. When Lauren was alive, a night like this had been fun. The air charged with energy and anticipation, the room filled with laughter and instructions. "Honey, grab that vase. Honey, would you unload the dishwasher? Josh, do you mind cutting the chicken?" When she was alive, he was more relaxed, more competent, more present, and funnier. When she was alive, he wasn't dead inside. For a minute, he stopped chopping broccoli and stared at the counter. If he was very still, he could picture this as a different scene. His wife was down the hall, taking a shower. She'd take forever drying her hair and change at least twice. She'd put on makeup because she loved makeup. He could almost hear her rustling around, singing under her breath. "Honey?" he called, just in case. Obviously, there was no answer. He resumed chopping, hard. If he sliced off a fingertip, he could get out of this evening. But Lauren had asked him to do this, so he would muscle through it. It might be time to take up drinking. Right at 7, the doorbell rang, and he opened the door. All 4 of them were together. Jen, Darius, Sarah, her friend. The faces were somber. "Hi," he said. Jen burst into tears. Pebbles pushed past him and went right to her, and Jen knelt down, hugged the dog, and sobbed. No one said anything for a second. Do you want to come in?" Josh said. "Good idea. Hey, brother, how are you?" Darius said, giving him a hug. "We brought wine." He put his hand on his wife's shoulder. Shit, he didn't have any. "Good," he said. "Thanks." "We did too," Sarah said. "Ken, this is Joshua Park. Josh, Ken Beekman." Ken was tall, taller than Darius even, and thin. White guy, pale yellow hair, looked a bit like a heron, friendly enough face. He had a messenger bag slung across his torso, and he whipped it off and put it on the floor, offered his hand, and shook Joshua's firmly with both of his. "Joshua, so sorry about your wife. Thanks for letting me come. You have a beautiful home." Nice to meet you. Hey, Sarah." She looked nicer than usual. A dress, makeup, and red lipstick. Jen stood up, then hugged him hard. "Sorry," she whispered. "It's okay, really." He hugged her back, one of the few people he could hug and have it feel normal. "Babe, I'm getting you some wine," Darius said, and so they all moved into the living room area, sort of shuffling as one. Darius made himself useful, opening a few drawers to find a corkscrew. It hadn't been used since, well, Valentine's Day, their anniversary. That was just 9 weeks ago. 9 weeks and 2 days. How could she be dead now, when on February 14th they'd made love in a room lit by candles? How could life have changed so much? "It smells wicked awesome in here," Ken said. "What is it?" Josh blinked. It's a spicy Korean chicken dish, flavored by my actual tears." No one laughed, unsure if he was joking. Poor taste, he guessed. "Do you like cooking?" Ken asked. Yes, I do. I like cooking. Have a seat." He should have made snacks or something. Cheese and crackers at the very least. Did he have cheese? He didn't think so. Sarah was wiping her eyes. The 5 of them stood there, not looking at each other. "Why don't I put some music on?" Darius said. "Sure, great idea." He should have thought of that. "Can I, wander around?" Jen asked, her voice cracking. "Of course," Josh said. "Of course you can." He seemed to be repeating himself, parrot-like, since he had nothing else to say. "Josh, do you want me to rustle up some appetizers or something?" Sarah asked. "Yes, that would be great. Thanks." "On it," she said. "Ken, give me a hand, okay?" "Absolutely," Ken said, the only cheerful one among them. "Come with me," Jen whispered to Josh. It was only her second time here since Lauren died, and Josh could feel a burning at the back of his eyes. She took his hand, and they went into his office, which was off the living room. There were half a dozen framed photos of Lauren, on the desk, on the wall. Her face surrounded them, reminding them of all they had lost, all that love, all that happiness. "How are you?" Jen asked. "I'm horrible." "Me too. Josh, she left me a letter." Jen's eyes filled, and Josh was struck with guilt that he hadn't taken better care of her. After all, Jen was lost too. "It was perfect, you know. I had it framed." Her face scrunched up. He hugged her again. "I miss her so much," Jen whispered. "I keep starting to call her. I can't bear to delete her number from my phone, you know." "I do." "Of course you do. I'm sorry." Jen sighed, grabbed a tissue from the box on the desk, and blew her nose loudly. "How's your mom?" he asked. "Oh, you haven't heard? She's doing great," Jen said bitterly. "I mean, she's wrecked, but suddenly this is her new identity. She goes to a grief group every day. It's like her new religion. And get this, Josh, she met someone. A man. They had coffee last week." "Wow. Right? That's good, I guess." Lauren had always urged her mother to make new friends or date after her father's death. Donna had always rejected the idea of doing anything new, but, well, now she was. Maybe Donna was doing it for Lauren. If so, that was kind of nice. "Are you okay with it?" "Whatever brings her peace, or a distraction. At least she doesn't call me 7 times a day like she did when Lauren was..." She took a shaky breath. "I don't mean to judge. I look at my kids and think of one of them being sick, and I just fall apart. So whatever helps keep Mom together, go for it, right?" "Right." She wiped her eyes again. "You're such a good guy, Josh." Was he, though? He had no idea anymore. Jen swallowed hard, audibly. "Can I see the tree?" "Yes, absolutely." They left his office, walked to the living room, and down the hall to the bedroom, Pebbles padding behind them. Josh stopped in front of their bedroom door and, after a second or two, opened the door. He came in here to check the tree every third day. That lasted about 35, 40 seconds, fewer if possible. But looking at the pristine, empty bedroom now, he remembered the many days when Jen came over and lay on the bed with her little sister, spooning against her. How they always laughed together. How Jen would paint Lauren's toenails sometimes. Jen went to the tree in front of the window and gently stroked a leaf. "Oh, Lauren," she said, her breath hitching. Her tears began again. Josh went over and put his arm around her shoulders. They both looked at the tree. Soil and a scrawny tree that looked like a stick with 7 leaves. That was all they had left of her. "Say something. Tell her something nice, for God's sake." "You, were her hero, Jen," he said. And it was the right thing, miraculously. Jen hugged him tight, shaking with tears. "There's no word for me anymore," she said. "I've been a sister since I was 5. Now my sister's gone. What does that even make me?" She started bawling in earnest. Would the grief ever lift? Would they, any of them who had loved Lauren, ever be happy again? It didn't seem possible. Darius popped his head in. "Oh, sweetie," he said, and Josh sort of transferred Jen to her husband. Should he leave? He should, even if it was his bedroom. Pebbles was on the bed, but what the hell? Josh had to get out of the room before he broke. He went into the half bath and took a couple of breaths. He'd never have to relive this night again. Just get through it, he told himself, but his composure, thin as it was cracking. "Try to be normal, loser." Lauren's voice. He nodded, splashed water on his face, looked at himself in the mirror. It was a lonely face, if ever there was one. Lauren had always told him he was a handsome guy, and yes, women had always sought him out or looked at him twice. See Exhibit A, creepy Charlotte. He could see traces of his mother, strong bones and wide-set eyes, but his mother's eyes were blue, and his were brown, like the man who fathered him, Josh supposed, whoever that was. Back to the kitchen. Sarah was cutting up carrots and celery and had found some hummus. Not exactly glamorous, but not bad, either. Ken was leaning on the counter, arranging the vegetables on a plate. Fuck. Josh would have to make conversation, wouldn't he? "So, Ken," he said, "what do you do for work?" "I'm in sales for a nutrition company." "Cool. How did you meet Sarah?" "Online. Right, babe?" "It's a little early for babe, isn't it?" Sarah asked mildly. "Sorry," Ken said. "I'm jumping the gun a little because she's great, isn't she? Josh, do you mind if I ask how much this place cost you? I'm looking for a new apartment myself." Josh hated talking about money. Well, it was a few years ago, so the market was different." "I hear you, Josh, I hear you. $500,000 maybe?" "Sounds about right. Any more places available in this building?" Oh, Jesus, don't move in here. He didn't want to have to talk to anyone. Creepy Charlotte was bad enough. Most are 1 or 2 bedroom units. We got the only 3-bedroom, though, because I work from home, so 1 bedroom is my office. The study, Lauren insisted on calling it. It was classier, she'd said. They'd had sex in that study, more than once. Had they really been as happy as he remembered? As it seemed, could any couple be that perfect together? Sorry, what? He realized he'd missed out on some conversation. No problem, Josh. No problem. You're still grieving. I understand, man. It's not easy. It takes time. Ken took a swig of wine. Did you lose someone too? Sarah asked, looking up from the chopping. Josh was wondering the same thing. No. Nope. I've been lucky so far. Well, people say I'm very compassionate. In fact, one of the reasons I liked Sarah so much was because she told me a lot about Lauren, and I could see how much of a bond they had. It was very affecting. They smiled at each other, and then Ken turned back to him. What do you do for work, Josh? I'm a medical device engineer, he said. Sarah was bustling around the kitchen, opening a drawer, pulling out a serving spoon. She knew where everything was, quite at home. It irked him a little, even if she knew their kitchen because of all the time she'd spent helping out, but it wasn't fair. Why did Lauren have to die? Why was it Lauren? He'd stab Sarah through the heart right this minute if it could make his wife come back. Cool, said Ken, and Josh didn't know what he was commenting on. He's selling himself short, Sarah said, smiling. Josh is kind of a big deal. He sold, 12 patents? 5 that are already on the market? 9 patents, 5 on the market. So it's a pretty lucrative field for you, Josh? Was it him, or was Ken using his name an awful lot? Maybe that was what normal people did, a method to remember names. Sure, so far, yes. I should finish cooking here. It would be hours before he was alone again in the apartment, an eternity. He got a pan out for the rice and started boiling water. This is hard, Lauren, he thought. I'd like to call you later and tell you what a failure it was, but you were incredibly rude and died. His throat tightened at the memory of her last hours. No, absolutely not. He would not revisit that time. Ever. The thought made him relax the tiniest bit. He could put that day away. It would be best that way. Far better to think of her smile, her laugh, her freckles, her eyes. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. Darius and Jen returned from the bedroom, thank God, and sat with Ken in the living room. Ken asked Darius about his profession, how much he traveled, where they lived. It was so weird to have a stranger here. But the conversation was like white noise, and Josh was grateful that no one was asking him anything at the moment. Sarah set the table while Jen sat on the couch with Pebbles and stared out the window, wiping away tears from time to time. Josh fried the chicken, set it to dry, and reheated the glaze he'd made earlier. Shit, he'd been planning to grill the broccoli on the roof. Nah, too much effort, and plus he wasn't sure how clean that grill was. The last time he'd used it, he'd burned his clothes. Steaming the broccoli would be fine. Darius came into the kitchen, opened another bottle of wine. Everyone was having some except Josh, and went back to the living room. It's funny that you don't drink at all, Lauren had said once. Most people have at least tried alcohol. I don't see a reason to, he said. This was on their second date. She stared at him like he was an interesting riddle, her brows drawn, a faint smile on her lips, and he smiled back, his stomach thrumming with attraction and the strangest feeling that he belonged with her, that they were meant to be together, that the flirty college girl cliché he'd first met a few years earlier had grown into something more, deeper, wiser. And maybe he'd gotten out of his own way, finally. He hadn't allowed himself to have much fun in college, so focused on work, on making a difference, on being someone who mattered despite having a father who had never bothered to even learn his name. He had no room for anything else. But that night, looking at her face, her pretty eyes the color of cognac or brandy, feeling like he belonged to her already, Josh decided he had plenty of room after all. A sharp smell pierced his memories. Fuck! The glaze was burning. He yanked the pan off the burner and flapped the dish towel in the air so the smoke detector wouldn't go off. Sarah leaped up from the couch to help, but it went off anyway, bleeding his failure. Darius and Ken opened the windows, and Jen opened the door, and Pebbles whirled in circles, barking at the painful noise. After an eternity, it stopped. Josh's ears were ringing. The glaze was charred, but still liquid. It'll be fine, Sarah said. Who doesn't like a little scorching? Seriously, it smells even better. She really was a good person. Thanks, Sarah. She lowered her voice. Hang in there, buddy. We won't stay long. He looked at her, surprised that she'd read his mind. That obvious? Yeah. Sorry. Ken's nice, by the way. He is very energetic. Not that way. Well, maybe he is. I don't know. We haven't... I'll stop talking. He nearly smiled. Why don't you herd everyone to the table? He asked. And she did. She put the chicken on the rice, drizzled the blackened sauce over it. He'd made too much, and some slopped over the edge. He added sesame seeds. Lauren had loved this dish. Crap, the broccoli was on the stove. He turned to check it, finding it way overcooked, a dull, ugly green. He tested it with a fork. It disintegrated into mush. Then came a clatter and the crash of something breaking. "Pebbles!" Jen said. And yep, the dog was eating the dakganjeong off the floor, wolfing it down without pausing to chew. "Pebbles, no!" Josh said, but she just wagged her tail and kept going for it. "Bad dog," said Darius, his deep voice scaring her. She glanced at him, took a final bite, then ran down the hall, clots of rice and sauce in her wake. Her muzzle and paws coated in dark red sauce, as if she'd just eaten a baby antelope. That shit was sticky. Was their bedroom door open? Yes, it was. God damn it. The dog would mess up Lauren's room, and it was his own fault. He ran down the hall. The spice had caught up with Pebbles, and she was rubbing her muzzle on the fluffy white rug Lauren had loved. Reddish-black paw prints already marred the pure white comforter. The room looked like a crime scene. "Pebbles!" he shouted, his voice way too loud. "You're very bad!" She bowed her head, and it hit him in the heart. This was Lauren's dog, Lauren's friend. "I'm sorry," he said, closing the door so she couldn't trash the rest of the house. "You're very beautiful. You're a good girl." She wagged her tail, then threw up. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry." She came to his knee, and he patted her sticky head, went into the master bedroom, grabbed some towels, cleaned her up as best he could, and closed her in the guest room. He'd deal with the mess when everyone left. With a sigh, he went back to the kitchen. Sarah was wiping up the stream of burnt sauce that had sloshed on the side of the island. "Ken, grab me the Windex from under the sink," she said. Darius was on his phone, and Jen was leaning on the counter, watching. The platter that broke had been a wedding gift from Lauren's boss. It was from Italy, Josh thought. "We can probably still eat this food," Ken said, looking at the mess, the broken platter. "There's a lot left." "No, we can't," Jen said, her wine glass in her hand. "The dog just ate it. There are shards of broken porcelain in there, and it's on the floor where all our shoes have been. So we're not eating it, Ken." "Yeah, no," Ken said. It's a shame, that's all, Josh. Nice try, man." "Maybe we should go," Jen said. Yes, go, he thought. But then he'd have to do this again some other night if he wanted to follow Lauren's instructions. She thought he should do this. Do this he would. "Please stay," Josh said. "I'll order something. Don't go yet." He looked at Sarah, who nodded. He hadn't told her about Lauren's letters. Maybe Lauren had told her. Regardless, they were all here. He was going to stick with the plan. Damn it. "I'm on it," Darius said, taking his phone out. "Everyone okay with pizza?" "The faster the better," Jen said. 40 minutes later, after he'd cleaned up the kitchen mess and tried unsuccessfully to make conversation, and Ken had given up on gluing the platter back together, the pizza arrived. Josh sat down, exhausted, took a sip of water. They ate. The pizza was awful, and they chewed grimly. Jen scratched her arm. Her face was flushed, but she kept drinking wine. Who could blame her? Sarah had offered to make a salad, but he didn't have lettuce, and she'd used up his remaining vegetables for the appetizer. He served the flaccid broccoli, noticing Darius shudder as he took a bite. Someone mentioned that baseball had started up again, and the Sox had lost 2/3 of their games so far. Typical. "Funny story?" Ken said, and Josh jumped a little. "My real name is Kenobi. My parents are total Star Wars geeks." "Well, that's a fucking curse, isn't it?" Jen said, and Darius subtly moved her wine glass a few inches away from her. "Is your brother named Darth Vader?" "No, but my sister is Leia." "Shouldn't you be Luke, then?" Jen asked. Our dog is Luke. Was. He died a long time ago. There was an awkward silence. Star Wars is a great movie, Josh offered. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Sarah supplied. You're my only hope. Obi grinned. I will help you, he said. I will totally help you, Sarah, and all of you, Jen, Darius, Josh. In fact, now that we're all pretty much done with dinner, I have something I want to show you guys. You do? Sarah asked. I do. Come on, let's go in the living room. He got up, went to his messenger bag by the front door, and pulled out a laptop. We should go, Jen said. We have children who are not named after Star Wars characters. But maybe next time, huh, Dee? Little Lando Calrissian? Baby Kylo Ren? Okay, hon, tone it down, Darius said, trying to hide his laugh. We can stay a little longer. Right, Jen whispered loudly. We can't leave Josh all by himself with this weirdo. Josh was grateful. This will only take a second, Obi-Wan Kenobi said. I promise you'll love it. Was he going to show cat videos? What? Josh looked at Sarah, who shrugged and grimaced. So you're probably thinking, what can you do for me? Teach us to use the Force? Jen asked, then Snort laughed. Ken was undeterred. And I get that, I do. So here's the deal. Darius, my brother. Nope, not your brother, Darius interrupted. Sure, no worries. Darius, you look like a guy who works out a lot, right? Football at UNC, you said. Awesome team, my brother. Man, but you are feeling a little tired these days. No, said Darius. Can't say that I am. Maybe this isn't the time, Sarah said. Actually, it's definitely not the time for whatever it is you're about to do. Like I said, it's 5 minutes that will change your life. Ken touched the keyboard. A logo floated onto the screen. Vita Kita Maxo in pulsing letters, along with images of very fit people working out behind it, bicycling, lifting weights, running, leaping through the air. Vita Kita Maxo is more than a protein shake, Ken went on, his voice rhythmic. Stop, said Sarah, her teeth gritted. She was mad, Josh deduced. Kind of interesting, her face getting blotchy that way. It's a way of life, Ken said. He clicked, and more fit people appeared on screen, now all drinking from green bottles. Jesus Christ, are you trying to sell us something? Jen asked, a little late to the party. She scratched her arm vigorously. Dude, fuck off. She grabbed her wine glass, polished off the last bit, and handed it to Darius. Hun, could you get me a tad more? You've had enough, haven't you, babe? No, babe. In that case, yes, my queen. Darius got up and got the bottle. You might think I'm trying to sell you something, Ken went on. But I'm not. I'm trying to give you something, a new way to look at the world. Like from the deck of the Death Star? Jen said. Obi-Wan, are you gonna blow up our planet? Just for the record, the real Obi-Wan Kenobi would never do that, Josh said. Star Wars had been very important to him during his adolescence, and loyalty was important in these matters. Oh, God, Ken, Sarah said. You're trying to sell us a nutrition drink, aren't you? Ken was lit with a zealous passion, his pasty skin turning pink. Oh my gosh, babe, it's so much more than that. I thought we agreed not to use babe just yet. Do you know why we're all here, Obi-Wan? Jen asked. Because my sister died. Joshua's wife. We're in fucking mourning, okay? To be honest, Josh was kind of enjoying the show. It was better than thinking about loneliness. On the computer screen, people were doing cartwheels across a meadow. Tell us more, Ken, he said, earning a dismayed look from Sarah. Thanks, Joshua, man. It's about lifestyle. It's the chance you've been waiting for, the opportunity to build a new life filled with riches. I'm itchy, Jen said. Is anyone else itchy? Maybe we should go, Darius said. You're kind of flushed. I already told you we can't leave Josh here alone with this freak, Jen barked. You know he's way too polite to kick this asshole out. Sarah, I'm sorry, but collect your date. Sarah tried to push the laptop closed, but Ken jerked it away. Ken, she said firmly, you're embarrassing me. Well, you're embarrassing yourself, but also me. Babe, just listen. Some people say Vita Maxo is a pyramid scheme, but it's actually very differently structured. Another click showed a diagram of a pyramid scheme. See, I'd be your distributor, and you'd sell, well, really give your friends a chance for a better life. Some of that money would flow back up to me to reinvest. You know what, babe? Jen said. I think you're right. She stuck out her arms. Are these hives? Sure enough, blotches of red marred her skin. Shit, I might be having an allergic reaction. What was on the pizza? Nothing you haven't eaten 1,000 times, Darius said. Where is it from? The sketchy place down the block? Jen let her head flop back on the couch. Darius glanced at Josh. You have an EpiPen, right? Just in case? Josh nodded. Benadryl, too. Lauren had been on so many medications that the doctor had prescribed an EpiPen preemptively, in case of an allergic reaction, since a compromised airway was not something they needed. Ken saw this as a great segue. Interesting that you bring up food allergies, Jen. Jenny, if I may? You may not. Josh felt a stir of laughter in his stomach. So, Jen, if you drank Vita Maxo, hives would never be a problem, ever. Food allergies would never be a problem. Vita Maxo is known to cure all food allergies and eliminate the need for vaccines. Oh, my Jesus, Sarah said, closing her eyes. Can I have the scientific data on that? Josh asked. 3 reputable sources, please. Ken didn't pause. It's a proven fact that Vita Maxo users live longer and healthier. He turned to Josh, his blue eyes wide and earnest. In fact, I'm guessing that if your wife had used Vita Maxo, she never would have... And then Josh must have moved from the couch because he had Obi-Wan Kenobi by his bony, long throat and was dragging him to the door, and everything was going red. Get the fuck out of my house, he said, opening the door and shoving him out. Josh went back, shoved the laptop into Ken's computer bag, threw them out into the hallway, then slammed the door. The quick brown fox, the quick brown fox, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The red began to evaporate. Josh's heart was thudding. The other 3 were silent. I'm very, very sorry, Sarah said eventually. I had no idea. I definitely have hives, Jen said. Probably too much red wine, baby, Darius said. Benadryl is in the bathroom, Josh said. He looked around. But aside from the dog eating our dinner, and your hives, Jen, and the shitty pizza and the sales pitch, how's everyone doing? Darius started laughing, and then so did Jen, and then Sarah. Josh felt himself almost smiling. He'd forgotten he could make people laugh from time to time. In another minute, he managed to smile. After a second, he even laughed, the sound rusty from neglect. The first time he'd laughed since Lauren had died.
Chapter 9. Lauren. 11 months left. March 13th. Dear Dad, I was in the hospital again. Ugh. Right before my 2nd anniversary, too. Just for 3 days this time, but I definitely know the staff by now. I had pneumonia, which is not good. Here's an insider secret. Being sick is really boring. Boring to live, boring to discuss, boring to hear about, and yet everyone asks. Everyone. You look too pretty to be in here, said the guy taking me to a chest x-ray. What's the matter with you, honey? So I told him, like I tell everyone. I'm a walking advocate for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis research, education, and treatment. I can recite facts in my sleep. Then there are the other sick people I see. Most of them are older, and I think I make them feel good about themselves. At least I'm 80. That poor girl over there isn't even 30. The worst thing is to see the sick kids. If I could donate the time I have left to them, I'd do it, Dad. I'd do it in a heartbeat. Sorry to be a downer today. I seem to have the blues. Miss you, Pop. Lauren. We should take a vacation, Lauren said. She was itchy and scratchy, still irritable that she'd had to go to the hospital again. Maybe somewhere tropical and warm, since we didn't do anything for our anniversary. We could go back to Hawaii, he suggested. Rent the same house. It seemed so long ago, their honeymoon. That carefree time when she thought an inhaler could cure her. When they talked about baby names and learning to scuba dive and how they'd come back to Kauai for their 25th anniversary to renew their vows. She didn't want to taint that beautiful place with her sickness. Let's go somewhere different, she said brightly. The Caribbean, maybe? I've never been, and the flight's a lot shorter. Whatever you want, honey. He squeezed her hand, and she squeezed back. Lucky. She was damn lucky. That's my girl, she could almost hear her father say. That's my girl. The difference between the trip to Hawaii and the trip to Turks and Caicos was the oxygen. In Hawaii, they had been that gorgeous couple on their honeymoon. Here, they were that tragic couple. Oh, the looks or overly kind faces, and yes, even tears her mere presence brought on. So young, so attractive. The horror, etc. Josh had chosen a spectacular resort filled with stone pathways and tropical gardens, a spa, and 5-star restaurants. The sky was impossibly blue, and the turquoise water so clear they could see a turtle from 50 feet away. Their villa had a living room, covered porch, and a bedroom with an enormous bed. First things first, put that bed to good use, and Lauren wasn't talking about a nap. They walked slowly down the beach afterward, her long pink summery dress blowing, a big straw hat on her head. Redheads were cursed when it came to the sun. Her oxygen was in her leather bag, and if you didn't look closely, you might not notice the cannula in her nose. For a little while, she wouldn't notice either. She'd notice the soft sand and hot sun, her husband's hand in hers, the brush of her dangly earrings on her shoulders. She'd listen to the birds and figure out how to go snorkeling tomorrow. That evening, they chose one of the restaurants on the resort property. There was a huge terrace scattered with tables, candles, and flowers everywhere. They got a table overlooking the garden and the ocean beyond, and ignored the pitying yet encouraging looks that said, "Good for you, eating even though you're sick. Aren't you brave?" Sigh. They'd made their way through their appetizers when a server approached. "Another couple would like to pay for your dinners," he murmured. She and Josh exchanged puzzled looks. "Ah, over there," an older couple waved discreetly. "No," Josh said. "It's very kind, but no thanks," Lauren said. "They insist." "It's sweet, but no," Lauren said. She looked at the couple and shook her head, smiling firmly. The waiter grimaced. "They said not to take no for an answer." "Tell them to donate to a veterans group or save the children instead," Lauren suggested. "They said you were very brave." "No," Josh said, leaping to his feet. "I can pay for my wife's dinner, goddammit." He turned to face the couple, whose expressions had morphed into abrupt shock. "Take your pity and shove it up your ass." "Honey," she said, standing. "No. Mind your own fucking business," he yelled, his voice hard. "We don't need your money. We're not the Make-A-Wish Foundation." "Sir," the waiter said, "please, I'm so sorry." It's not you," Lauren said, putting her hand on Josh's arm. "Joshua, sit down, honey." "No, we're not animals in a zoo, okay? We came here for dinner and to be left the fuck alone." His anger, it was so rare, so unlike him. Her heart was thudding sickly, and if she wasn't really careful, she'd cry, which wouldn't help anything. Everyone was staring. "Can we cancel the rest of our order?" she asked, and the waiter nodded and scurried away. "Josh, come on, we're leaving." Rigid with fury, he let her take his arm, and they walked back toward their suite. His strides were long, and she was out of breath before they'd made it 10 yards. "Okay, enough," she said sharply. "I can't keep up. Can you slow down, please?" He jerked to a stop. "They had no fucking business. Josh, knock it off. They were trying to do something nice, that's all. I don't care." He wasn't mad at the offer. He was angry because she was sick. Because life wasn't fair. And Josh wasn't good with anger. It flummoxed him, confused him, ate at him. "Sweetheart, go for a long walk or run, okay? I know you're upset. Just burn it off. I'm going to go to the bar and eat and read, and I'll see you when you're over this." "Fine." He strode off, and Lauren went back to the restaurant, apologized to the waiter, left him a big tip, and went to the bar, collapsing into a booth, winded and distressed, trying not to cry. She wasn't mad at him. She was heartbroken for him. Those people had touched a nerve by singling them out, and all Josh wanted was for them to be a normal couple, in love, enjoying each other. Not a couple with the clock ticking. Not a couple where one would be left alone. How could she do this to him? How could she help him, her beautiful loner husband? What would happen to him? He had told her she was his first love, my one and only, he'd said. But in a year, or 3 or 10, he'd be a widower. Being alone by choice was one thing. Her death, it could ruin him. She could ruin the person she loved best in the world. She went back to the empty suite and got ready for bed. She missed Pebbles. She missed Josh. She missed her sister. The skylight above their bed showed the vast, starlit sky, and tears trickled out of her eyes and into the pillow. But sleep wasn't a choice as much as a necessity, and the bed was huge and white and cool, and within minutes she was asleep. Sometime later, she woke up to Josh getting into bed. He wrapped her in his arms and kissed her forehead. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "It's okay." "I sent flowers to that couple," he said, "and a gift certificate to the spa." She smiled against his chest. "Did you apologize?" "I did, in a note." She kissed him. "You're a good guy, Joshua Park." "I'm an idiot." "No. You get to be upset." "I love you." His voice was rough. "I know, honey. I know." The stars burned in the sky, so bright on this moonless night, it felt like a message. She kissed him again, more intently, suddenly aching for him, and tugged at his t-shirt. Her beautiful Josh. He cradled her face in his hands and kissed her back, and tonight they were more in love than ever before, desperate for each other, complete only with each other, hearts thumping, mouths seeking and finding, their bodies joined in the shelter of their bed. He fell asleep after, exhausted from his rare anger, from their lovemaking. She suddenly knew what to do, how to look after Josh when she was gone. As quietly as she could, she slipped out of bed and found her notebook. There were a few things she wanted to do on this little trip. Snorkel and swim in the clear water, take a horseback ride, sleep in the hammock that was strung between 2 trees, watch a porno. Hey, Adult Selections was part of the cable package that came with their suite, and she'd never seen one before. Clitty Clitty Bang Bang looked promising, even if it did ruin her childhood with its title alone. Josh arranged everything. He had a hammock set up in the little garden that led to the beach. Shade, an arrangement of tropical flowers in a vase, a bottle of champagne. My queen, he said. "A nap on the beach awaits you." "Oh, how fabulous! A dream come true," she said. She climbed into the hammock, and Josh set her oxygen next to her and adjusted the cannula. He covered her with a soft blanket because even though it was 80 degrees, she got cold easily. Then he sat on the lawn beside her, looking out at the gentle azure ocean. She reached out and stroked his hair, which gleamed in the sun. "I never knew anyone could love me as much as you do," she said. He looked at the grass, then back up at her, and those dark-lit eyes were shiny with tears. "Same here," he whispered. "Same here. And you never know. I could die first. Get hit by a bus." "Look both ways, loser. The world needs you. Besides, when you're a widower, maybe Beyonce will be free." "I'd rather have 1 hour with you than 1,000,000 days with Beyonce." "Oh, please, you're lying. I'd take Beyonce in a heartbeat." She traced his adorable ear with one finger. "You're married to a woman with a terminal illness. Our life is a catastrophe. Now that you bring it up, you are kind of a loser." She snorted. "Ah, well, what was on that card from Mean Debbie? It's not about counting the days, it's about making each day count." I just threw up in my mouth. "I hear you. Let's stop talking about death. It's a beautiful day." "I'm sorry I'm so maudlin today. I don't know what's wrong with me." "You have a grave lung condition," he intoned. Right, I forgot." He turned to look at her, and his eyes were full of tears. "I love you with all my heart, Lauren Park." "I love you with all my pancreas." "I love you with both kidneys," he said, smiling just a little. "I love you with all my liver, and the liver is very important, as you know." "Go to sleep, wife. I have plans for you later involving a certain magical car that can somehow induce orgasm." "Oh, my God." She fell asleep, still smiling. She slept, and when she woke up, they went inside to the big bed and got naked and turned on the porno. A UPS man appeared on the screen, knocking on the door of a woman wearing a red thong and sparkly pasties, holding a broom. "What?" Lauren exclaimed. "That's what I wear when doing housework, too." "What is it about UPS?" Josh asked. "Do they know what their drivers are doing all day? And where's the magical car? I was promised a magical car." They lasted 4 more minutes into the film before their laughter made watching it impossible. It served its purpose, though. They made love afterward, and it was gentle and filled with laughter and smiles. On their second to last night there, they sat on the patio sofa, her back against his chest, his arms around her, and they watched the sun sink into the cream and orange clouds. When the sun slid behind the ocean, the water turned cobalt, and the clouds faded to purples and pinks, then gray. Herons, sandpipers, and pelicans gabbled as the waves shushed against the shore, and the stars came out one by one, growing brighter as the sky turned indigo. If she could choose where to die, she'd pick here. Just one gentle last breath, then nothing. Unfortunately, the odds were against her in that respect. She'd Googled the videos. She'd seen the documentaries. Dying of oxygen deprivation was not pretty. She sat up and wrapped the blanket more snugly around her shoulders. "Josh, we need to talk about something." His face locked. "What?" he asked, but she knew he knew. "Stuff?" She stifled a cough and swallowed. "End of life stuff?" Josh bent his head. "It's too early to think like that." "Well, honey, it's obviously on your mind, or you wouldn't have gotten so mad the other night. And it's on mine. This is the perfect time to talk because then we can put it away and have fun tomorrow. I want to go swimming again." Tears were thickening the back of her throat. She coughed to clear it. The last thing she needed was mucus gunk choking her. A nice yoga breath, a conscious relaxing of her neck and throat muscles. But her eyes stung nonetheless. Please, Josh, let's get it out of the way. He looked away. A night bird trilled, then fell silent. Okay, Josh said, and his voice was flat and expressionless. Go ahead. Her heart hurt. It hurt like a dull knife was pushing through it a centimeter at a time. So I've been thinking about it a little here and there, and I know it's probably a long way off, but just in case. Her voice choked off as she swallowed a sob. He took her hands and studied them, the diamonds of her engagement ring winking like a star. That had been such a happy day, the day he proposed. It seemed like decades ago in another life. A healthy life. She took a careful breath, as deep as she could. I wanted to just be you and me at the very end. Not my mom, not Jen, not anyone but us. He nodded and swallowed, his perfect throat working. His grip on her hands tightened. I'd like to say goodbye to everyone, if that's possible. You know, if I can tell I'm winding down, but can still talk and stuff. He nodded, then bent so his head rested on their joined hands. He was crying. Of course he was. It was impossible not to, and she was too. I don't want heroic measures, she whispered. If it's the end, we have to let it be. I don't want to be a body kept alive by machines just for another day or two. When I go, I want to be me. I know there'll be drugs and stuff, but I want to be able to look at you. Her hands were wet from his tears. He nodded, unable to speak. Given the choice, she'd pick his life over hers. Any day, every day. If one of them had to die, it should be her, because he was such a gift to the entire world. He was. He was everything. She bent over so her head rested on his, the two of them folded together like origami. She pulled one hand free and stroked his black hair. Oh, she loved him so much. So much. Are you done? He asked, his voice thick. Well, a couple more things. She straightened up. I don't want to die at home. He looked up at her. You don't? No, I don't want you to remember me dead in our bed or on the kitchen floor or, I don't know, on the toilet. He half laughed, half sobbed. Okay, no toilet death. If you do die there, I'll move you so you look dignified and lie to everyone. That's what I'm talking about. She smiled, but her mouth was wobbling. I want a big-ass funeral, too, where everyone is sobbing, but laughing, too, and really good food and music. None of that church stuff. I want Beyoncé and Bruno in person, if possible. He laughed, and his laugh was a sign of his love, because he knew she couldn't take it if he broke. Anything else? Yes, eulogy by Jen. Toasts at the after-party from anyone who wants. And then I want to be cremated and mixed in with the soil and have a tree grow out of me. They have these urns for that. He kissed her hands, then looked at her, eyes wet, trying to smile. What if the tree dies? How shitty will I feel then? Water me twice a week and stick me in the sun. It's not hard, Joshua. Don't be a loser. Did you know you can make your loved one's ashes into jewelry? Okay, that's morbid. And who would wear that? I want to be a tree. Just don't let Pebbles pee on me. He pulled her into his arms and held her tight. She adjusted the cannula and then squeezed him back, holding him with all her strength. I love you, he whispered. I'm the luckiest man in the world because I married you. And the thing was, she knew he meant it. Tell me you'll be okay without me. I won't be. She said nothing, And Josh was quiet a long moment. The only sound, the rhythm of the ocean waves against the shore. "I will be," he said, his voice rough. "I'll be grateful for every day I got to be your husband." She turned and wrapped herself around him. And though they tried so hard, so many times not to cry, sometimes you just had to. Even when it felt like your heart was being pulled out of your chest, still beating. Even when you had to cough and gasp and would need to up the airflow on your oxygen. Their tears soaked into each other's hair, skin, clothes. But it was okay. Everyone died. Her death was just a little less theoretical than most. Besides, she had a new project now, unrelated to public space design, and one of which she thought her father heartily approved. A person had to plan for the future, after all, even if she wouldn't be there for it.
Chapter 10. Joshua. Still month 2, April, 12:51 a.m. Why hadn't he gotten a fifth opinion? They'd gone to Dr. Bennett at Rhode Island Hospital, then to Mass General and Brigham and Women's in Boston, and later to the Mayo Clinic. Every pulmonologist agreed that the treatment plan Dr. Bennett had laid out was the same one they would have followed, and everyone could see how well that turned out. Josh should have taken her to Yale New Haven, and New York Presbyterian, and National Jewish Health in Denver, UCSF, Cleveland Clinic. Shit, there had to be places that did better. Earlier in the day, technically yesterday, he noted, he tried to work, but got derailed when a notification from Pulmonary Fibrosis News popped up. A new trial was coming, and the lead researcher was from Yale. They should have gone to Yale. He should have kept looking. If he had, Lauren could well be here with him now, quite possibly even better. He could move closer to her, put his arm around her, kiss her shoulder. She would turn toward him, sleepy but smiling, and they'd kiss. And he'd slide his hand under her shirt and feel the warm curve of her breast. He jammed his fingers in his hair and clenched his head. He wasn't going to make it through this night. He'd called Jen, but shit, no, it was way too late. That grief forum he'd found for young widowers and widows, the subreddit group. No. He didn't want to be around more pain. Time to call AppleCare. It was that, or he'd start howling or run into the streets or go into the first-floor gym to hit the punching bag. But the last time he did that, creepy Charlotte had come in at 3 a.m. to do yoga in very little clothing. Apple it would be. He had an extended warranty, and it was time for that investment to pay off. He called 1-800-MY-APPLE, so easy to remember from that time when his laptop froze during a system upgrade. It had taken forever, but the person had been wicked nice. He punched the appropriate buttons and said the appropriate words. Computer, MacBook Air, software not updating. Then, finally, he heard a human voice. "Hi, this is Rory. Who am I speaking to?" "Joshua." "Can I have your phone number in case we get disconnected?" Josh gave it and explained his non-existent problem. "No worries," said Rory, his voice chipper. "We can do a safe reboot and see what happens." "Great," said Josh. Rory gave him the instructions, and Josh pretended to do the things. "This might take a little while," Rory said. "Not a problem." Was Rory going to hang up? If you could stay on the line till it's up and running." "Yeah, absolutely." They sat in amiable silence for a minute or two. "How's the weather where you are?" asked Rory. "It's beautiful," Josh said, having no idea what the weather was like at the moment. "Where do you live?" "Hawaii, Kauai," Josh lied. "Oh, man, you're lucky. What's it like there?" It would be 7 o'clock there. The sun would be starting to set, and he'd be sitting on the deck of their house, and Lauren would bring him a glass of ice water with a sprig of mint in it. She'd have a glass of rosé, and she'd curl up next to him. "It's beautiful. It's Hawaii, right? Our house is up on a cliff. It rained a little while ago, but it's gorgeous now. Sunset will be soon." Those sunsets had been incredible. Better than any movie. "Must be amazing." "Oh, yeah. A real nice place to live." Kauai, that's the little island, right? Rory asked. One of them. It's called the Garden Island because it rains so much. Really lush. They filmed part of Jurassic Park here. Oh, cool. Were you born there? Yes. Like every person who visited Hawaii, he and Lauren had talked about living there someday. She wanted to raise their kids close to their families, so living in Hawaii would be down the road a bit once the kids were in college. But when he and Lauren were still young enough to snorkel and surf and hike, yep. The images were so clear. He could smell the plumeria. He'd wear a Hawaiian shirt every day, and their kids would learn the language and be good stewards of the land. Lauren would manage to get a little tan. She'd work on developing parks and help preserve Hawaiian cultural spots. And so if I was going to go to Hawaii, which islands should I see? Rory asked. Well, definitely Kauai, Josh said. Natural beauty, the prettiest beach in the world at Hanalei Bay. My wife loves to body surf, and she says that place is the best. Which was true. She had. Maui is fantastic, too. Great hotels and restaurants, plus Haleakala National Park. You have to see the sunset from there, man. Bring a coat, though. It gets cold. For volcanoes, go to the Big Island. If the medical engineering didn't work out, he could become a tour guide, maybe. This other version of himself was quite talkative, full of information. On the phone with Rory, he didn't have to be Josh in Gray, Rhode Island. He could be Josh who lived in Hawaii and went fishing and knew a sushi chef who'd make you a roll before the catch was even an hour old. He was outgoing rather than socially awkward, this Josh who sat in the dark and lied. He sure as hell wasn't Josh whose wife died. Where do you live, Rory? He asked. I live in Montana. Also really beautiful, but totally different, I'm sure. Are you near the mountains? Sure I am. Do you get to Yellowstone at all? Oh, yeah, I love Yellowstone. Hayden Valley is my favorite part. Josh and Lauren had planned on going there. My God, they never would. They never would. My wife and I hope to get there, he said around the tightness in his throat. Maybe this summer. Wait for September if you can. Fewer tourists. Cool, Josh said. There are bison, right? Absolutely. Big as a truck. Josh could imagine it. Lauren would shriek if they came too close. Nah, she'd be brave. He wondered if they could see a wolf. She loved wolves. The companionable silence stretched on. How are we doing with the download? Almost there? Rory asked. Yes. Seems like everything's back to normal. Shit. Guess he'd have to hang up now since he'd been on the phone for an hour and 13 minutes. Thanks so much, Rory. You bet. You'll get an email survey about how we did, and if you have any other issues, no, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for being a voice in the middle of the night. Thanks for letting me be someone else for a little while. Thanks for working the night shift. Thanks for never knowing how much I lost. The survey came. He gave Rory top marks for everything. Chapter 11. Joshua. Month 3. May 1st. The whole world stops when a young person dies. At least, the world you live in. At first, everyone you know rallies around you, stunned and grieving, milling around. The solidarity of loss binds people together. No one can imagine moving forward. No one wants to. Stop all the clocks, as the poem instructs. And time does seem to stop. No one in your world can ever see being happy again. It's an impossibility. Nothing will be the same. Nothing ever should be the same. The world is ruined by her death. There are the tasks immediately following, the phone calls, the arrangements, the assignments. You'll go to the funeral home while her sister goes to the church, and this other one will order the flowers. There is so much to do. Thank God, because your brain cannot accept what's happened, and if you stood still for a second, you might spontaneously explode, like a wine glass shatters with a high note. Your feet are still moving, and someone is pushing food and water on you, and another person is coming in now, and your phone is buzzing with texts and calls, and there's another knock on the door, You put together the photo collages, the PowerPoint that will show during the wake and reception. You'll make the playlist she requested, pick out readings, order food. For a week or two, the world is filled with the details of death. Family huddles close. Her friends are devastated. Her coworkers can barely function. Her doctor calls to check on you. Her nurses come to the funeral. For a short time, her death makes you the center of so many lives. And then, it trickles off. There are children to be cared for, homes to be cleaned, food to be prepared. The coworkers still have jobs to do. The friends start getting on with their lives. The stopped clocks start ticking once more. 2 months and 1 week after Lauren died, that first day came for Josh. The day when no one called, texted, emailed, dropped by. Not Jen, not Ben, not Donna, not Sarah, not his mother, not Darius, not Bruce, the mighty and beneficent, not a random former classmate who'd just heard the news. The first day of his life when his widowed state went unheralded by anyone. It was obscene. Message received loud and clear. The world was adjusting to Lauren's absence. Oh, he knew Donna and Jen would never get over her, would think of her every day. But Jen had a husband and 2 kids. Donna had a living daughter and 2 grandchildren. They both worked. They had places to go. His own mother ran an entire hospital lab, viewed Sumi and Ben as her siblings, belonged to 4 book clubs, and volunteered through her church. But you think she might have called her only child just to check in. A fucking text, maybe, Mom? No. Nothing. Josh waited all day in a state of furious, silent martyrdom, hating himself, hating everyone else. Took the dog for a run, spoke to no one. Checked his phone every 10 minutes, then every 5, then restarted it in case it had a glitch. Still nothing. He could, of course, reach out to someone. Ben would go for a walk with him. All he had to do was ask, and they'd be at the Botanical Center or driving to Boston. It would be better than this ridiculous, pointless anger. But this was a test of them, a test of him. Everyone failed. By 8:37 p.m., he hated them all. Fury was creeping into his head like a disease. A red-out was coming. The first time it happened, he was 6, and the school bully, Sam, who was bigger and stronger than any kid in class, had thrown Caitlin's eyeglasses across the cafeteria. Caitlin was a special needs girl and Josh's friend. Joshua didn't remember anything about what happened until he was in the principal's office with his mother, being told that he'd tackled Sam. Josh asked why there was blood on his shirt and why his eye was hurting. It was because Sam had punched him in the face. Josh had hit back, splitting Sam's lip. Both boys had been suspended for a week, but Stephanie took him out for ice cream that afternoon, and when he came back to school, Caitlin handed him a card with her painstaking printing. Thanks for sticking up for me. Another time, when he was 10, his mother had a violently bad reaction to a pepper and had to be rushed away in the ambulance with anaphylaxis. The Kims had come over, but Josh had been like a feral animal, they told him later. It had taken Ben and another neighbor to carry him in the house and hold him down until he came back into himself. A few days later, after talking to his pediatrician, Josh's mother told him these incidents weren't uncommon for people with Asperger's, as they called it then. The trick was handling it, distracting himself. She'd given him a sentence to chant when he was little. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. It has every letter in the alphabet, she said. Think about it, Josh. Count the letters. It had become a mantra when the red started to flare. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. At the same time, Ben had taught him to box, or at least the different types of punches used in boxing. Josh never hit any human, but hitting the bag was cathartic. Now, at 8:42 p.m., he could see the red rising. Still time to hit it off at the pass. He went to the always-empty gym on the first floor of their building and beat the shit out of a punching bag. Barefisted. The smack of his fists against the hard leather, the exhale with the effort, the sting of the punch, the ache radiating up his arm weren't enough. Harder. Harder. The hiss as he punched the bag turned into exhalations of ha, ha. Sweat poured off his body. The exhalations turned into words. No, no, no. Then into curse words, so foul and filthy he should have been ashamed. But he wasn't. He was furious. She shouldn't have died. She should not have died, goddammit. And the motherfucking idiot way behind the times motherfucking healthcare system fucked her over and left her for goddamn dead and had motherfucking nothing to offer her. The stupid son of a bitch, asshole, fucking shit, fuck. His fury bounced off the walls, echoing, and his knuckles were bleeding now, his fists sliding as they landed on his own blood. And good. The pain felt better than the helpless, oppressive nothingness. Finally, staggering from exhaustion, sweat running down his bare torso, his hands looking like they'd been through a meat grinder, he staggered to grab a towel and mop himself up. Creepy Charlotte, with her pale blue eyes that were too far apart, smiled at him from the doorway. "Want to grab a drink, Josh?" "Jesus Christ, no," he said. He got the disinfectant wipes and scoured the punching bag, distantly noting the burn on his knuckles. "Another time, then?" "No, never." "See you soon." And people thought he was bad at reading signals. The punching bag had done the trick. He was so tired he had to take the elevator up the 2 floors to his apartment. He showered, the hot water stinging his hands. When he was done, he went into their room, closed the door so Pebbles wouldn't come in and mess up the bed. Last week, he'd awakened already knowing she was gone. He didn't reach out for her. That in itself ripped his heart apart all over again. 2 months and 1 week was all it took for his muscles and instinct to adjust. Reaching for her had been his habit in marriage. Now, marriage was over. And his stupid body recognized that. He had stopped checking her side of the bed in the middle of the night, stopped wondering if she was already up. He didn't call her name. He didn't check his watch, wondering if it was time for her meds or a walk or some breathing exercises. He didn't accidentally reach for 2 plates at dinner time, whenever that was, and when he realized he didn't, he deliberately set out 2 plates because the acceptance of her absence was worse than the forgetting of her death. She was dead. It was a fact now, and that was more awful than walking into a room and wondering where she was. He shouldn't get used to this. It was grotesque to even consider. And now, today, May 1st, the day he had proposed to her 4 years ago, he'd gotten down on one knee as the crab apple blossoms rained down gently all around them, and asked Lauren Rose Carlyle to be his wife. He went to her bureau and opened her jewelry box, where he'd put her engagement and wedding rings at some point. He didn't have a clear memory of that, but here they were. He'd give them to Octavia someday, he supposed, or to Sebastian for his future wife. Or he could throw them in the fucking ocean, at the beach on Cape Cod, where they'd had so many beautiful days and nights. Maybe he'd just walk into the ocean himself with the rings in one hand, his pockets loaded with rocks to weigh him down. Maybe a passing great white shark would eat him, and he could be dead then too. 2 ghosts drifted around their apartment. Lauren and the Josh who had been her husband. So much more than this empty bag of bones. For the first time since the night she'd gone into the hospital with the pneumonia that killed her, Josh lay on their bed, not in it, just on top of the covers, staring at the ceiling. He'd had to wash the comforter after Pebbles and her Korean chicken adventure, but Lauren's pillow had been untouched by the sticky sauce. He leaned over and inhaled, smelling her, and the invisible fist of grief slammed him in the heart. He lay on his back, cradling the pillow, worried that it would lose its Lauren smell. "Don't move," he told himself, so tired that the thought made sense. "Don't move, and it won't find you." If he could stay empty, he wouldn't wind up on the floor, howling. He prayed for sleep, for a dream about his wife, but his eyes stayed open. 12:14 a.m. 1:21. 2:07. 3:38. 4:15. 5:03. 5:49. Light filtered into the room. He could get up now. He made coffee, opened the fridge, closed the fridge, took Pebbles out to pee, came back up to drink the coffee. He went onto the online forum for young widowers and widows and asked how people survived this. Drink lots of water, people reminded him, his fellow amputees, fellow husks. Congratulate yourself on getting out of bed or eating something. Get some exercise. Be kind to yourself. Process the trauma, the forum people said, whatever that meant. He tried to remember if he'd taken the dog for a run yesterday. Maybe he could go for a run now. It was drizzly and gray outside. He might have to give Pebbles a bath afterward. That would kill some time. So he pulled on his running shoes and out they went. People were on their way to work. Lots of raincoats, lots of umbrellas, lots of fast walkers going into buildings. Josh kept running, turning at the river, running at the base of College Hill. His earbuds were in, though he had forgotten his phone, or left it behind subconsciously. Still, the earbuds would protect him. Providence was a small city, and he'd grown up here, gone to 2 colleges here. He didn't want to see anyone, talk to anyone. They'd blown their chance yesterday. It was a shock, this continuing world. So many people were happy. Didn't they know what was in store for them? Look at me and despair, he wanted to tell them, like Jacob Marley's ghost. I was once you. He wanted to grab one of those happy assholes and shake them. He stopped at a red light, then ran when it changed, stepping into an ankle-deep puddle of tepid water. Pebbles' belly was wet and dingy. God, he missed being married. Coming home to someone to ask where his other sock was, someone to tease, someone to touch. He was alone in a sea of people, all of them connected, it seemed. He had his mom, the Kims, somewhere out there, the biological father who had deserted him before he was born, so what good was he? He had Lauren's small family. That was it. What a shit idea it had been for him to work for himself, by himself. Well, it had been incredibly lucky when Lauren was alive and fighting, but it was shit now. He could get a job somewhere, but the thought of leaving the house every day, coming home to it, no, not yet. The literature said not to make big decisions the first year of widowhood. He eventually found himself running on his own street, having circled back, unsure of how long he'd been gone. Pebbles was panting and filthy. He took the stairs to their apartment, opened the door, and looked at the kitchen clock. 11:09. Jesus. It was impossibly still morning. Wash the dog, towel her dry, take a shower, get dressed, clean the bathroom of wet dog fur, eat, drink. 12:13. He sighed and closed his burning eyes, lay down on the couch, but was tormented by visions of Lauren's last hours. He sighed again, got up, and headed for his computer. Pebbles came trotting over, but she was wobbly, favoring her left back leg. "What's the matter, Pooch?" he asked, the sound of his voice too loud for his own ears. "You okay?" He ran his hand down her leg, and she whimpered. "Great, Josh," he said out loud. "Now you've ruined the dog." Pebbles turned to lick his face. "I'm sorry, honey. I'll take you to the vet, okay?" Yes. Even if she was just a little sore from too much exercise, it would give him something to do. If there was one thing he was good at, it was doctor's appointments. He called the vet's office and gave his name. "Pebbles? An Australian Shepherd mix?" the receptionist asked. "That's right." There was a pause. "I was sorry to read about your wife's death in the paper. She was lovely." Lauren's obituary had been in the Providence Journal since she'd been a damn impressive woman and had grown up here. "Thank you," he said after a pause, remembering to speak. "Come in at 2, she said. "We had a cancellation." "Thank you," he repeated, and hung up. By the time they got there, Pebbles wasn't limping anymore. Still, they were here. He could fill the day. In person, the receptionist was all business, which Josh appreciated. He checked in, sat down, and waited. Looked at Cat Fancy magazine, which was a real thing. Checked his phone, a text from Jen asking him over for dinner this weekend. He answered yes immediately. Thank God. He'd see the kids. It would be noisy. Darius would slap him on the shoulder. He'd be back in the land of the living, in other words. He asked what he could bring. She told him to bring some beer. He would do that. There was another text from his dentist reminding him he had an appointment. Press Y to confirm, C to cancel. C it was. Wasn't he suffering enough? The thought made him smile a little. Lauren would have liked that joke. He glanced at the other clients in the waiting room. An older woman was talking in a baby voice to an enormous cat who stared with murderous eyes at the Great Dane across the room. The Great Dane sat motionless, perhaps scared of the cat, while his owner read something on his phone. A youngish woman, 30 maybe, sat with a very ugly, patchy, dull white dog of indeterminate parentage and wiped away tears. The dog, he was 93% certain it was a dog, looked really old. Its bottom teeth, the ones that remained, jutted out, its eyes goopy. Probably here for euthanasia, Josh guessed. Its owner noticed him looking and wiped her eyes again. "What's wrong with your dog?" she asked. "Oh, she was limping before." "How old is she?" 2 and change. "She's pretty. What's her name?" "Pebbles?" "Interact, Josh," he heard Lauren say. "Yours?" "Duffy." Josh didn't ask what was wrong with Duffy. He didn't want to know, frankly, because he suspected he'd respond with, "Big deal, my wife just died." The cat growled. The Great Dane whimpered, then tried to climb on his owner's lap. "My dog's really old," Duffy's owner said. "No shit, Sherlock." "Really?" Josh said. "He looks great." White lies were good for the soul, Lauren used to say. "He's 16. "That's great." Josh wasn't aware that dogs lived that long. "I know he's old, but I'm hoping for a couple more years." Her face scrunched as she tried not to cry. "I was hoping for a couple more years too, lady." "Good luck." "Thanks." "Duffy?" one of the techs called, and the woman stood up, old Duffy in her arms, his head on her shoulder like a baby. "Thanks for talking to me," she said, looking back at Josh. It was an oddly sweet thing to say. "You're welcome." He should say more. "Feel better, Duffy?" "Good luck with your dog." She waved with her bottom hand, and Josh nodded, forcing a smile. If that dog lasted another month, someone should call CNN. He looked down at Pebbles, who seemed to agree. Shit. Someday Pebbles would die too, and that would be it. His last tie to Lauren, the only pet they'd ever owned together. Their fur baby. No, scratch that. He wasn't going there. But Lauren's dog, still. "I'm sorry, Pebs," he said in a whisper. "Sorry we lost her." As he suspected, Pebbles was perfectly healthy. "No more than 5 miles on a run, okay?" the vet said cheerfully, giving him some anti-inflammatory. "It's great for her because she's a working dog and used to a lot of exercise, but she's bred for it in spurts, not a marathon. Give her a week off, then ease back into it." He scratched Pebbles' ears, getting a cow-like moo of appreciation. "Thanks," Josh said. "We were all really sorry to hear about your wife," the vet added, not looking at him. "Thank you." He was grateful for the lack of eye contact. When he got home, he gave Pebbles her pill and a snack, then went to bed and fell into a black, dreamless sleep. He was awakened by a pounding at the door, an irritable voice calling his name. "Sarah." He stumbled to the door. "What's wrong?" he said, opening it. "I texted you 3 times and called twice," she said. "I was asleep." "When did you go to bed?" she asked, her voice bossy. He glanced at the clock. "Hours ago." I don't know." "I thought so, Josh. You have to establish a schedule, buddy. Sleeping for God knows how many hours isn't going to help you move through this." He bit down on a sharp answer. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "It's letter day." She pulled an envelope from her bag. "There are 2 this time, so I just brought them both. I was supposed to bring this one the other day, but I got slammed at work with an emergency placement," which meant some kid had been removed from his or her home, brought to a stranger's home with a plastic bag of clothes and maybe a toothbrush. She told enough stories that he knew. Lauren used to say that Sarah had always been tough, but she had a heart like a feather pillow. That must have been hard, he said, remembering to be human. It was pretty horrible, yes. Why 2 letters? She dated this one. I don't know why. Also, I don't know what's in those letters. She didn't tell me, and obviously I wouldn't look. She handed him 2 envelopes this time. One said Josh, May 1st. The other, Josh, number 3. Her handwriting was so round and sweet. Lauren had had something to say yesterday. Yesterday, when he felt so alone and forgotten. His heart started thumping harder. Sarah tilted her head. You okay, pal? What? Yeah, I'm fine. We should get together, you know? She shrugged. Dinner? A movie? An outing somewhere? Let's hang out. It'll be good for both of us. Her words were a blur. Okay, sure. Thank you, Sarah. I have to run. I'm going to Long Island for a conference. I'm presenting a workshop on kinship care, so maybe when I get back? He had to drag his eyes off the envelopes. That's great. Good for you, Sarah. About the workshop. She smiled. Thanks. See you next week, okay? Okay, he said. Thank you for doing this, by the way. Bringing these to me. A wave of grief rippled across her face. Anything for her, she said, her voice growing husky. He hadn't been much of a friend to Sarah since Lauren died, but she'd been there for him 100%, and for Lauren, too. If he did see her next week, he'd try to remember to ask about the conference, her presentation. He'd try to be a better friend. He leaned in for an awkward hug, bumping his chin against her cheek. She smelled nice, clean, and outdoorsy. Not like Lauren, but still nice. He didn't like a lot of perfumes or scented soaps, aside from his wife's, but Sarah smelled pretty. Take care. Have a good trip. Thanks, she said, patting him on the shoulder. Then she turned and went down the stairs. She was good-looking. He never really recognized that before, but she was, and it was oddly nice to notice. Blonde and tall, where Lauren had been a redhead, and smaller. Attractive when Lauren had been stunning. To him, anyway. The most beautiful woman in any room, anywhere, any time. Time to read what she had to say. The past 2 months had taught him to savor this, because as many times as he might reread the letter, the first time was always the best. He would do it right this time. First, he took Pebbles out for an easy walk. He came back inside, fed the dog her supper, and got himself a glass of water. Then, because the drizzle had cleared and it had become one of those perfect May evenings, he took the letter up to the rooftop garden, avoiding the edge. A seagull was perched on the post, staring into the distance. The spatters of white on the deck said it was a favorite hangout. Get out of here, Josh said. Shoo! The bird didn't even glance at him. Seagull, beat it. Pebbles cocked her head, amused. Do something, Pebs, he said. She wagged her tail and seemed to smile at the bird. Fine. Josh wasn't about to go to the edge, and the bird seemed to know it. He sat on a chaise longue, solidly in the middle of the roof. Pebbles leaped up neatly next to him and curled into a ball. Josh sipped his water, took a few deep breaths. He could smell something floral, the lilacs that grew down in the courtyard, maybe, and it reminded him of Lauren's soap. I miss you, he said out loud. Pebbles wagged her tail. The bird glanced back at them, then turned away again. Okay, another sip of water. Then, unable to draw out the moment any longer, he opened the envelope.
Hello, Josh, my darling love. Today is the anniversary of one of the happiest days of my life, the day you proposed. The way the sun lit up those gorgeous trees, you so handsome in your suit. The The beautiful, beautiful ring. I felt like the world stopped for a moment. There was that lady in the pink sweats who got all teary-eyed and took our picture, remember? And the little boy who wanted to see the ring and asked why you gave it to me.
He had forgotten that. A cute little kid with curly dark hair and long eyelashes, maybe 5 years old, asking why Josh gave her a present. Then, upon their explanation, he announced that he was going to ask his friend Haley to marry him on the school bus the next day.
We went out to dinner at Cafe Nuovo, and our family was there, you sly devil you. Champagne. Imagine if I'd said no. But of course I never would have, and clearly you were feeling pretty dang confident, as you should have been. I don't remember what we ate, because I was just floating on happiness, but I'm sure it was delicious. I hope you remember that day, honey. I hope it won't be all sad for you. Please remember how happy you made me, how perfect that night was, how much I loved the ring you picked out. Maybe you can give it to Sebastian someday when he's met a woman he wants to marry. Tell him how happy that ring made me. Don't let it be unlucky. Let it be a reminder of that perfect day and all the happiness that followed. I love you so much, honey. So, so much. Don't be sad, okay? That's a stupid thing to ask. Oh, Josh, I can't bear thinking of you unhappy. Put yourself back into that day and remember, it was like a dream, the happiest, sunshiniest, most romantic dream in the world. Please don't be sad. Lauren.
He could almost hear her crying. She had tried so hard not to mourn in front of him. Did he fail her in that regard? Was she able to share that sadness, or did she hide it more often than not? Of course they cried together, but mostly they hadn't. They'd made the most of her time. They really had. Their marriage had been so short, but so happy. Yawning terror combined with utter bliss. Their beautiful catastrophe. He sat there in the sun and did as his wife asked him. He remembered the ring. He and Ben had gone shopping for it together. "This ring is a sign of what's yet to come," Ben said. "Pick out a winner, son." And as soon as he had seen that stunning, simple ring, he knew. He told his mother he was going to propose, and she gave him the biggest hug, then cried, then hugged him some more. Then he'd gone to the cemetery where Lauren's dad was buried. "Mr. Carlyle," he said, feeling awkward and self-conscious, "I'd like to marry Lauren. I'll take good care of her, and I'll always put her happiness before mine." He paused, then knelt next to the headstone. "She's the most precious thing in the world to me. I bet you know how I feel." And then he didn't feel awkward anymore. He asked Donna, who pointed out that they'd been dating only a few months. True, but Josh already knew Lauren was the one. Then she caved and said he was a fine young man and didn't hurt that he had a lot of money, because people who said money didn't matter were silly, because of course it did. And then he'd asked Jen, because Jen was Lauren's hero, and she said, "I'd almost marry you myself, Joshua Park," and hugged him and kissed him on the cheek, a big smacking kiss, and hugged him again. He bought the suit just for that night because he didn't have one, and Mrs. Kim said it would be lucky to wear a new suit for the start of a new life. He called Lauren's family and made the restaurant reservation for all of them, the two families, including Ben and Sumi, of course, then met Lauren at her job so they could walk down to the park together. He'd never been so sure of anything in his life. Lauren Rose Carlyle was meant to be his wife. He would have walked a mile barefoot on broken glass just to get her a napkin. God, the happiness, the smugness that they'd have a long life together. Kids, vacations, a house with a front porch and a swing in the yard. Being widowed at 30 had never crossed his mind. But his wife was right. The sadness shouldn't cancel out what had been so bright and full and beautiful. Just because the cherry blossoms would fall didn't mean you should mourn them on the tree. "That sounds very profound, doesn't it?" he asked Pebbles. The dog agreed, licking his face. We should write that down. Instead, he stayed put, letting the sun warm his face, his arm around the dog, the seagull chilling on the post. He could open the other letter tomorrow or the day after that. Today, he would remember how happy they had been. Chapter 12. Joshua. Month 3. Letter number 3. May.
Hey there, hottie. I want you to know that I'm fine. I'm fine as I write this letter. It's been a good string of days, and we're here on the Cape. What a gift this house has been, Josh. Waking up to the sound of the ocean, falling asleep under the Milky Way, being able to have all our friends and family come visit. Thank you for being so thoughtful and generous and wonderful. Your mom is here right now, making us stuffed cabbage with pork, and even though I'm sitting outside, I'm practically drooling. I love your mom. She's so practical and cool. She's a badass, really. Please make sure you visit her a lot after I die. She'll need to take care of you, and you'll need her. She always said getting knocked up was the best thing that ever happened to her. Sometimes I dream about my dad, as you know, but last night I dreamed that he and I were about to have lunch with, guess who? Your father. He wanted to meet you, and Dad and I were going to screen him first. If he was a jerk, we were making plans to beat him up and laughing so much. Then the dream changed, and my dad and I were in our old backyard, throwing the softball back and forth like we did when I played in 6th grade. It was nice to see him. I think these dreams are reassurances that my dad will be with me when I die. So I'm not alone, okay, honey? And you know I'll be watching over you. I'm safe and sound, just like when I wrote this. It's just next level stuff here in the great beyond. So, this is the 3rd month without me, and I'm guessing that you could use some new clothes. I know, this is not that big a deal in the scheme of mourning, but since you have no fashion sense, and I'm not there to tell you to get rid of those cargo pants, and you have an ass that can only be described as Justin Trudeau level of perfection.
Josh laughed out loud. She'd always had a thing for the Canadian Prime Minister.
I want you to go shopping. At the mall. Oh, stop panicking. You can do it. Go by yourself, honey. No leaning on Jen or Sarah for help. You're a wildly successful, gorgeous entrepreneur. Stop dressing like Mark Zuckerberg or the Unabomber. You know how I loved clothes. Something new always made me feel fresh and excited to get dressed. It's a little thing, but it works. Good luck, honey. I love you so much. Lauren. P.S. Give your mom a big hug and tell her how much I loved her, even though she already knows.
Stephanie did know. Lauren had left her a letter, too. Apparently, everyone got one. His mother, her mother, Darius, Jen, Sarah, even Sebastian and Octavia, which they were supposed to open on their 16th birthdays. Mara from RISD, Asma from the Hope Center, Bruce, the mighty and beneficent, Louise and Santino, her co-workers. Bruce had emailed him a couple of weeks ago to say that he'd fired that nasty Lori Cantor. Personality conflict, Bruce had said. So, Lauren had obviously sensed death was coming, but she never said a word. Lauren lived in the moment more perfectly than anyone he'd ever known, and she still managed to write to everyone she loved for when she was gone. Only she could have been that generous, that thoughtful, spending her time on Earth so the people left behind would have something from her. He would never find anyone like her again. He would never try. Once you'd had a love like that, it would be futile to try to replicate it. Everything else would be a hollow imitation. Was this acceptance? One of the 5 famous stages of grief, along with anger, denial, bargaining, and depression? Someone on the forum had said they didn't follow any particular order. Any one of them could punch you in the face at any time. Sure seemed to be that way, Josh thought. His knuckles still stung as a reminder of the anger phase. Sometimes he wasn't sure he was doing this whole grieving thing the right way. Thought his particular spot on the autism spectrum mix things up. All the more reason to follow Lauren's instructions. Josh looked at his watch. 6 o'clock on a Friday night. Normal people would have plans. He'd had dinner with his mother a few days ago, had gone to Jen's last night, and got to read Sebastian a bedtime story. Octavia was talking a little bit. Mama, Dada, Cup. And Jen had tried to get her to say Josh, but she just tucked her head against Jen's neck and smiled sweetly. Both kids had pictures in their rooms of Lauren holding them. Josh couldn't look at those for more than a glancing second. Though, the denial bit, probably. He read her letter again, almost able to smell the salty Cape air, see the achingly blue sky. Maybe he should go there. He had rented the house again for this summer, back in January, thinking they'd have longer, wanting Lauren to have another spring and summer by the sea. If he rented it again, she'd have to live longer too, right? Hello, bargaining. He should let someone else use that house. It was a shame to have it empty. Immediately, he felt guilty that this hadn't occurred to him yet. He texted Asma and offered it to her and her fiancé and asked her to find some Hope Center families who'd like to use it. The memory of that deck, the sound of the ocean, the seagulls, his wife's laughter. Longing, strong enough to make him shudder, hit him like a wave. Pebbles put her head on his knee. I have to go to the mall, he said. It felt like he'd be journeying to hell. An hour later, he was proven right. The mall was hell. Teenagers, families, people rushing. The place was mobbed. He was jostled, carried along by throngs of consumers, jammed by the great unwashed. Didn't children have bedtimes anymore? Didn't people want to be outside on this beautiful May night? Would you like to try this amazing anti-aging cream? Asked a man, leaping out from a kiosk with a sample in his hand. I'm 30 years old, Josh said. Never too soon to start. Maybe bring some home to your wife? Josh jolted to a stop. My wife? The man pointed at his left hand. Or husband, sorry. Ah, yes, he still wore his wedding ring. He kept going without answering the man. Got stuck behind a cluster of girls all talking loudly in cliched phrases. OMG, I stan him. Yeah, no thanks. She's the goat. They jolted to a halt outside a cheap-looking clothing store, and he almost ran into them. Excuse me, he hissed, walking around them, inexplicably furious. Super sorry, mister, one of them yelled, and they all cackled. What's his problem? Okay, boomer. Jesus Christ, he was not a boomer. He pictured tossing them to the side like the Incredible Hulk, flinging them out of his way. Then, because Lauren wouldn't have approved, in fact, Lauren had probably been like these girls, hair-stroking and in love with herself, he pictured them simply in jail instead. Still too mean. Fine. In a room without internet, makeup, or hair products. Speaking of hair, up ahead was a place called Tangles with 2 Z's. Such a Rhode Island name. His mother had told him he needed a haircut and had offered to do it. He hadn't had one since Lauren died, and it was shaggy. But given the bowl haircuts he'd sported as a child, he passed. Do you take walk-ins? He asked the woman behind the counter. Sure do, said the receptionist, and a minute later Josh was sitting in a chair, a woman with pink highlights washing his hair. Where are you from? She asked. Providence. Awesome, she crowed, as if staying in his home city were award-worthy. I'm Brittany, by the way, she said, squirting something new onto his head. Yes, her name tag told him that. My parents named me after Britney Spears, right? Thus cursing her. That's nice. What's your name, hon? James. He'd pay in cash. Telling her his name felt too personal. Oh, my God, I got a cousin named James. Jimmy, we call him. He's in jail right now, but he's not so bad. She scrubbed his scalp with her fingertips. Aside from sympathy hugs, Brittany was the first woman to touch him since Lauren died. He felt nothing. Ostensibly, the warm water and brisk shampoo should have been pleasant. Instead, it was just something to be endured. Have you ever been to California? Brittany asked for no apparent reason. Yes. That's a wicked awesome. California's the best. She didn't ask which parts of California he'd been to, but apparently anywhere in California was good enough. Me, I've never traveled much. I went to see my aunt in Pennsylvania once. It was wicked boring, like kind of a city, but not really. All these cornfields and antique stores. My aunt, she's only 8 years older than I am, so I'm like, girl, where do you potty? Her voice chattered on, requiring nothing from Josh. She asked what kind of haircut he wanted, and he said short, so he wouldn't have to do this again soon. And after 15 or 20 or 1,000 minutes, she was done, brushing off the back of his neck. There, you're wicked gorgeous now, James. She smiled and squeezed his arm, and he felt bad for disliking her. After a 20 for a tip, even though the haircut only cost $12. He was weary, but he wanted to do what his wife had told him to do, still wanting to make her happy. It had been his life's work, after all. He walked aimlessly through the mall, past chain jewelry stores and women's lingerie shops and kiosks selling hair extensions and sparkly jewelry, past the crappy food places that sold hot pretzels and ice cream, until he came to a store with men's clothing in the window. More teenage girls, maybe the coven he'd passed earlier, cruised around him. 2 of them walked with their arms linked. Lauren and Sarah had done that sometimes. Maybe they'd been to this very same mall as teenagers and been much the same as these girls, chattering, self-involved, too confident in their beauty. After all, that's how he'd viewed Lauren the first time he met her. A shallow twit. Imagine that. The love of his life, the woman he'd married, and he'd given up, 6 years with her? No, almost 7. The thought nearly felled him. If he hadn't been a condescending prick at that party, they might have had 7 more years. His heart was racing. He could have had almost a decade more with her. Hello and welcome. Are you looking for anything in particular tonight? Oh, he'd gone in, apparently. I need some clothes, he said, and his voice sounded strange. Great, the man said. He was young and well-dressed, his hair in a perfect swoop off his forehead. My name's Radley, and you are? Joshua. What are you looking for, Joshua? He had no idea how to answer the question. Just everything, I guess. The answer caused Radley to brighten. No problem. What size do you usually take? Do you have colors that you like? This is quite cheerful. He gestured at Josh's shirt, which was, he just realized, a shirt Mrs. Kim had bought him in Korea the last time she went. Garish red and yellow swirls, cargo pants, Birkenstock sandals with socks. He probably should have looked in the mirror before leaving the house. Somewhere, Lauren was laughing. It almost made him smile. Whatever you think, Josh said. I don't have the best taste in clothes. Thank God you said that so I didn't have to pretend. Radley grinned. Okay, let's get started. He began plucking things off the racks. A few shirts here, pants there, jeans, a sweater, more pants, another shirt. Josh trailed behind him, agreeing with everything, seeing nothing. 7 extra years. He could have been with Lauren for 7 extra years, but he'd been a complete and utter asshole. These pants are really on trend, the guy was saying. You can cuff them to be extra hipster if you must. See the pretty print underneath? Or just leave as is for a more conservative look. I'd French tuck this shirt, maybe add a vest or a grandpa sweater. This hat would make it super cute for date night. Here, why don't you start trying things on, and I'll grab whatever else I think you might like. He hung up a dozen articles of clothing in a dressing room, looking pleased, then went back to the racks for more. Josh closed the dressing room door behind him and looked at the mirror. Lauren had coached him in dressing once they'd been dating a little while, but he'd reverted to his old clothes since her death. They predated her, and somehow it was easier to wear things that weren't attached to her memory. He really did look like a dork. He pulled on a pair of cotton pants in a shade of orange, coral, Lauren would have said, a blue t-shirt, a blue and yellow printed button-down. I grabbed you a pair of shoes just in case you want to see yourself without those, atrocities. Radley slid some brown loafers under the closed door. Josh put the shoes on, looked in the mirror. With his haircut and the undeniably modern outfit, he looked different. He didn't look like the hermit genius workaholic with no life, as he used to be, or the stunned, stupid, mouth-breathing widower he'd become. He looked like the guy who'd married Lauren Carlyle. He looked like her husband again. The pain hit him in the stomach, and he bent over. A keening sound came out of his mouth, and he tried to cover it. Tears rained out of his eyes without warning, and his chest was crushed by the grief. He could have had years more with her. "Joshua? Joshua, are you okay?" came the salesperson's voice. The door handle jiggled. The mirror showed his face, wet from tears, creased in agony, scared, hopeless. How was he supposed to live without her for the rest of his life? His knees gave out, and he sank to the floor, clamping his arms over his head. The door opened, and Radley stood there, a key in his hand. "Oh, God, you are so not okay. What can I do? Should I call 911? My... He could barely choke the words out. "My wife died." Holy Mary. Oh, man, that sucks. Radley sat on the little bench and put his hand on Josh's shoulder. How horrible. It was so embarrassing, crying here. Almost funny if it weren't so utterly, wretchedly awful. He was full on sobbing now, his arm across his face, tears soaking into the unpurchased shirt. He didn't want to look like Lauren's husband. He wasn't anymore. He had no right to look like Lauren's husband. He didn't deserve to. Not when he failed her. Not when he'd given up 7 years with her. "Don't be a loser." Her voice was so clear, his head jerked up to see if she was there. Of course she wasn't. He choked on another sob, then another, this weird hiccuping thing that he was powerless to stop. He was a loser. That was the problem. "Can I try this on?" asked a guy with an impressive beard, holding up a shirt. "Can't you see he's having a crisis?" the salesperson snapped. "Jesus, some compassion, please. Come back tomorrow, and I'll give you 40% off. "I'm sorry," Josh managed. "Don't apologize. Here." Ripley, got up and left the dressing room and returned a second later. He held a bandana in one hand, a bottle of water in the other. "Wipe your face, you poor thing. I'll lock up." Josh felt 100 years old. He hauled himself onto the bench and sighed. The hiccuping had stopped. Not cool, breaking down like this. Not cool at all. His hands were still shaking. His ribs hurt from crying. He wiped his eyes, blew his nose, drank some water, and when Radley came back, he was under control again, though his eyes were leaking still. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I didn't see that coming." "It's totally fine," Radley said. "How long has it been?" 3 months? Radley nodded. "Listen, do you want to get a drink or something? The mall closes in 10 minutes. That's really nice of you, but you don't have to. You've been great." "I know," he smiled. "And I'm sure you have tons of friends to lean on, but sometimes a stranger is easier." "Your hair is really cool," Josh said. Why? Why say that? But it was. "It takes forever, but it's worth it, right?" Radley said, waving his hand over his head. "Come on, let's get a mangotini or a scotch or something. Really." It beat going home to a lifeless apartment and grieving dog. "Okay," Josh said. "I'll take everything, by the way." Radley's eyes widened. "That's like a ton of money. Don't feel like you have to. I mean, you have to buy the bandana and that shirt since you slimed all over it, but no, I do need the clothes. Thank you." He started to unbutton the printed shirt. "No, stop. Wear those out of the store, please, for everyone's sake." He glanced at the clothes still hanging in the dressing room. "Are you sure you want everything? Your wallet may scream." "I can afford it. And it's all nice stuff." "How would you know?" Radley said, raising an eyebrow and grinning like a stylish elf. He pointed to Josh's red and yellow polyester shirt. "I can burn that shirt for you in case you're ever tempted to wear it again." Josh almost smiled. "My friend got it for me in Korea." "Does she hate you?" He smiled. "Did she also force you to wear those cargo shorts and those—" He paused to shudder. "Birkenstocks?" "No." Lauren hated them too. The smile was small, but it was real. "So maybe you should come here more often. Would you like to take out a Banana Republic card? You'll get a discount." He lowered his voice. "And I'll get bonus points from my boss." "Sure." A few minutes later, they left the store and walked out toward the exit to the parking garages, past the mall-based restaurants, all of which had tables set up in the vast food court. "I can ride with you," Radley said. "I'm car-free at the moment, and I promise I'm not a serial killer. I know a place where no one will bother us and the drinks are cheap. These places?" He gestured to a franchise Josh recognized from their late-night ads for 2-pound burgers and bottomless barrels of fries. "I wouldn't eat in one of these mall restaurants. First, I know we'd find a hair in our food. Second, it's so noisy. How do people have conversations here?" As if on cue, there was a crash, and they both looked over. A female server had just dropped a full tray. Plates and glasses, liquid and food were everywhere. A giant burger sat right on a man's groin, with French fries littering his pants. "For fuck's sake!" bellowed the male customer, who wore a T-shirt proclaiming his love of guns. He jolted out of his seat, towering over the waitress. The people around them fell silent. The waitress put her hands over her face, and for a second, Josh thought the angry man might hit her. "Hey!" Josh yelled. Redness flared at the edges of his vision. Never a good sign. "Are you that stupid that you can't even carry a tray?" the gun lover yelled at her. "I'm so sorry," she said. Somehow she looked familiar. "Does that help me?" "No, you stupid," the red flared. "Leave her alone. It was an accident," Josh called. At least 10 people whipped out their phones, sensing trouble. The gun lover turned toward him, his face florid now that he couldn't eat his heart attack on a plate. "Food service and retail," Radley murmured. "People treat us like we're scum." "Is this your problem?" the irate customer asked, coming toward them. "Good." The red flared again. "Bring it on, asshole." Josh hopped over the little fence that separated the food court tables from the rest of the mall. "I think it is," he said. "And here comes the mall's violent crime of the day," Radley said. Josh barely heard him. "You mind your own business," the asshole said. "You got something to say?" Contradictory statements, Josh thought. "It was an accident. Cut her some slack." His voice was guttural, another sign of a red-out. Good. "Why should I? She dumped food on me, the stupid slut." Josh's fists tightened. "You kiss your mother with that mouth?" Radley said. The man leaned in toward Radley, who didn't flinch. "Watch your back, faggot. You see this shirt? You never know what I might be packing." Then the man reached behind his back to grab a gun, and the red tar surged in Josh's vision. Then his fist hurt, and his arm was extended, and the bully staggered back, crashing into a table, and then landing on the floor in a puddle of drinks the waitress had spilled. The crowd started clapping. The man tried to get up, then slipped and fell back down. "My back!" he howled. Regrettable. Josh had been hoping for a fight. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The quick brown fox. That lazy-ass dog. The redness faded. Someone was talking to him. Joshua, are you okay?" It was his new friend, Radley. "I'm fine." "You punched that guy?" "Yeah." He definitely had. He looked at his recently abused knuckles, which were a fresh shade of red. A man came running out of the restaurant with a mall security guard. "Fred," Radley said. "It's about time. That man was harassing his waitress. Then he threatened to shoot me." "Do you want to file a report?" the guard asked. I can call the real police." "I don't even have a gun," the bully wailed from the floor. "We can still press charges for harassment," the guard said. Said Radley. "Well, seeing him in a dirty puddle of Pepsi is reward enough for me." He turned to Josh. "Joshua, what do you think?" "I'm the one who's going to file a report," the man barked. "He hit me! That queer hit me!" Radley tisked. "Hate speech, terrible gaydar, and a gun lover. Color me shocked." Josh glanced at him, a little surprised that Radley wasn't more upset. Radley correctly interpreted his glance and shrugged. "This happens more than you want to know." The crowd was taking pictures of the anus lying on the floor. "Hashtag gun-threatening homophobe. Hashtag Providence Mall," one person said. "What's your name, homophobe? I definitely want to tag you. I filmed the whole thing. Bet CNN will love this." "His name is Donnie Plum," someone offered. "My cousin used to work with him. He's an asshole." The security guard asked if Josh wanted to call the police. Josh wasn't sure why he was the one being asked. He had done the hitting, after all. "What do you think?" he asked Radley. "How about you ban him for life from this mall, Fred?" Radley suggested to the security guard. "I'll file a report tomorrow if you want." "Okay," said the guard amicably. "Lifetime mall ban," Radley called, and the crowd cheered. "I already have 106 retweets and 1,000 likes," said the hashtagging person. "Donnie, you're going viral. Bet you lose your job tomorrow." Josh and Radley were told they could go. "Thanks for standing up for me. And the waitress," Radley said as they walked to the car. "You're a total badass. Seriously. That stuff is scary no matter how many times you hear it." Josh nodded. As they got in the car, he remembered where he'd seen the waitress. At the vet. She'd had the really old dog. Rhode Island and its 2 degrees of separation. 15 minutes later, they were in the Falconry, a gay bar over by Providence College. The place was bathed in red light, and the bass of club music pulsed through it. It wasn't horribly loud or that crowded, though Radley said by midnight the place would be packed. They took a seat in a booth, which was spacious and comfortable. The waiter came over. "Drinks, gentlemen?" "I'll have the watermelon mojito," Radley said. "Joshua, what would you like? Drinks on me since you protected my honor. Dinner, too, if you're hungry." He started to say he didn't drink, then changed his mind. "Same," he said. "Are you hungry?" "No, I'm fine." "Nachos, then," Radley told the server. "They're fantastic here," he said to Josh. "You won't regret it." It was so strange being out with someone he didn't know, in a gay bar, no less, after a fight. He couldn't wait to tell... Nope, he didn't get to tell Lauren these things anymore. Too bad. She would have loved this story. Radley settled back and looked at Josh. His blue eyes were very kind. "So, tell me about your wife." An unexpectedly direct order. Josh took a breath and let it out slowly. Her name was Lauren. She had... How much did Radley want to know? He wasn't good at reading people. She was diagnosed with a terminal illness about a year after we got married. "I'm so sorry. She was the love of your life?" "Yes." It felt oddly good to acknowledge that. "I bet you two were the cutest couple ever." Josh pulled out his phone and brought up a picture of them on their wedding day and showed it to Radley. "Oh my God, she's a Disney princess." He stared at the phone. "You look super happy." We were. The drinks came, and Josh took his first ever sip of alcohol. The drink was minty and sweet and went down easily. There was a slight, not unpleasant burn in his throat, which must have been whatever alcohol was in a mojito. "So, Josh said. Lauren was always the one who initiated conversation. What would she say? "Tell me about yourself, Radley. Is that your first name?" "Yes, Radley Beauchamp." And my parents were shocked that I was gay. I told them if they'd named me Joe, I'd be an ironworker with a wife and 4 kids by now." He laughed, and Josh smiled obligingly. "Not much to tell, really. I work at Banana Republic. I have 2 sisters. I grew up in rural Maine, and I'm going to school part-time to become a licensed therapist." "No wonder you were so good in the store. Thank you for that." To hide his embarrassment, he took a long sip of his drink. Really tasty. "Thank you," Radley said. "I appreciate it. My parents hated me being gay because they're the type of Mainers who love camping, Jesus, and squirrel for Sunday dinner. So what's a gay kid to do except leave home and become a shrink?" "It's a great profession." He assumed so, anyway. He'd never been to one. "What do you do, Joshua?" "I'm a medical device engineer." "That makes you sound very smart." He shrugged. When the waiter asked if they wanted another round, he said yes. They talked about life in Providence, drank, and ate nachos. There was definitely some comfort in talking to someone who didn't share his loss, didn't have memories of Lauren, didn't miss her. "So, my wife wrote these letters for me," he told Radley. "That's why I was shopping tonight. She told me to get new clothes." "Wise woman," Radley murmured. Josh smiled. "She was. Maybe there is more to getting new clothes than new clothes. You definitely sound like a therapist now." Radley smiled. "Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, and sometimes it isn't." A man came up to their table and slid in next to Radley. "Hey, Radley, who's your friend?" "Joshua. Whoops, I don't know your last name." "Park." "I'm Todd, Joshua, and I think you're super attractive." "Nope," said Radley. "He's straight and his wife just died, okay? Some space, if it's not too much." "Oh, shit, I'm so sorry," the man said, backing away. "So sorry. My condolences." Then Josh was laughing all of a sudden. Maybe it was the alcohol, because he did feel sort of spinny and light, or maybe it was the other end of his sob fest in the dressing room, but he laughed, and Radley sat back and watched him. "His name is Todd," Josh explained. Why that was funny, he didn't know, but it was. Radley shook his head and smiled. "I'll drive your car back to your place," he said, like a wise old uncle. "I can Uber from there." "I'll pay for it," Josh said. "These nachos are really, really good." An hour or so later, Josh was in bed. Radley had typed his name and number into Josh's phone, took a selfie of the 2 of them for the contact picture, and got into the lift Josh had summoned for him. Josh was dizzy and floating and not sad. Well, not just sad. He was a little bit happy. Was it true? He'd almost had fun tonight. He'd punched someone. He had clothes that Lauren hadn't bought and had never seen, and for some reason, that made him feel better. And most of all, he was fairly sure he had a new friend. "Pretty sneaky, hon," he said. And then he was asleep.
Chapter 13. Lauren. 16 months left. October 10th. Dear Dad, I was going to make a bucket list, but decided that was super cliche. There are, however, things I want to do, and I'm aware that I might not have all the time in the world. I want a doggy. I want to eat dessert as often as possible, which I already do, honestly. Other stuff. The truth is, my life is so happy. It feels wrong to wish for more experiences or possessions or pies. Well, maybe the pies are okay. But life is normal now. IPF is a part of my life. I'm not smiting myself with ashes. You know how so many women say the best day of their life was their wedding day? Not me. The best days, note the plural, are the regular days, Daddy. The days where it's sunny and dry and you can smell the donuts from Need. When Sebastian FaceTimes me without Jen knowing and we have our private chats, or he puts the phone down and I just listen to him playing. When Bruce compliments me on something at work, not because he feels sorry for me, because he's not like that, but because I did good work. Sitting up in the garden, spying on the people across the way and making up stories about them. I'm happy, Dad. I'm really okay, and I'm happy. Don't worry about me, okay? I love you. Lauren. Pebbles, their newly acquired Australian shepherd mutt, could dance, walk herself by holding the end of her leash in her mouth, sing along to the radio, sneeze on command, and catch a frisbee in midair. She also ate toilet paper, was terrified of pigeons, consistently shat underneath Josh's desk, and spontaneously peed when she heard the word ride. Now I see why she was put up for adoption, Josh said, cleaning up her sixth pile of poop of the weekend. Don't tell my mother she crapped inside. Our whole house will be bleached. Stephanie was on the obsessive side of clean, one of her many attributes. Who else had a mother-in-law who'd clean your kitchen for fun? Poop aside, life was good. The foliage had been especially bright this year, and they'd spent the day at the Waterman Street Dog Park, throwing balls and sticks for half a dozen canines as Pebbles tried in vain to herd them. Now, Lauren was on the couch, using her oxygen because it had been a vigorous day. Pebbles was equally tired, curled up at Lauren's side, head on her lap. The silkiest ears in the universe. Sure, Pebbles had chewed up the clicker last night, and she was a bed hog, but these ears. You doing okay? Josh asked once the trash was emptied and he'd scoured his hands. Yep, a little tired. He looked at her, squinting as if he didn't believe her. A lot tired. She didn't want to tell him too many details every time something came up, husband or not. Her bones felt sore, and her muscles ached, and her eyes felt dry and sticky, but tired would cover it. How about a foot rub? He asked. Is there a woman on earth who'd turn down that offer? Sold, handsome. He sat down and pulled one of her feet from under the blanket, his hands warm against her cool skin. Did you ever think that you're a hero? He began to sing, grinning at her. His voice was adorably off-pitch, and she smiled. Goofing around was a conscious effort for Josh, so it made her all the more thrilled. Not that song, she said. Anything but that one. He raised an eyebrow and kept singing. You're everything I thought I should be. Wrong words. Please stop or I'll stab you. I can fly higher than a seagull. Eagle. Keep singing and you won't get laid tonight. 'Cause you are the whoops, song's over. He kept rubbing her feet, smiling at her. That was the song Jen picked for the father-daughter dance at her wedding, she said, the memory making tears prick at her eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. No, it was sweet. And it was the perfect song for them. She swallowed. What would your song have been? He asked. Everything I Am by Celine Dion, she answered instantly. I picked it the first time I heard it. I was probably 10. He looked blank. It's basically the best father-daughter song in the world. I'll play it for you sometime. Sounds good. Do you ever think about your father? She asked gracelessly. His hands paused, rubbing her feet, then resumed. Not really. I never had a father. Ben was a great stand-in, as you know. Taught me to ride a bike and throw a football, which was funny because he couldn't throw to save his life. We made paper airplanes a lot. Really good ones. He looked at his hands on her feet. Ben is the best. She hesitated, then went on. But just out of curiosity, you never checked Facebook or Ancestry or anything? Why would I? Whoever he was, he left before I was born. I don't know. Hovering at the edge of death as I am, these things occur to me. She bit her tongue. He didn't like when she made jokes about her health, but he let it go this time and even rolled his eyes. Well, don't think about it. And drop the melodrama. He switched feet, his hands strong. The man had skills. Do you hate him, honey? He didn't answer right away. I wouldn't go that far. I'm disinterested. He was a deadbeat jerk who abandoned my mother. Why would I want to meet him? Maybe just to see what your ethnic background is, find out where that black hair came from. His mother was white blonde, and Lauren wondered if maybe his father was Latino or Native American or Italian. But it's your call, of course. Don't do anything, Lauren. Don't reach out to him or anything like that. This is not that sappy television show. I won't, honey. I was just curious. She paused. Also, I love that show. He looked at her sternly. He's a non-entity. The end. Got it. She tickled his ribs with her free foot. If you promise to bake me a pie with those apples your mom brought over yesterday, I'll have sex with you right here and now. Couch sex. And you know how hot that is, big guy. Pie, huh? Those apples aren't going to eat themselves. She reached for his hand and tugged him closer. Pebbles groaned and rolled over on her back. The dog can read my mind, Lauren whispered. Josh smiled, and even though she was bone-weary, she knew she wouldn't regret the next half hour. Move the dog, she whispered. She's a perv, and I don't want her watching this time. They made love, laughing here and there, humor interspersed with reverence and lust and a little pride that they could make each other feel so good. After a cuddle, Josh got to work on the pie. Lauren took a shower and had a nap, then answered emails and did some tweaking on the new project Bruce had given her, a courtyard for a new condo complex. Fun. The pie smelled like heaven, and Josh had cleaned the kitchen till it gleamed. Stephanie keenly believed cleanliness was next to godliness, and though Josh had been a slob when Lauren first met him, his mom's genes were finally clicking into place. That and his fear that a random germ would make her sick. Dinner is served, he said, and please note there's no sugar in here because the apples were sweet enough and the pie crust is made with whole wheat. Don't ruin it, babe. Grab a fork and join me. It's all for you. I'm feeling kindly and big-hearted, she said. Come on, share. The truth was, eating too much made breathing more difficult. Josh took a fork and started eating. No plates necessary. A knock came on the door. It's Sarah. Come in, Lauren called, then coughed. Josh gave her a close look, assessing. Always assessing. She wondered how much research he'd done on IPF while she was napping. I brought you a pie. Oh my God, it already smells like pie in here. Sarah laughed. Great minds think alike. Well, maybe you can freeze this sucker. Sarah, you're my best friend. Josh stood up. Let me take that from you. Thank you. It's very kind. Lauren almost rolled her eyes. Josh had never really warmed up to Sarah, and he tended to get too formal around her. Someday, though, they'd be friends. She knew it in her bones. Sarah was such a good person, smart and funny, and she loved dogs, as she was demonstrating by letting Pebbles lick her face. Hello, Pebbles, my baby. Hello, hello. Yes, I love you best, doggy. These two don't even come close. She came over and sat on the leather chair. How are you guys? What's new and exciting? Josh and Lauren glanced at each other. Nothing. Nice, quiet day. So you just fooled around. I get it. Damn you smug marrieds. Josh, please find me a husband. He looked at Lauren, and she made an encouraging face, letting him know it was a joke. Yes, of course, it's my top priority. Good lad. Sarah glanced at the oxygen at the base of the couch. Rough day? A great day, and just a little tired now. Talking about her health was boring. Hey, did you get the invitation to Mean Debbie's birthday party? Yes. When did she deign to like me? I have no idea. Debbie was a girl from their old neighborhood who'd been, and still was, a right bitch. I'm not going. I'm only on the list so she can feel saintly. I'm not going either. I hated her then. I hate her now. I will always hate her. Remember when she told everyone my father was in jail? Lauren sure did. Poor Sarah had cried on the school bus, and Lauren had shielded her, pretending they were looking at a magazine while she handed Sarah tissues. Let's have a girls' night that day and do something way better and post pictures everywhere. Oh, yes, that's genius. She'll hate that so much. They laughed, instantly reverting to sixth graders, which was the beauty of childhood friends. She commented on the video you posted of Josh snoring. Did you see that? Thanks for that, by the way, Josh said. You're welcome. Cinematic genius, if I do say so. Lauren pulled up her Instagram on her phone. The other day, she'd come home from work to find Josh asleep on the couch, a rhythmic snore puff with each exhale. She'd very gently taped a Kleenex to his nose, careful not to wake him, and filmed him while Pebbles looked on, head tilted with curiosity, startling slightly as the tissue fluttered. She still thought it was hilarious, and it had thousands of likes, so she wasn't wrong. Here's what Mean Debbie has to say. You're amazing to still be having fun despite everything. Hashtag praying for Lauren. Oh my God. They laughed more, though Lauren had to pull hard to get enough air. I hope her birthday cake turns rancid. Want some pie, Sarah? Josh asked, getting up and heading for the kitchen. Sure. Let me try yours and see if you're a better baker than I am, in which case I must kill you. Understood. Sarah trailed after him, chatting amiably, and a thought came to Lauren. Sarah could be Josh's second wife. Since Lauren's diagnosis, she'd seen a maturing in her friend. Maybe that was something that happened to everyone who had to face a terminal illness, their own or someone else's. But while Sarah had always been her friend, Lauren knew she was competitive, always wanting to be the prettiest girl in the room, the smartest, the best dancer, whatever. The two of them had always planned to go to school on the Hill. Lauren had gotten into RISD via early decision, and a rather smashing portfolio. But Sarah wasn't accepted at Brown, despite her straight A's. Instead, she'd taken the scholarship offered by the University of Rhode Island. Every time she visited Lauren and they walked around College Hill, Sarah was edgy and a little bitter. When they graduated, Lauren got her dream job in interior and public space design. Pearl Churchwell Harris Architects was located in a beautiful old building on Benefit Street. Sarah got her master's in social work and took a job with the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, which was noble and draining and rewarding and depressing. The Lord's work, Lauren said, but it took its toll. And, of course, Sarah wasn't paid nearly enough, whereas Lauren earned enough to be able to find her own place almost immediately. Sarah had lived with her mom until last year. Lauren wasn't the comparison type. She was Jen's little sister, so she'd learned humility early on. She happily accepted her position as second-best daughter. She was the founder of Jen's fan club, after all. But she could tell that Sarah resented a lot of the surface things. If Lauren bought a new pair of shoes, Sarah's hawkish eyes would spy them. If she bought anything new for her apartment, Sarah would immediately notice it, but not comment. Then there was the not-so-surface things. Sarah's dad was a deadbeat idiot. Lauren had had the world's best father. Sarah had a handful of half-siblings she barely knew, courtesy of her father. Lauren had the greatest sister in human history. So there was jealousy there. And since she had no idea how to combat it, Lauren never addressed it. But it got worse when Lauren started dating Josh. And hey, Josh was perfect and beautiful and everything a person could ever want in a partner. Lauren understood. She believed every woman and gay man on earth would want Josh as a husband. Sarah had a tendency to fall in love fast and hard and then be dropped. Lauren had asked her to be her bridesmaid, the only one other than Jen. And Sarah had smiled grimly through all wedding stuff, but Lauren knew she was envious. But whatever competitiveness Sarah had felt melted at Lauren's diagnosis, and truly she couldn't have been a better friend. She came over at least twice a week, and they went out if Lauren felt up to it. Most importantly, Sarah treated Lauren like a normal person. Unlike, say, Mean Debbie, who seemed to think that having a sick friend gave her some sort of special status on social media, because she posted about Lauren constantly. Thoughts and prayers to one of my dearest friends who is bravely battling IFP. Not that Mean Debbie ever did anything helpful or kind, mind you. She couldn't even get the initials of Lauren's disease right. Whatever. Sarah had really come through, and she was fun and pretty and hardworking. It would be nice, she thought, to look down from heaven and see the person she loved best in the world married to her oldest friend. It would be great. It would be lovely. Pebbles whined, cocking her head to look up at her mistress. "Nothing to see here," she whispered. The dog jumped up on her lap and licked away her tears.
Chapter 14. Joshua. Month 4. June.
Dear Joshua, hello, my wonderful husband. As I write this, you're sleeping, naked, I might add. Your shoulders are so ridiculously gorgeous. I am deeply grateful. It's been strange, trying to imagine you alive while I'm not. Trying to think about where you are and how you're doing, what issues might be coming up. I've read some books on grief to try to help you get through this. I know there's not an easy way, and everyone's path is different. I hate that line, don't you? Obviously, everyone's path is different. Genius, duh. But everyone's path is different. It occurred to me that aside from all the things we do together, and aside from you running, you don't really have a hobby. I view the punching bag as more of a coping mechanism than something you actually enjoy doing. Fly fishing is a real hobby, for example, or learning how to sail, since we live in the ocean state. I bet there's a baseball league for grown-ups in town, and maybe you'd like that. I think a hobby would be a way for you to do something we never did together. Maybe it will relax you, or tire you out in a good way, or be something that you do at home, like paint, pottery. Actually, not pottery. You'd have to give pinch pots and lopsided vases to our friends and family, and they'd have to pretend to like them because you're a widower. Would you get a hobby for me, Joshua? It makes me happy to think of you trying something new, something that would interest you. I want you to have free time. I don't want you to be working or grieving every minute of every day. I want you to make new friends. Maybe this can help. I'll be watching, cheering you on in whatever it is, honey. I love you. Lauren.
He reread it 4 times, memorizing it, then sniffed the paper, hoping to catch a trace of her smell. Nothing, just paper. She was right. He didn't have many hobbies. He designed medical stuff, and he took care of his wife. He liked to travel, but not without her. He liked to cook, but not for one. The days were too long, and the nights were worse. A hobby it would be. Now, what did he like to do? His mind went blank. Once or twice a month, he and Ben Kim went for a long walk through the city so Ben could get his cigar fix without Mrs. Kim harping on him. That didn't exactly constitute a hobby, though. He ran because he knew he had to do something in order not to be a blob of a human, and to exercise Pebbles. He wasn't interested in an art class. His work was art, in a way. When he was a kid, his mom had put him in gymnastics to burn off some of his toddler energy, and he kept at it for a few years. But that wasn't something an adult could take up. The idea of him doing handsprings in the park? No. He'd played Little League Baseball until about 7th grade, when he quit for the robotics team. Dork. He hadn't played sports in high school, but had done Model UN. Super dork. To Google he went. Hobbies for men. Leatherworking. Out. Microbrewing. Out. Guns? No thanks. Too loud, plus he didn't see himself ever shooting anything. Archery, maybe? That could be cool. Woodworking? Nah. Furniture making? In college, he had been sought out as one of the few who could assemble IKEA furniture without direction. Might he have a talent for woodworking? The smell of wood, the satisfaction of a table made by his own hands. But where would he do that? Would he have to buy a bunch of saws and power tools? Too much trouble. He called Sarah. "Hey," he said, belatedly realizing she was at work. "You busy?" No, what's up?" Of course she was busy. She was a social worker for the state. Well, this is out of the blue, but I've been thinking of taking up a hobby." "That's good." "I just don't know what to do." There was a silence. Do you want me to suggest something? Yes. Why had he called her? He should have called Jen, who knew him better. Okay. Well, I take karate classes. That's right, she did. She used to come over before class sometimes, because Lauren had gotten a real kick out of it, pun intended, seeing her in her karate get-up. Why don't you come to a class and see if you like it? That would be great. Thank you. Okay, I'll text you my schedule and talk to my sensei. Couldn't she just say teacher? Why did she always annoy him? Thanks, Sarah, he said, aware that she was doing him a favor. You're welcome. Gotta go. Green Dragon School of Kempo Karate was in a strip mall over in Federal Hill. Sarah met him there, already dressed in her black uniform, which was cinched at the waist with a black belt. Wow, Josh said. You're a black belt? No, Josh, I'm just wearing this because I like the color. She rolled her eyes, then kissed him on the cheek. Come on in. Sensei's expecting us. Does Sensei have a name? She does. Jane. Josh immediately pictured a tall, strong white woman in her 40s, chiseled and hard and militant, a shredded Tilda Swinton. They went into the waiting room, which sported worn blue carpeting, a counter, and a line of chairs. Windows showed the larger room with a padded floor, where classes were obviously taught. Freestanding punching bags, kicking shields, and myriad other supplies stood neatly on the far side. Hello, cried a woman. She was so tiny he hadn't seen her behind the desk, and he jumped. She was white-haired, 60s, 70s, and wore a black uniform with a black belt around her plump waist, Japanese with a slight accent. You must be Joshua Park. Welcome. And hello, dear Sarah. She stood up, not quite 5 feet tall, he guessed, 4'10.5". Being an engineer made him good at estimating these things. Sensei, this is my friend, Josh. Josh, this is Sensei Jane Tanaka. Nice to meet you, he said, towering over her. Her hands were gnarled with arthritis, poor thing. Have you ever done martial arts before, Josh? No, ma'am. I have a punching bag at home, but no. That's okay. We're all beginners at some point. So we'll do a little karate together, and you can decide if you want to become a martial artist. It did sound cool. Joshua Park, martial artist. Sign this waiver, please. It says you won't sue me if you get injured. Josh obeyed. Now, come into the dojo. Take off your shoes, then bow to the flag. A large American flag was tacked to one wall. And bow to me, your sensei. He obeyed. The padded floor felt comfortable under his feet, and the room smelled not unpleasantly of sweat and bleach. What do you know about karate, Josh? Very little, he said. It's a Japanese martial art, thousands of years old. That's right. Great for exercise, self-defense, discipline. Now, stand here, left foot forward, hip distance apart, weight evenly balanced, fists up like so. This is fighting stance. He imitated her, already feeling like a badass. This was the same as boxing, which Ben had taught him so long ago. Wonderful, she said, smiling. She looked like the epitome of a sweet grandmother. Let's do a little demonstration, okay? Sure, Josh said, smiling a little. It would be cute to watch her do some moves. He hoped she wouldn't strain anything or hurt her hands by breaking a board or whatever it was you did in karate class. Okay, Josh. Try to punch me in the face. Josh flinched. Excuse me? Punch me in the face. No, thank you, Josh said, glancing at Sarah, who had her phone out, filming. Joshua, I'm your sensei. I gave you an order. I was not brought up to hit my elders. And you shouldn't, unless they tell you to. Come on, try to hit me. Ben, even when he was teaching Josh to box, had never told Josh to punch him in the face. "It's okay, Josh," Sarah said. "She does this to every new student." "I'm not gonna punch her," Josh said. "Sorry, Mrs. Tanaka." "Sensei." "Okay, try to choke me then," she said. In this room, I am your sensei," she barked. "You obey without question. Do it." Jesus. Josh frowned and put out his hands to the air around her soft neck, not actually touching her. "Is that the best you can do, pussy?" she asked. "Wow. Yes, I'm not going to choke you, Mrs. Sensei." "Okay, sorry, Joshua. I warned you." "Actually, you didn't." And then he was lying on the floor, face down, one arm twisted behind his back, smelling the mat, the sound of his body smacking the mat still ringing in the air. "What just happened?" Sensei Jane clapped her hands. "Get up. Now that you see I'm not a helpless little old lady, let's try again. Punch me in the face." Josh got back up, assuming fighting stance again, and hesitated. "Do it," she said. "This is not what I had in—" She kicked his leg out from under him, and he was sprawled on his back, Sensei standing over him, fist drawn. "Ki-ai!" she yelled, and punched. Josh flinched, but her little knobby fist stopped so close to his Adam's apple that he could feel the heat of her hand. "A punch to the throat immobilizes the enemy and can even kill. Up you go, sweetheart. Ready to punch me in the face?" He climbed to his feet. "I was hoping this would be more—" She spun, one leg flying up, her foot hitting him squarely in the chest. He landed on his ass, looked at her, narrowed his eyes. "I'm ready to punch you now," he said. "Great. Give it your best shot." Josh stood up again and put his fists up. "Hit me as hard as you can," Jane said. "Right in the face. Aim for my nose." "Are you going to hurt me?" he asked. "More than you have already, that is?" She laughed merrily. "Only a little." "Okay, then." He pulled his fist back and let it fly, fully expecting her to dodge or block or something, but her eyes darted to the left, and at the last second, and in slow motion, and also at the speed of light, his fist hit her squarely in the face. He felt a hideous crunch, and Sensei Jane's head jerked back. "Josh, Jesus, what did you do?" Sarah yelled, and suddenly there were all these little kids dressed in white, and they were swarming him and kicking him, and there was a lot of yelling of, "Ha! Ha!" and their little fists were sharp, even if they couldn't reach past his waist. "You hit our sensei! We hate you! We hate you! Ki-ai!" "Stop it," he said, but the tiny warrior beasts had grabbed onto his belt and pulled him down to his knees and were now kicking the shit out of him with their tiny bare feet. "Sarah," he said, covering his face. "Attention!" yelled Jane, and suddenly the kids formed two rows and stood there like little soldiers. Her face was bloody, and Josh stood up, feeling like the world's worst human. "Children," Jane said, not bothering to wipe her face, "this is what happens when you lose focus. Mr. Park is our new student, and the first one who has ever been able to hit me. Bow to him and show your respect." "No, please, I'm very sorry," Josh said, but all the little kids turned and bowed to him. "Now, Joshua, please step outside. Class, 100 jumping jacks. Violet, count them off while I clean my face." 1, 2, 3. A tiny blonde girl began shouting. Josh slunk out of the room where a dozen parents stared at him. Sarah came behind him, wheezing with laughter. "You punched an old woman," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I heard that, Sarah," Jane said, holding a towel to her face. "Old? Please, I am 70 years old. My mother is 104. Joshua, it was my own fault. I glanced away. So, you want to be my student?" Yes, I do." How could he say no? He'd broken her nose. "Great. I think you'll do well. She went behind a counter, glanced at him, and pulled out a white uniform wrapped in plastic. "Go get changed and join our class."
Is there a beginner's class for adults?"
he asked, glancing at the assembled parents who were making no effort to pretend they weren't staring.
"Not at the moment," she said. "There may be one starting in a few months, but for now, you'll take this one. It's $109 a month plus $40 for the gi. That's your uniform. Go on, get changed and come back in."
Jane went into her office.
"Holy shit," she said, poking her head out. "I'm going to have quite a pair of shiners."
She beamed at him, gruesome to the blood, and closed the door. Josh looked at Sarah, who was pretending to study something very important on her phone.
"Thanks," he said. "This is exactly what I had in mind."
"It'll be good for you," she said, struggling to keep a straight face.
"First I hit an old woman, now I get to beat up children?"
"See? A hobby. Now listen to Sensei and go get changed."
She smiled.
"I'll buy you dinner after."
He did as instructed. The kids glared at him.
"Why are you so old?"
one little girl asked after she'd been assigned as his partner.
"I'm like a dragon," he said, "old and wise."
"I can beat you up,"
she said.
"I believe it."
She punched him in the thigh to prove it.
"Ouch,"
he said.
"Lyric, no hitting your partner. Give me 20 push-ups."
Sensei Jane said from the front of the room. Her voice sounded stuffy from the swelling. The little girl gave Josh a look that said, "Watch your back," and started doing Marine Perfect push-ups. She couldn't have been more than 5. They kicked the air and hit a punching bag. The kids were damn cute, Josh had to admit, and he liked kids, even Lyric. He admired the way they didn't trust him or didn't think he was anything special just because he was an adult, the way they'd rush to defend their teacher. When class was over and Josh had been introduced to the parents, one of whom was a former classmate from RISD and 2 who had known Lauren, Sarah took him to the sushi place next door.
"Did you know I'd be in a class with kindergartners?"
he asked.
"Honestly, no. That was just a gift. I knew Jane would throw you around a little. She does that to all the new students. Well, not the little kids, but the ones who think a 4'10" senior citizen can't defend herself."
"I punched her in the face. Not great advertising," he said.
"Oh, one of the kids distracted her. You'll never win another fight with her again. Enjoy the moment."
He took a piece of spicy tuna with eel and chewed. Lauren would have loved this night, Josh thought, as they ate their sushi rolls and seaweed salad. She would have been rolling on the floor with laughter at the sight of him towering over the little kids. She would have approved 100%. Chapter 15. Joshua. Still month 4, June 12th. On Lauren's birthday, he went into her closet, sat with the last pair of pajamas she'd ever worn, and held them against his face, breathing in her smell. She would have been 29 years old today. For their 3rd anniversary, the gift was supposed to be leather. He'd gone to the same jewelry store where he'd bought her engagement ring and picked out a watch with a green leather band. While in the store, he'd also bought her a pair of dangling gold earrings with pearls on the end. They would look so pretty swaying against her hair, he thought. Pearls were her birthstone. His plan had been to save them for June, unaware that she'd die within days of his purchase. It seemed so long ago, that dark February day, the salesperson complimenting him on his taste and saying his wife was a lucky woman. Today's weather was insultingly beautiful, the air dry and clear. Sun shining, mid-60s, flowers bursting out of window boxes everywhere. Even the ferns and hostas Lauren had planted on the rooftop garden had come back this spring, despite Josh's neglect of them. And the seagull, who shat on them. Maybe it was fertilizer. Life was everywhere, except where he most wanted it to be. The dogwood tree idea felt stupid today. He wished there were a grave where he could lay a bouquet of flowers. He should have thought about that, should have recognized that Jen and Donna would want somewhere to go. Someday he'd plant the tree. Where, he didn't know. He texted Donna and asked if he could come over. She said yes, and half an hour later he was in her kitchen holding her as she sobbed. "I didn't know it would be this hard," she said, her voice muffled against his shirt. "I don't know if I can stand it. My little girl, my baby." No, he thought. It was unbearable. "I have a present for you," he said, handing his mother-in-law the box, and when she saw the earrings, she stroked them gently, as if they were alive. "Her birthstone," she whispered. "Yes." She put them on, then looked in the small mirror by the door. "Thank you, sweetheart," she said. Then she poured Josh a cup of coffee, and they sat on the porch, Donna's hand on his arm. "I heard from Jen you're seeing someone," he said after a time. "Yes, Bill. He lost his son. Car accident. It's a comfort having someone who understands. Do you have anyone to talk to, Josh? Another person?" "I do, online, but yes." He thought of what Lauren might say. "I'm glad you're seeing someone. I think Lauren would like that." Donna tightened her grip on his arm. "Thank you," she whispered, then wiped her eyes again. This day would end. They would both wake up again tomorrow, and the first birthday without her would be over and done with. For now, he'd stay here with his wife's mother and let her mourn her daughter.
Chapter 16. Lauren. 18 months left. August 4th. Dear Dad, there are days when I'm still surprised you're gone. When I have this nano flash of a thought, why haven't I seen Dad in so long? It's kind of shitty that he hasn't been over. Then I remember. That's kind of how IPF is. I leave the house and take the stairs and think, wow, I need to get in shape. And then remember that, no, it's not that. It's that I have a lung disease. Or I hear a pretty girl's name and think that would be a great name for a daughter. And then remember that motherhood is not in my future. Dr. Bennett told me she didn't recommend it. That I'd be at high risk for miscarriage, premature delivery, pulmonary hypertension, stroke. I couldn't bear to lose a baby. I can't ask Josh to risk my life for a baby that might not happen. But never being a mom, that was quite a blow, Dad. That took a lot out of me. I can't really talk about that anymore because some things are just too sad. I think you understand. On the happy side of things, Josh and I spent a long weekend in San Diego. He had a meeting with someone about something. He was very private about what. So I suspect it was about IPF and how to cure it. We rented a little house up the coast in La Jolla. Everyone is happy in La Jolla, and why wouldn't they be? For one, it's paradise. For two, Dr. Seuss used to live there, and I think his karma still hangs over the town. Our house had a lemon tree in the backyard with actual ripe lemons on it, and we used them in cooking because the landlord told us he couldn't keep up with them. Avocados, too, so we ate a ton of guacamole. We went swimming and snorkeling, and I even tried surfing, and for a few seconds I stood up, and it was amazing, Dad. I was so proud that my tragic, stuffy lungs could do everything, even though I conked out at 3 p.m. that day and slept for 6 hours. And then we went hang gliding. Well, I went because Josh is afraid of heights, but he bravely stood on the ground and filmed me. Oh, Dad, it was the best. The place was on a cliff over the ocean, and no one was going up because it was a little too windy. So we sat and waited, then went down to the street to have lunch, and then came back, and it was still too windy. I finally walked over to the guy and said, look, I'm dying. We're leaving Tuesday morning. My husband will sign anything you want, but you need to get me up there. He asked what was making me die, and I told him it was IPF. Well, shit, he said. My mom died of the same thing. Get suited up. Half an hour later, I was ready. Gabe, my handsome and lovely instructor, was strapped to me so I wouldn't crash. He told me to walk or trot to the edge of the cliff, but I ran, Daddy, practically dragging Gabe behind. I wasn't even a little afraid. Josh yelled, "Go get him, babe!" And then the wind caught under the wings and we swooped up and I was laughing and laughing with glee. The ocean was so beautiful and the sky, oh, it was so clear and blue. I could see the cove where all the sea lions hang out and the buildings in the distance. But I just wanted to look out at the ocean and sky. And even with the wind roaring in my ears and being strapped to Gabe, I felt so calm. So happy to live in this beautiful world, Dad. So glad to be me, even with everything. Being in La Jolla was like a vacation from real life, which I suppose is true of every vacation. But my IPF behaved while I was there, and I didn't cough too much, though I needed a nap every day. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Josh said if I wanted to move here, it was a done deal. But I want to be near Jen and Sebastian and baby X, Darius and Mom, Sarah, Ozma and Bruce and all the little kids at the Hope Center, even if they're disgusting germ sponges. The trip was wonderful. It was perfect. The two of us are perfect. Love you, Daddy. Lauren. Lauren considered divorcing Josh the next week. The fight came out of the clear blue sky. They'd gotten home from La Jolla, started back in their regular routine. Mara, Lauren's best friend from RISD, called to say that her boyfriend's mutt had had puppies and would they like one. They sure as hell would. Pebbles was Wrigley, an Australian shepherd lab, dachshund, something else mutt, a girl who excelled at licking faces and chewing up shoes. Lauren was in love. That face, those eyes, the silky ears, the warm little weight against her on the couch. That very first day of pet ownership, when they were sitting in the living room, talking in new, goofy voices, professing their love for Pebbles, Lauren spoke without thinking. "I'm so glad we got her, Josh. That way, when I die, you won't be alone." The air changed. The puppy who was gnawing on Lauren's fingers stopped and looked at Josh, head tilted. Oh, shit. His face was stone, jaw clenched, cheekbones looking ready to cut through his skin, and then a redness seemed to pulse out of him toward her. "This fucking dog is not going to outlive you, Lauren." She jumped because she had never heard him yell before, and for a second she thought it was someone else. But nope, it was her husband. "Jesus Christ, don't you ever say something so stupid again. What the fuck is wrong with you? How can you say that?" How do you not see it?" He yelled, and his voice was scary. "Don't you ever say something like that again." He stood up, went to the door, and punched the wall next to it so hard his fist went right through the sheetrock. And he did it again. And again. "Honey, stop, stop," Lauren said, running over to him. When she touched his back, he jerked open the door and flew down the stairs. She ran to the window and saw him disappear around the corner. The puppy was whining. She gathered the little dog against her chest and took a few shaking breaths, heart roiling and churning in a sick, panicked way. There were bloody streaks on the wall. From his hand. From his fist. She had never seen him like this before. She closed the door to the hallway and locked it, then slid down to sit on the floor. Tears were streaming out of her eyes. What should she do? He was almost pathologically even-tempered. She didn't even know he could get angry, let alone at her. In their entire marriage, they'd had one fight when he didn't want to go to her office Christmas party because it was too loud and crowded. She said they could leave early or that he could just come in with her and stay for 10 minutes and leave her and she'd get a ride home with someone else, but he wouldn't budge. She'd gone herself and sulked for the next day, punishing him. This man gave workshops to hundreds of people, after all. He'd gone to 3 colleges where there were many people and noises. He brought her flowers the next day and apologized. Came to Mara's holiday party a few days later. But nothing. nothing like this. She had never been scared of him or his anger, ever. She didn't really know he'd been capable of it. She sniffed, wiped her eyes on her sleeve, and kissed Pebbles' little head. The puppy answered with a snore. Lauren debated calling Steph to see if this had ever happened, but didn't want to put his mother in the middle. Instead, she went to Google and typed in a few words: Asperger's, autism, anger, loss of control. And then, after she'd read a few articles that seemed to describe what had just happened to a T, she looked up anger when your spouse is terminally ill. Then she called her sister and told her everything. "Oh, honey," Jen said when she was done. "Can you blame him?" "It was scary," Lauren said, wiping her eyes. "Were you afraid he'd hurt you?" No, of course not. It was just so shocking, like he went Incredible Hulk on me. He's probably repressed a lot of shit. Do you guys talk about... Oh, fuck, now I'm crying too. Do you talk about everything, Lauren? Sort of. We have. I just didn't expect this. You struck a nerve, she swallowed loudly. And if the statistics are right, you were saying the truth. Jen drew in a shuddering breath. That fucking dog may well outlive you. I think I might want to punch a wall now, too. What do I do about Josh? I don't even know where he went. I hope he's talking to Ben. I hope Ben kicks his ass, quite frankly. I think you should probably just cut him some slack, Lauren. He loves you so much. You're his whole world. She knew that. She hung up with her sister, feeling slightly less alone. For the first time, she wondered about her and Josh. Was it selfish of her, being in a relationship that was doomed? Should she divorce him? It had been really easy to picture him as her rock, her hero, but maybe this was too much for any human heart to endure. Maybe, she thought, tears dripping onto Pebbles' head, maybe it would be better if she cut him loose sooner than later, because she would be leaving him. They both knew that. Divorce might be easier for him to handle. She knew he loved her. That was almost the problem. Lauren cleaned up the sheetrock, though obviously she couldn't patch the hole in the wall without the proper supplies. She took the puppy for a walk. She texted Josh, then called him. He didn't respond. She had the immature idea to pretend she felt horrible to guilt him into coming back, but she immediately dismissed it as a teenage move, though tempting, sure. She texted again, saying that she loved him and wanted to talk. He didn't respond. She called him. It went to voicemail. She pictured herself going through IPF alone. Well, she wouldn't be alone. She had Jen and Darius, Sarah, her friends, her mother, her coworkers. There would be plenty of people, and maybe a shared burden would be best, because let's face it, she'd be a burden. He came home around 10 that night. "Hi," he said. "Hi." He looked at the wall and didn't say anything else. "You scared Pebbles," she said. "And me." "Sorry." She rolled her eyes. "Shitty apology, Josh." He stood there with his arms at his sides, looking as if it were the first time he was in his own body. Stiff, agitated, foreign. "You can't make jokes about your life, Lauren. Not to me." "It wasn't a joke, honey. The odds are..." "No." "Stop." "Joshua," she said, going to him and taking his hands. They felt like dead things, like pieces of wood. "I have a terminal disease. You know this. I know this. The odds are this dog will outlive me. Plus, she's prettier than I am." "Every time you say something that's supposed to be a joke, it's like a knife in my chest," he said. She pressed her lips together. "I'm sorry, I I just don't want to be like my mother. I have to be able to make a joke. No, Lauren. He jerked his hands away. Not about your life. Stop trying to be Princess Butterflies and Rainbows all the time. She threw up her hands. You're the one who just punched a hole in our wall and didn't return my calls for 7 hours. Should you be lecturing me about how I should handle my own diagnosis? Just because you're a super genius doesn't mean you know how to do this. No one does. The conversation was going off course, and Lauren's throat locked down. Being Princess Butterflies and Rainbows, a new name, and one she kind of liked, that was her thing. She clung to that. It was her defense mechanism. Josh, I think we should talk about it, if you can. If we should. The words were a lot harder to say out loud. Sit down, honey. Come on, it's me. Let's talk. They sat. The puppy put her paws on Josh's knee, and he scooped her up, not smiling. Honey, she said, if you can't handle what's coming, then maybe we should. He looked at her, alarm in his eyes. What? Maybe we should separate? If this is going to be too hard for you, I would understand that because I know how much you love me, and if seeing me die— Don't say that, he yelled, and Pebbles jumped off the couch with a reproachful look. Then Josh clamped his arms over his head and sank onto the couch and just fell apart. Big, gulping sobs racked his body. In that moment, Lauren's heart broke all over again. She pulled his hands away from his face and wrapped herself around him. After a second, he hugged her back so hard she could hardly get a breath in. Don't leave me, he said against her neck. Don't leave me. Don't die. Lauren, don't leave me. He just kept saying that over and over. Oh, honey, she whispered. I'm so sorry. Being Princess Butterflies and Rainbows did put up a shield, but she was noticing that the shield was from everything. Maybe the terror was kept at bay, but nothing else was let in either. For months, she'd been worrying about Josh after her death. She hadn't worried about him in the here and now, which she could actually do something about. I'm sorry, honey, she said again. I'll do better. I won't make jokes anymore. He pulled up, his hair crazy, eyes wet. No, I know you need to, and I do too, just not all the time. Sometimes I need— His voice broke. Sometimes you need to punch a wall. He nodded. Sorry about that. We can get a punching bag for the gym downstairs. He looked at the floor. Lauren, I don't usually— I call it a readout when I lose my shit like that. I'm sorry I scared you. I understand, honey. We're going through a lot. He nodded and swallowed. This would be a process, she realized. There'd be curves and veers and long, straight stretches, and that was normal. They got to be scared and furious and happy and grateful, and sometimes they could be all those things at the same time. She climbed off his lap and handed him a tissue, then blew her own nose. They looked at each other, raw and exhausted. Is there a way to head that off at the pass? She asked. You know, to save our walls. He nodded. Yeah, I have techniques. Visualizations, distractions, creative destruction. Oh, I like that term. Like you go out and chop down a tree? Yeah. Or hitting a punching bag. Ben had one in his basement for me. Guess what you're getting for a birthday present? Is it a punching bag? He smiled, looking older than his years, and her broken heart broke a little more. It is. How did you know? She stood, pulled him to his feet, and hugged him. I'm starving. I'm going to make us both omelets. He looked at her a long minute.
Are we okay? Do you forgive me?
Oh, Josh. Yes, honey.
Don't ever mention us separating again, okay?
Okay. Then Pebbles pushed between them, and they smiled, and Josh picked her up and kissed her head. The changes crept in. The diagnosis had been surreal and amorphic at first, but reality was making itself at home, and Josh's readout, it drove everything home. There had to be a time for grief and anger laced together with all that they did have, and that panoply of emotion made Lauren feel more real. She didn't always have to be princess butterflies and rainbows, and she didn't have to be sobbing on the floor. Just because she was terminal didn't take away from the fact that she was also a regular person. There were the new realities of IPF. She learned to plan her day carefully so as not to expend too much energy and have a setback. She and Josh brought a lovely teak bench for the shower and a grab bar in case she got dizzy or weak. Josh got her a beautiful leather bag to hold her portable oxygen, which she didn't need every day, but it was nice that she had a bag that didn't yell medical device, even if she often had a plastic cannula in her nose. College Hill was too steep for her to walk to work now, but she did walk around the Brown campus at lunch because staying fit was important. Louise or Santino usually went with her. Louise was sharp and funny, but Santino was hilarious. He had the best stories about the women he dated, like the one he'd met for the first time, went back to her apartment and found pictures of himself taped to the fridge, or the one who asked if he'd like to wax her lady bits as foreplay. Like most people who saw her frequently, her condition became normal to them, though Lori Cantori treated her like she was giving away gift-wrapped leprosy. Bruce, the mighty and beneficent, had brought a twin bed into the staff lounge and made a sign that read, "Lauren's sleeping, so fuck off," in case she needed a nap. Lori filed a complaint, sigh, and Bruce called Lauren into his office and made her and Lori Cantori watch as he fed the complaint into the shredder. Dear, dear Bruce. She, Sarah, and Ozma took a gentle yoga class a few times a week, which was great for keeping her muscles strong, which in turn helped her oxygenation. She went out a couple of times a month with her friends or sister, saw her mom and Stephanie at least once a week. She was planning these days, unsure of how much longer life would be normal, or if a bad flu season would force her to stay in the house for months. Jen brought Sebastian over every Thursday night so they could babysit while Jen and Darius went out. Lauren loved those nights. Sebastian's funny little questions about how the water got into the tub, or if elephants sleep in nests, or if he could stay with them for 9 or 17 days in a row. He'd fall asleep in their bed, and she and Josh would lie on either side of him, pretending to watch a movie, but staring at his perfect skin, and long lashes, curly hair, and sweet little hands. Their sadness at not being able to have kids went unspoken. But when a few tears slipped down her cheeks, Josh would reach over and wipe them away and tell her he loved her. Her medical stuff became routine. Respiratory therapy, which involved huffing, pursed lips, diaphragmatic breathing, and her favorite, mucus expulsion, which was just as sexy as it sounded. She had pulmonary function tests, blood work, and checkups. The goal was to keep things steady. What lung space she had lost to the fibrosis and scarring was gone forever. Every time she got pneumonia, the therapist warned she'd lose a little more. Meanwhile, Josh was amazing. Calm, caring, funny, and yes, sometimes sad. The punching bag was used 3 or 4 nights a week as a proactive measure, and when he came up, sweaty, his hands wrapped, his mood light, she was proud of them both. He got better at talking about those pesky feelings. She did wonder if she was the first person who'd helped him with that, since she suspected Steph had simply told him, "Yes, life could be unfair. Next question, please." The wall-punching incident had loosened something in him. "I was thinking about the great beyond," she said one night over a vegetarian dinner so loaded with garlic it had cleared out her sinuses. She tried to keep her voice light, but his head snapped up. "Are you feeling okay these days?" "Yes, I feel great today." She cleared her throat. "When my dad died, I thought about it a lot, that's all." And I've been thinking about it again. I don't want you to think about it. She gave him a look. Right. Okay. Tell me more. She loved him so much. Well, I think it must be this amalgamation of everything you've ever loved and wanted to do, like you get to be an eagle or a baby giraffe or a shark. No one wants to be a shark, Josh. Why? No fear, do whatever you want, eat whatever you want. He attempted a smile. Kill seals and unsuspecting swimmers? No, there are no sharks in the great beyond, Joshua. She pretended to scowl. Okay, what else is there? You get to see all the people you love who've died. Obviously, I've got my dad, my grandparents, my great-aunt Mimi, a boy in 4th grade who had leukemia, Peter. We sat on the bus together. She hadn't thought of him in years. Poor little Peter. They'd held hands once. Her eyes stung. What else is in the great beyond? Josh asked. Food, I imagine. Hey, make your own Sunday bar for sure. How about that sushi place we went to in Hawaii? That's worthy of the GB. She smiled, feeling her shoulders drop a little. Her ending was part of their life now. And she was scared. Not so much of dying herself, but of making everyone she loved so sad. And, yes, of course, of dying. Dying badly, that was. Would she go out gasping with air hunger, that wretched term? Clawing at the sheets? Or intubated and drugged so she couldn't say some profoundly moving last words? I really believe my dad will be there at the end, she said, and then she did cry. Josh came over and picked her up and held her on his lap. He kissed her cheek and smoothed her hair and said, Don't be such a loser, babe. And she sputtered in surprise, then laughed. Thank God for him. Thank God. Being married to a sick person got Josh a lot of attention from idiot acquaintances and, alas, her mother. You're a saint, Josh. I don't know how you do it, her mom said one day when she insisted on coming to a doctor's appointment. Lauren was having her blood drawn to check her arterial gases. I'm actually sleeping with Tyler here, Josh said, nodding solemnly at the phlebotomist. Best sex of my life. Her mom gasped and then, realizing it was a joke, as Lauren laughed and coughed, glared at Josh. I don't like to brag, said Tyler, but I do have a reputation. I feel neglected, Lauren said. I've never slept with you, Tyler. Text me, he said with a wink. Hold the gauze, you know the drill, and voila, get out. Go, leave me. Maybe he can be your next true love, Lauren said to Josh. I could do a lot worse. It's not funny, her mom said. First my husband drops dead, and now my daughter is dying. Thanks for the reminder, Lauren said. Can we get Thai food? You want to come, Mom? Because even if her mother was a little black rain cloud, she was still her mother. Let's call Steph and see if she can come. Her mom was better behaved when there was a more functional peer around. Lauren also found that she'd become inspiration porn, that too many people bent over backwards to praise her for simply being alive. Her social media accounts were suddenly burgeoning with compliments about her boring photos of food and trees. Mean Debbie was the worst. You're amazing. You can do anything. Keep up the good work. #prayers. #Lauren Strong. Not that she came by or made a casserole or anything. Only Jen, Sarah, and Ozma stayed sane. Sarah even going so far as to post yawn when Lauren posted yet another picture of the sky at sunset. Lauren appreciated that. She didn't want to be known as dying Lauren or terribly sick Lauren. She didn't want to start a YouTube channel or a foundation, though huge props to those who did, because Lauren would occasionally watch those videos for a lift. She didn't want to document her illness. She wanted to think about living. Yes, IPF was a big part of it now, but there was no way she was going to post pictures of herself on oxygen to inspire anyone. To quote the great philosopher, ain't no one got time for that. She did start a Twitter account under @NotDeadYet0612 with an avatar of a skeleton smoking a cigarette. The purpose was to document stupid things people said, because if you couldn't laugh at them, you might become homicidal. She became quite popular reporting from the trenches. A stranger at my doctor's office asked what I have. Her reaction: "Oh my God, my cousin's other grandfather, he had the same thing. It was awful. He wasted down to nothing. He didn't even look human in the end. He reeked of death." Me: "That's so reassuring. Thank you." Some dude on a conference call asking about my cannula. "Well, we're all dying, really. I could get hit by a bus crossing the street." How many people actually died this way? Are bus drivers filled with road rage? Why not say car or dump truck? Poor bus drivers get a bad rap. Lady in post office when I am innocently mailing a package. "I see that you're on oxygen. Are you sick?" Me: "No, I just like the buzz." Her: "Can I hug you?" Me: "No." Her: "Let me hug you." Me: "You touch me and I'll punch you." She and Sarah laughed till they cried over that one, and it became their catchphrase, "Let me hug you." Never failed to make them giggle. Asma, who was sweeter than both of them put together, never got the joke and hugged Lauren every time she heard the line, which just made it funnier. So she had a terminal condition. Didn't everyone? Everyone would die, after all. Lauren's death was just a little more real than getting hit by a bus. She could live with that. She was living with that. She didn't have much choice.
Chapter 17. Joshua. Month 5. July. He'd started working again, almost every day. Better to do something that might help someone somewhere than watch television. It wasn't easy to concentrate, and his brain would play small, cruel tricks on him. If he finished this phase of the design or read an article about that subject, Lauren would come back. If he could work for an hour, Lauren would come back. If he was just good enough, time would flow backward, and Lauren would be back. Sometimes he thought he heard her at the door or in the kitchen, and he spooled out the notion. Yes, she was back. No, it wasn't the AC clicking on. It was his wife. The past 4.5 months had been a bad, excruciatingly detailed dream. One night he'd set out her favorite mug next to his, just to see them together again, just to pretend for a few seconds that she'd be in this kitchen once more, even if it was her ghost, and he didn't believe in ghosts. Anything from her. There was nothing. He answered texts and emails, and sometimes even the phone. He took Pebbles for a run in the morning, a walk at lunchtime, and, most nights, a romp in the dog park. If a person asked what her name and breed was, he'd answer. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon he went to karate, which was actually pretty fun. Being around 5-year-olds with badass attitudes let him escape a little bit. He and Ben resumed their long, rambling walks. Ben had a soft spot for Pebbles and loved throwing her the frisbee, which Pebbles could catch in midair. "How are you doing, son?" Ben asked. "Doing okay." Somehow those brief talks helped. He guessed it was just knowing Ben was with him that did the trick. They never needed a lot of words, after all. The anger would come in red flashes. He lost his car keys one day and tossed the apartment like a DEA agent looking for meth, knowing as he flipped the couch cushions and slammed drawers and barked out curse words that he was overreacting and would be the one to clean the mess up later. His car didn't start one day, and he kicked it so hard it dented. When his shirt got caught against a chain-link fence during a run, he tugged it, tore it, and then ripped the whole shirt off and split it in half, then tossed it in the trash. It wasn't the shirt, or the car battery, or the keys. It was one more thing, no matter how small, that he had to deal with. The rage was sickening and satisfying. He'd never kicked a car before, for God's sake, and what good did it do? That thought hadn't stopped him from kicking it over and over. The punching bag in the first-floor gym was earning its keep. If his little karate compadres could see him then, they'd be terrified. Anger was one of the stages of grief, he knew. It made him feel huge and sick and even a little scared of himself. And when it passed, he was ashamed. "It'll get better," his mother said, staring at his now calloused, reddened knuckles. "I know it doesn't seem like it, but it'll get easier, honey." He didn't see how that was possible. Lauren had been the center of everything, it seemed, and now, instead of her, there was a black hole with ragged, sharp teeth, gnawing at everyone who loved her, eating them like a snake eats a hapless field mouse, in gulps and fits. Radley, his first post-Lauren friend, was a relief by comparison. He was often free, leading Josh to believe that either Radley didn't have many friends either, or he was using Josh as a guinea pig for therapist training. Either way, he was grateful, because there were days when it felt like he didn't really exist. That, were it not for a text from Jen here and an invitation from Radley there, Josh felt like he might not be real somehow. He talked out loud from time to time just to make sure he still had a voice. Pebbles would lift her head and wag, or come over and sit close to him, pressing herself against his legs. He was so glad he had a dog. The forum said everything was normal. Others understood and commiserated. It didn't make the problems go away. One day, Josh was contacted by Chiron Medical Enterprises, a company based in Singapore who'd bought one of his designs. They wanted a device that would help spinal surgeons detect different tissue types in the back to alleviate human error when inserting hardware, limiting damage to soft tissues and especially the spinal cord. It was a good project, complicated but with far-reaching benefits, right up his alley. The more he sat at the computer, the easier it became to think about the job. His tunnel vision returned, the thought process that had allowed him to succeed so early in life. He and Lauren had once watched a movie or TV show that depicted some young genius, Sherlock Holmes maybe, or Alan Turing. The character saw various elements floating in patterns and connections that lit up, invisible to everyone else. Lauren had paused the movie and asked, "Is that what it's like for you?" "No," he'd said slowly. "It's the opposite. It's literally tunnel vision. I see the problem in the next 16 steps with the complications sitting on the road ahead, like hurdles I have to jump to keep going. Everything else is blocked out. What time of day it is, if I'm hungry, if it's night or day or raining or sunny. There's just the path to the solution. I think I'm different because I can shut everything else out and see to the end of the tunnel." She'd looked at him a long time. "You're remarkable, you know," she said, running her fingertips up his cheek, touching his earlobe. "Utterly remarkable." He'd been unable to invent anything to help her, though. "Move along, loser," he could hear her say. Finally, the morning came when Sarah dropped off the 5th letter. It had seemed like an eternity since the last one. "Want some coffee?" he asked. It was a test for himself to see if he could wait, and also to try to be a good friend to Sarah, who missed Lauren too, of course. "That'd be nice. Thanks, Josh." Shit, he made the coffee, asked her a few questions about her life, tried to pay attention to her answers rather than the envelope, which seemed to pulse as if it had a heartbeat. "You must want to read that." "I'll get going," Sarah said. "Oh, yeah. Okay, He never really knew what to say around her. "Thanks, Sarah." "You're welcome. See you soon." He went to his office, leaving the letter there on the counter, and forced himself to concentrate on microscopic fibers and electrical impulses. He set the timer so he'd work until 5 p.m. Only then would he reward himself with the letter, with Lauren's voice, her words, her presence. When the timer went off, he leaped out of his chair, tidied up the apartment, walked Pebbles, got himself a glass of wine, Pinot Grigio, and yes, it was sweet and girly, but he was a novice drinker still. Then he went into his study, got the box that contained the other letters, and read them in order. The first one telling him her plan and sending him to the grocery store, the second one instructing him to have people over, the anniversary note, the third letter, which led him to Radley and a better wardrobe, and the fourth, which had him attending beginner karate classes. And finally, his glass of wine half gone, he rewarded himself with the latest missive. A minute later, he put it down, oddly irked. It wasn't as long as the others. It wasn't as sentimental or funny or personal. It was Bossy. Brisk, as if she had better things to do.
Hi, hun. Listen, it's time to get rid of the couch and our bed. In other words, places we had sex, smiley face. You can't have memorial sex spots forever. This is where I shagged my dead wife. No, Josh. Besides, every time you look at those, I bet you picture me sucking on oxygen and being sick. So give the couch to the community center. Don't tell them about the sexy times. And donate the bed frame to the Habitat for Humanity store. You may as well donate my clothes while you're at it. Don't be that creepy loser who keeps all his dead wife stuff, okay? I have to go for now, but another letter will be coming. I hope. I love you, Joshua Park. Lauren.
He'd waited a month for this? This was more like a list of chores than a love letter from his dead wife. She may have been sick when she wrote it, of course. Maybe she'd been tired or even in the hospital. Maybe he was being a petty asshole. But still, he needed those letters. He looked at the couch where Pebbles was lying on her back, legs in the air. Got up and went into the unused master bedroom. He had made the bed the way Lauren had liked it, the pillows plumped, 2 rows of decorative pillows perfectly in place. If he got rid of the bed, he could sleep in here again, next to her tree. Maybe. He sat down and picked up her pillow, hugged it to his chest, and inhaled. For a second, he couldn't smell her, and panic flashed through his joints. No, he couldn't lose that. He buried his face in deeper, and there it was, her shampoo and moisturizer, the faintest smell of Vicks and perfume. His heart rate slowed, and tears pricked his eyes. Her smell would fade away, he knew that, and even though he could sniff her soap and shampoo and perfume and Vicks VapoRub, he'd never be able to smell her again. Death was such a selfish bastard. The dogwood tree was doing well, fertilized by her ashes. Creepy? Today, absolutely. He almost hated the tree right now, the last bits of Lauren giving life to something other than her. You need to get out more, he said to himself. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, he texted Jen, Sarah, Asma, and Donna. I'm cleaning out Sarah's closet this weekend. Whatever you don't want, I'll donate, is what she asked me to do. They were all free Saturday afternoon. It would really happen then. He opened her closet door and ran his hand over her dresses and sweaters, blouses and skirts. He picked up the sleeve of a sweater she'd particularly liked and sniffed the collar, then the armhole. There it was, the faint smell of her sweat, of her. He'd keep something, a pair of her pajamas. Someday, he imagined, he might remarry and even become a father. What would he say about that rogue woman's garment he had tucked away? These are the PJs my first wife wore. Sometimes I smell them to try to remember her. I loved her more than I ever loved anyone, including you, Pumpkin. Sorry. Maybe these letters were bad for him. Maybe Lauren had been right, that it was maudlin and keeping him stuck. But being stuck here, in his grief, his solitude, this was his world now. On Saturday, Jen, Sarah, and Donna were all in his bedroom, pawing through Lauren's things while Joshua held Octavia. Ozma had to cancel. Her mother needed her for something, but she asked for a blue scarf of Lauren's to remember her by. The previously pristine room now looked garish and crowded. It was violated. Every drawer was open, her closet doors splayed, shoes littering the floor as the women did what women do, talked about clothes. This dress is so pretty, Jen said. Too bad it won't fit me. Sarah, you take it. Sarah held it up, a gauzy, breezy outfit with flowers embroidered on the hem. I'd look like a fairy in it. Perfect. You could wear it to a wedding or, I don't know, high tea. They giggled. Oh, this dress. She wore it all the time on the Cape. It was a long, light pink dress, and Jen was right. Lauren had loved its comfort and color. It had tiny roses stitched along the neckline. I'd like to keep that, he said, swallowing. Of course, hon. Jen looked at him, her mouth wobbling. How's your boyfriend?" he asked Donna, desperate to change the subject. "He's lovely, Josh. You'll have to meet him. Oh, I remember this shirt. I bought this for her when she was interviewing. She looks so grown up." Donna smiled despite the tears in her eyes. Josh smiled back, or tried to. "Oh my God, she kept this. Jen, do you remember?" Sarah exclaimed, holding up a long black lace dress Josh had never seen his wife wear. "Halloween, when you had that party and she fell into the copper tub?" "Yes, it was hilarious. Mom, we were bobbing for apples and she was trying to impress that cute guy Darius knew. She just dove in and pinned an apple against the bottom with her teeth. She came up with it in her mouth and drenched all the way to her waist, and her makeup was streaming, and her hair was sopping wet, and she looked absolutely terrifying, like some kind of evil Eve. Oh my God, we laughed so hard." Josh didn't want to hear stories of her trying to impress some other guy, having a good time without him, interested in a man who wasn't him. He didn't want to remember that, had he not been a stuck-up asshole, he might have been at that party, too. Their memories of her made her feel, too, alive. He could just about hear her laugh. The familiar pain stabbed his heart, the blade ragged and sharp. "I'm going to put Octavia down for a nap," he said as the tot conveniently yawned. "I might doze off with her, if that's okay." "Sure thing," Jen said. "We'll quiet down." She kissed the baby on her head and said, "Uncle Josh will put you down for a nap, baby girl." "Night-night," she said. She was an early talker, though she showed no interest in walking yet. Josh didn't mind. He got to carry her more that way. Donna kissed the baby, too. Then Sarah did the same, and finally, Josh was free. He took the baby into the guest room. "Time for us to sleep, little one," he said, laying her down. "No sleep," she said, rubbing her eyes. "Uncle Josh will sleep with you." "Okay." She was such an agreeable baby. He lay on the bed and tucked her against him. She put her thumb in her mouth and stared up at him, brown eyes solemn, lashes so long and silky. "Your aunt loved you," he said, tapping her nose with his forefinger. "Hi," Octavia answered around her thumb. She snuggled against him, and he put his arm around her. She was the first person to be this close to him since the day Lauren died, and she smelled so good. Peanut butter and baby shampoo and sweet breath. "Night-night," she said. "Night-night," he answered. "Gavo." "Excuse me?" he asked. "Gavo." "Oh." He swallowed. "I love you too, Octavia." Then she closed her eyes and sucked harder at her thumb, and within seconds she was asleep. Josh could hear the women in his bedroom sorting through his wife's things, and he was so relieved not to have done this horrible task alone, so angry that they were laughing, so lonely after that short note from Lauren, so fed up with himself for being a goddamn moody bastard. But mostly so glad for the warmth of the baby next to him. A little genetic piece of Lauren lived inside her. Maybe Jen would give him Octavia. It seemed only fair. 2 hours later, Donna and Jen had left, taking the baby, alas. They'd also taken the majority of Lauren's clothes, scarves, shoes, purses. Some would be donated, some they were keeping. Sarah was still here. She, too, had a bag and was scrolling through her phone, at home on the couch with Pebbles at her side. Would she wear those things? Would he have to see her one day in Lauren's sweater or wearing Lauren's earrings? The very idea made him feel both gutted and a little vicious. She wouldn't look nearly as good. She'd look like the runner-up she was. Jesus, he was turning mean. Lauren would hate him these days. Good. He hated her for dying. "How you doing, Josh?" Sarah asked, pushing a strand of long blonde hair behind her ear. "Fine," This can't have been easy. No shit, Sherlock. It's fine. It's what Lauren wanted. She kept toying with her hair. Is that what's in the letter? A list of tasks? I'd rather not talk about it. Sorry, not my business. She forced a smile. So, you mentioned you're going furniture shopping? Yeah, Radley should be here in a few minutes. He lives near Jen, and he's picking up their truck. Great. She did her signature move of scooping her long hair to one side of her neck. Sarah, we get it. You have long blonde hair. What? You're always drawing attention to your hair in case someone missed that it's long and blonde. It's annoying. Her mouth dropped open. Wow. So sorry to offend you. It's just adolescent, okay? You should be more aware. She gave him a pointed look. I'm going to give you a pass because I think you're really sad today, but in my heart, I'm saying fuck off. I miss her too, you know. I know. Best friends from 3rd grade. Sarah had used that as an introduction every goddamn time she'd come to an appointment with them. Her way of saying, hi, I'm important. 2nd grade, actually. If you were best friends, why were you always so pissy with her? He asked. You think no one noticed? Even at our wedding, you looked like you bit a lemon. Josh, I did not. I was happy for her. Yeah, and jealous. Yes, and jealous. They can exist at the same time, you know. It was more than jealousy. You resented her long before we got married. You always felt like you came in second, and you blamed her for it. She felt it, you know. You only became a great friend when she was sick, when it was easy because you finally had something on her. Health. She burst into tears. Jesus, Josh. That's so unfair. It was. But he didn't say anything else. Just shrugged, like an asshole. How dare you? She shouted, jumping to her feet. How fucking dare you, Joshua? I loved her like a sister. I hate to break it to you, but you're not the only one who lost someone. You're not the first, you're not the last, and you're not unique. This poor widower who can barely feed himself act is getting a little tired, don't you think? I think you should leave, he said, looking at the wall over her head. Oh, believe me, I'm already leaving. You're welcome for the help, by the way, asshole. She breezed past him and Pebbles, who was wagging her tail, hoping for a pet. A second later, the door slammed. Good, he said. But it wasn't. He'd been a dick, and he felt himself flush with guilt and shame. Hello, Joshua. Can I come in? Radley. Josh went into the living room. Hey, yeah, of course. Hey, I passed a woman on the stairs. She was angry and crying? Shame heated his face. Yeah, Lauren's friend. Uh-oh. Want to talk about it? No, let's get this couch downstairs, and then the bed, okay? You're the boss. Josh and Radley removed the cushions and throw pillows from the couch. Lauren had bought them from her beloved Target, and when, goddammit, when would he stop thinking of her every second of the day? Heave-ho, Radley said as Pebbles sniffed and wagged and licked Radley's jeans. They wrestled the couch out the door and onto the elevator, came back for the cushions and pillows, went down and loaded everything into the truck, then repeated the process with the bed. That one was harder, emotionally speaking. The bed where he'd first made love to Lauren. The bed where they'd spent their first night as husband and wife. The bed where they'd held each other so close the day of her diagnosis. The last place she'd been in this apartment. That night when she woke up, gasping for air. You okay? Radley asked. Yes. The new mattress would be delivered later today, and the movers would take the old one with them. They drove to Restore and dropped off the bed, which was made out of burled maple and snatched up immediately by a young couple. Should I tell them it's cursed? Josh asked. Probably not, Radley said. This place is great. I should totally shop here. What's your place like? Josh asked. It occurred to him that he should have asked by now. Unremarkable. I share an apartment in a 2-family house, he said. Nice street. Want to come over some night for dinner? No, I never want to go anywhere. Sure, he said. Okay, pal, let's see what you like at West Elm, shall we? It didn't take long. He didn't really care what his couch or bed looked like. He looked for all of 3 minutes, chose a couch, a floor model that they could take. Then he picked out a bed that, for a chunky fee, would be delivered today. He agreed. How about some throw pillows? These ones that look like llama fur? He looked at the tag. Oh my God, I'm half right. They're Mongolian lamb's wool. Sure, Josh said. You pick out the colors. I think it's important that you pick out the colors, Josh. This is a big step. He sighed. Yellow? Yellow is good. Radley smiled. How about a few other things, too? Something cheery, maybe? These vases are very cute. Oh, and these lacquer trays will make it so you look classy when you eat in front of the TV. Suddenly, Josh did want all new things. He wanted his place to look less like the place Lauren didn't live anymore. Yeah, sure, the vases and trays. And, how about these bookends? No need to ask me. I'm just here to nod wisely at the right intervals, as one does when one is a therapist. Josh picked up a small lamp, a few shelves that seemed ugly but might be cool, a small sculpture that looked like a strand of DNA, a cluster of mirrors. As he staggered to the checkout, grabbing a basket — Lauren had loved baskets — it dawned on him that Radley might need something too. Can I buy you something? He asked, clutching an armful of boxes and items. You've been great. Oh, no, that's nice of you, but unnecessary. Please? As thanks. Sure. Here, this candle. Radley grabbed a candle and sniffed it. Lemon, nice. How about a chair? You've helped me a lot, and I feel guilty. You do have resting guilt face. He fondled a dark blue chair. Is this velvet? Take it. We'll have to ship it to you, the clerk said. That'd be great, Josh told her. Well, thank you, Joshua, Radley said. You're so generous. Josh looked at his watch, as the day had been endless, almost 6. I can buy you dinner, too. When they got home, the furniture guys were already there with the bed, and the mattress was waiting in the lobby. They carried up the boxes and mattress, then helped Radley and Josh with the couch. He tipped each guy a 20, turned down their offer to assemble the bed. If there was one thing Josh was good at, it was putting pieces together, being an engineer and all. The mattress slid on top, a mattress Lauren had never slept on. Josh opened the packet of new sheets he'd bought and remade the bed, not caring if he should wash them first. They were blue. His and Lauren's sheets had been white. He opted not to replace the bed's throw pillows. What was the point of useless pillows you just put on the bed, then took off the bed? It looked more masculine this way. And since he had no woman in his life, masculine it was. Sorry, he said to the dogwood tree / Lauren's ashes. This is what you get for dying. Radley was doing something he called zhuzhing in the living room. Josh wandered in, and the room looked different. Pebbles had already made herself at home on the couch, which was the color of sand, not red like their old one. He felt a momentary stab of panic. What had he done? Lauren had loved that couch. He hated change. Then Pebbles wagged, her head resting on a fuzzy throw pillow, which would absorb her drool nicely. Radley had moved a chair, repositioned the coffee table, and added the little touches. The new floor lamp looked cool. The ugliest shelf had gone up with the DNA thingy on it. Are you going to cry? Radley asked. I don't think so, he said. He wasn't sure. Let's watch something violent and uplifting, Radley said. Mad Max, Fury Road? What food goes with that? Everything, Josh said. Should I get some beer? That sounds great. I appreciate you being nice to me. Radley tilted his head. Josh, you're easy to like. We're friends, buddy. Good. I thought I was sort of like a test client for you. There is that, but no, I mean, I like you. You're decent. You have no agenda. You seem to like me. I do, and that's enough? To be friends? It is for me. He raised his eyebrows. Okay. It is for me, too. I just don't want you to be here because you pity me. Radley rolled his eyes. Kid, we all have shit that rains down on us at different times. Your time is now. My time was getting beaten up in high school and having my parents tell me I was going to hell. Should we get Chinese, Korean, Thai, Italian? They ordered Thai food. Josh walked the 2 blocks to the nearest Packy to pick up beer while Radley sat in a lounge chair in the rooftop garden and pretended to be Leonardo DiCaprio, in his own words. When he came back, it was a little bit of a shock, seeing the not Lauren things in the living room. His heart hurt. But she would like Radley. Would have liked. She'd be glad he had a friend. That he was, oh, detested phrase, moving on. Tomorrow he would apologize to Sarah. For now, he tucked the 6-pack under his arm and went up on the roof to join his buddy. Like a normal person, no matter how empty his soul felt.
Chapter 18. Lauren. 21 months left. May 19th. Dear Dad, I think this diagnosis is kind of wrong. I mean, I believe the doctors, but I doubt very much I'm like the other patients. I'm not even 30, for God's sake. I'm about to turn 27. They keep saying they don't know how this will play out. It's really not that bad, to be honest. I'm fine. I'm really fine. I just wanted you to know. Love, Lauren. She was fine. Until she wasn't. In June, 6 months after the diagnosis, she was doing great. IPF and its grim facts lurked in her closet like a childhood monster, amorphous and dark, waiting. But that monster had never eaten her, had it? So then, everything made sense. Because it didn't seem possible that she had something incurable. She'd never even heard of idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Some days she felt perfectly normal, better than normal even. So how could her lungs be changing, huh? Hadn't she given Sebastian a piggyback ride? Hadn't she and Josh had marathon sex the other day? She was slaying at work, proving herself again and again. How could she be dying if she was the company's best exterior space designer? Bruce had just assigned her to a big job for a new tea stop in Boston, and she'd spent the day in Beantown, all alone, watching people come and go, reading the pedestrian traffic flow report and staring at the ugly entrance. She was fine. Fine, damn it. There had to be a mistake. She was just waiting for Dr. Bennett to figure it out. Of course, there were days when she had to drink 2 cappuccinos to make it through the workday, but everyone had those days. Days when the thought of taking 2 flights of stairs to their apartment felt Sisyphean, and her legs felt like lead, and she felt dizzy and weak, but hello, hadn't she also made it through a power yoga class? So what if she was short of breath sometimes? She could deal with it. She was dealing with it. She was on medication and had an inhaler. Not a big deal. So many people were in the same shoes. No matter what she Googled, she could not find a case of IPF where the person had been cured. Not one. That was fine. She would adapt to having a low blood oxygen level. No one could tell her she wasn't going to live a long life. No one. She was freakishly young to have this disease. Not the only one, but one of the very few. She joined an online forum and talked with other young people with IPF. They agreed. No one was planning any funerals. No, sir. Except all of them used oxygen. All of them had been hospitalized and intubated multiple times. See? She must not have IPF. She'd never been intubated. Never spent a single night in the hospital. until she did. Lauren had been having a completely normal day at work when she felt something shift in her chest. Something weird, something she'd never felt before, a heaviness, a difference. She pulled in a breath, but it was off. It was wrong. Her chest jerked, and then fire flashed through it. Suddenly, her back twisted in agony. Was it a heart attack? Did someone just wallop her with a 2x4? She sucked in air, but it wasn't enough. Panic slapped her hard, and she tried again, but no, nothing. Was this a nightmare? Wake up, wake up! Her chest was working up and down, almost like she was choking on something, but deeper down. Oh, God, she was going to die. She pushed back her chair and said, "Call 911," and slid to the floor, buzzing with adrenaline, but utterly weak. Her hands flailed near her throat, pulling at her collar, and God, the pain. Her chest hurt like nothing she'd ever felt before, like someone had rammed an arrow clear through her. Her back was spasming in torment, and she couldn't breathe. Couldn't breathe. She fought. She fought like a wild animal in a trap, gasping in horrible, wrenching sounds, her legs flailing, foot connecting with Santino as he tried to help her sit up. Her coworkers gathered round, saying things, putting their hands on her, but she couldn't hear them. She was heaving, and the sounds that were coming out of her, animal sounds, desperate and feral, drowned out everything. Louise was on the phone yelling, "My coworker can't breathe. She has a lung problem and she can't breathe. She's dying. Hurry up, hurry up." "Somebody do something," Bruce yelled. "Where the fuck is the ambulance? Somebody help her. Jesus Christ." Josh. She was going to die without Josh. She fought harder, kicking, gasping. Then Sarah was there. Yes, they were going to meet for lunch, but there was not enough air. Damn it, she didn't want to die. Sarah knelt beside her and held her hands, which were clawing at her throat. Bruce was sobbing, and Louise was chanting, "Fuck, fuck, fuck, fuck." And all that seemed to be far away because she was losing consciousness. Oh, God. If she did that, would she die? "Slow and easy. Slow and easy," Sarah said, her voice stern and calm. "Help is on the way. You're going to be okay. Slow down. Try to relax. Got an inhaler handy? Someone get her purse?" Lauren locked eyes with Sarah, gasping like a fish out of water. Sarah was here. Sarah of the great sleepovers. Sarah who could do such good French braids. Sarah who cried so hard when Lauren's dad died. She wanted to thank her, but all that came out was a high-pitched squeak. "Back off," Sarah snarled at the co-workers. Then the inhaler was in her hand, and she gave Lauren a hit, but it was hard to get the medicine into her lungs. Sarah repeated the action. Then again. A little better breathing, but the chest pain. "Josh," she croaked. Sarah pulled out her phone. "I've got this. You just breathe easy and slow. Easy and slow." Her voice was calm and firm, and Lauren forced her brain to repeat, "Easy and slow, easy and slow." "Josh, it's Sarah. Meet us at the hospital. Lauren's having trouble breathing. The ambulance is already here." Then the paramedics were in her view, and someone put a mask over her face, and there was medical talk, but everything was going gray. Sarah gripped her hand. "I'm right here. You're going to be fine. Stay awake, okay?" Lauren fought against unconsciousness. It felt like a truck was parked on her chest. The mask was helping and smelled funny, but her chest. "Your lung collapsed," said a part of her brain, but all she could think about was breathe. Breathe, get the air in there, breathe, breathe, breathe. Then she was in the back of the ambulance and they were moving. The paramedic talked to her, but she couldn't hear or wasn't listening. She forced her eyes as wide as possible, then felt the slip of her eyeballs as unconsciousness gained a step. No, bite me. This was no gentle fate, no coughing fit. This was a battle, and she would fight it viciously, fight the suffocation, fight the grayness. No, I am not dying. At the ER, doctors and nurses swarmed her. Patient collapsed at work, given 3 hits of albuterol. Friend says a history of IPF, limited breath sounds, both sides. Pneumothorax. Intubate. Then Lauren was floating, and a doctor was hunched over her face, opening her mouth. Unconsciousness won, but it was okay. She was being helped. And then she was just blank. There were dreams, strange dreams, and sounds of hissing and squeaking. She dreamed she could fly. She dreamed that she was lost and couldn't find Sarah's house, so she took an elevator down to a train, but remembered that she was married and had to go home to Josh. She thought she was in Hawaii, in their beautiful sunset house, but Hawaii smelled like flowers, and it smelled sharp and bitter here. She dreamed that she was in a treehouse, but everyone had forgotten about her, and the ladder was gone, so she would have to live there, and there was no bathroom. She dreamed her father was here, and she wanted to get on a train with him to go to New York City, but he said no. She woke up, throat aching. She gagged. Josh and Jen were there, telling her it was okay, she was safe, she was getting better. Lauren tried to smile, but fell back asleep. The next time she woke up, Josh was there, and her mother, looking like hell. "Hi, honey," Josh said, leaning forward. "You're intubated, so don't try to talk. You have pneumonia, and your lungs collapsed. But you're better now. Just take it easy." "You almost died," her mother wept. "Oh, honey, you almost died. I couldn't live if you died. Don't you know I already lost your father? Please don't die." Josh didn't take his eyes off her, but his perfect lips twitched, and she knew what he was thinking. "Shut up, Donna." Or maybe he did actually say it. She squeezed his hand. "It's been 4 days," he said, and she loved his voice. "They kept you sedated so you could breathe better, but you're okay." He kissed her hand. "I love you." She fell back asleep. They extubated that day or the next, and time was slippery in the hospital. She was exhausted in a way she'd never felt before. Even moving her eyes or smiling took effort. She had almost died. There was no avoiding that fact. It slept with her there in the hospital, amorphous no longer, but a sharp steel blade. It was real now. She woke up thinking about it, and she took it with her to sleep, and it was there in the foggy places in between. Josh was always by her side, always. Jen and Sarah were there often, and her mom, who cried a lot. When she was a little more alert, Darius brought Sebastian in, who was fascinated that her bed could go up and down with the push of a button. Her voice was raspy, and she was given milkshakes that tasted grainy, nothing nearly as good as an awful waffle from Newport Creamery, she said, so Josh went out and got her one. She'd lost weight, apparently. She'd always been curvy with a little tummy Josh said was the sexiest thing on earth. That tummy was flat now. Weird. She'd had pneumonia, the resident told her. Non-obstructive atelectasis, bilateral. In other words, 2 collapsed lungs thanks to pneumonia combined with IPF. Her O2 sat was so low they intubated her and fought the pneumonia with IV antibiotics. Dr. Bennett came. She'd been in daily, apparently, but Lauren didn't remember. Her presence was reassuring. She projected an air of calm, like Florence Nightingale or a homesteading wife from long ago who'd put a poultice on Lauren's chest and a cool cloth on her head. "I'm so glad you're better, Lauren," she said, pulling up a chair next to Josh. He needed a haircut and a shave, but damn, he was so handsome. Lauren smiled at him, reassured when he smiled back. "We almost lost you," Dr. Bennett said. "Yeah," said Lauren, her smile dropping. "It felt that way." Josh gave her a sharp look. This kind of episode is going to happen from time to time, the doctor continued. The absolute best thing to do is get in to see me the second you feel any additional difficulty breathing. Even if you're imagining it, or it's caused by a weather change, I want to see you. No toughing it out, because every time you get sick, you lose a little lung capacity, and it's gone forever. Gotcha, Lauren said. And Josh, you have a background in medicine to some degree, right? Sort of. His voice was flat. I'd like to teach you to listen for changes in her breath sounds with a stethoscope. Yep, fine. We can play doctor, Lauren said to him. He didn't smile back, not even a flicker. I'll be in tomorrow, Dr. Bennett said. Keep up the good work, and I'll see if I can discharge you. Thank you, Lauren said. Then she fell asleep. She sent Josh home later that evening so he could shower, take a walk with Ben Kim, Yoda to his Luke Skywalker, Lauren always said, see his mom, and bring Lauren the dinner Mrs. Kim had made for them. She also needed some time alone. Once the sweet nurse left after taking her vitals, Lauren closed the door, got back in bed, and took a few slow breaths. She didn't have asthma. She wasn't someone who coughed a little more than usual. Her lungs were not going to get better. She would die from this disease. She didn't know when, but she did know how. She was terminal. It wasn't if, it was when. It was coming. A decade, or a half, or a year, or a month. But last week, she and death had wrestled, and this time, Lauren had won. Barely. Her lips trembled. She swallowed and considered the facts. Her life would be short. For a few minutes, that's all there was. She would die young. She would not grow old. This kind of feral fighting to breathe, these hospitalizations would happen again and again until she lost. Until she died. Her eyes filled with tears. At the sound of footsteps in the hallway, she looked up, expecting to see Josh. It wasn't Josh. It was a father carrying a small, heartbreakingly thin child with no hair, no eyebrows, and a cannula in her nose. Lauren knew it was a girl because she had on a flowery headband. The little girl didn't lift her head from her father's shoulder, but she saw Lauren and smiled. Instinctively, Lauren waved. Then they were past her doorway. As quickly as she could, Lauren got up and went to the door, dragging her IV pole with her. She looked down the hall, but the little girl and her father were gone. You okay, Mrs. Park? The nurse asked. A little girl and her dad just went past. The nurse nodded. Her eyes filled with tears. She didn't look so good, Lauren said, her own tears falling. I can't discuss another patient, the nurse said, but her mouth wobbled, and Lauren knew. The little girl was terminal too. Lauren stood there, leaning against the doorframe on her weak and shaking legs for as long as she could. When Josh came back, shaved, adorable, smelling delicious, and holding food, they ate, him sitting on the foot of her bed. Sumi had made that fabulous sticky chicken with sesame seeds, and Steph had contributed grilled Brussels sprouts and mashed potatoes with sour cream to put some meat on her bones, Josh reported. When they were done, and Josh had cleared the plates, Lauren patted the bed again. Josh sat down, kissed her hand, and then looked at her. His expression grew somber. So, honey, she said, holding his hand tight in hers. I think we need to talk. Okay, he said. I'm gonna die from this, she said, her voice shaking. Not today, but yeah. It was the first time she'd said it aloud. I'll die from this. No, you're not. We have to stay positive. Well, I've been in a rare move, he interrupted her. I've already talked to someone at Johns Hopkins. They have something really promising in development. You're on the list when human trials. Josh, please, we have to be realistic. Start, and so far, the results are fantastic. In mice, she said. He wasn't the only one researching IPF. Yes, in mice. His jaw tightened. I need to talk about the future. And you will be fine in the future, he said. Joshua, she said, then coughed. Please, listen. No, he barked, then lowered his voice. No, Lauren. You're not going to die. I won't let you. Okay, God. She forced a smile. Good to be married to the Almighty. If you were a mere mortal, this might be a disaster, but lucky for me, you won't let me die. Don't. He bit off, staring at the wall. The cure is right on the horizon. For mice. Most of these promising mouse cures didn't make it to human trials, and even if they did, most of the patients with IPF wouldn't be alive when that day came. There's a trial coming in about a year that has... Are you going to sit there and ignore what I have to say, or are you going to be my husband? His face cracked a little. The trial, it looks good, he said, but a few tears slid out of his eyes. I'm glad, she whispered. I hope it works. They sat in silence for a few minutes, the shadows lengthening as night crept toward them. I saw a little kid today, she said, looking at the doorway. Maybe 5 years old. She's not going to make it. She was so thin, and her skin was yellow, but she smiled at me. He bowed his head. So, he knew too, that her life would be short. Honey, she whispered, aside from a miracle cure, I'm gonna die from this. And I need to wrap my head around the idea because I've been pretending it's not true. She paused, took a slow, careful breath. It is true. It's something we need to accept. I will never accept this. His voice was low and fierce. Her eyes filled. I need you to, so we can have more in our lives than me being sick. No, I won't accept it. But he bent over so his head was resting on her lap, and she felt his shoulders jerk. She stroked his shiny, shiny black hair, smoothing in her teardrops as they fell. Josh, she said as gently as she could, if you're sad for the rest of my however long life, I won't be able to stand it. I'll die of a broken heart before I die from this stupid lung thing. I need you to be with me, not trying to cure me. She started crying in earnest now and had to cough. I'm scared, and I don't want to be, and I can't be brave without you. I want to be like that little girl. I want to smile on my last days. I want to love the rest of my life, and I can't. Josh, I can't if you're not right here with me. Oh, honey, I am. I'm here. He got into bed with her and held her tight, her tears soaking into his shirt as she cried. She didn't want him desperate and working to find a cure, the days sliding past as he Googled and researched and called people at Stanford and tried to invent something that would roto-rooter her lungs. Because, in the end, she would still die. She knew that now. And if she only had a little while left, be it months or years or even a miraculous decade, she needed him to be here, present, happy to be married to her. I understand, he said, his voice rough. I'll do whatever you want, be however you want. I only want you. He raised his head, and his eyes were so sad. I only want you, too, he whispered. I know, she whispered. I know, honey. The sadness, the grief, the fear were suddenly crushing. He gathered her in his arms and held her so close. That little girl would never have this. Lauren was the lucky one. Think of what a hot widower you'll make, she whispered. And because he was the best husband ever, because he could read her so completely, he said, I think I might have a chance at Beyoncé. The hospitalization changed her. Being able to admit that her life could end at any minute, having been that close to death, and having Josh understand where she was, it triggered something unexpectedly joyful. She beamed at her mother when Donna came to visit, let her nephew push the buttons to raise and lower the bed, looked at Sarah's matches on OkCupid, and offered advice, sent Darius to get her and Jen a double order of cheeseburger sliders from Harry's. I'm also eating for two, in solidarity, Lauren told him. And later, when Josh was lying next to her in her hospital bed, she let her hands wander. Life was good. Life was here, and she was in it. She was with the living, and she was damn lucky. She didn't see the little girl again, didn't know her name to ask after her. When she was finally discharged, 2 days after Dr. Bennett promised, the ride home seemed so full of color and beauty she felt new, her nose practically pressed against the window. It was summer. It was so green. The sky was unbelievably blue, and it seemed like every business and residence was in competition for most beautiful window box. You could almost forget what season it was when you were hospitalized. Sarah had been at the apartment, Josh told her, and when they went in, Lauren practically cried at the welcome sight of the place. It felt like she'd been gone for years, not 10 days. Someone, Steph, no doubt, had baked a coffee cake, which was still warm, and made the whole apartment smell like cinnamon. On the kitchen table, there was a vase full of yellow roses and a note that read, "Welcome home, you two," in her mother-in-law's blocky printing. Wow, Lauren said. I'm so happy. Are you crying? Josh asked. Such a sap. I am. And I'm stanky. Those CNAs did their best, but I do not smell good. See you soon, pretty boy. Oh, the shower. That beautiful shower. Lauren spent 45 minutes shampooing, shaving her ridiculously furry legs, and scrubbing her skin with the almond lemony shower gel she loved. When she was finished, she was a little tired, but it was worth it. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and Lauren looked out the window, the view so familiar and beloved. The formerly clear skies were clouding over, since New England could never make up her mind about weather. Home. She'd never take it for granted again. Hello, big boy, she said, walking into the kitchen in her silky pink robe, naked underneath. She wrapped her arms around Josh's waist and pressed her face against his shoulder. Nope, first I feed you, then I shag you. I accept. She sat down to grilled salmon over an arugula salad, vegetable fried rice. It smelled like heaven, ginger and garlic. And suddenly she was ravenous. Who brought this? I made it, thank you very much. I'm upping my cooking game. Huh. Being hospitalized has its upsides. Glad you think so. He smiled. They were both so giddy that she was home that even a mention of her illness couldn't put a damper on their moods. They ate and ate, then had fat slices of coffee cake. God, it was good. Josh cleared the dishes, then led her to the couch and pulled her back against his chest, his arms around her. Don't I smell nice? She asked. Better than the hospital. You do. Fish and flowers, my favorite combination. For a while, they just sat and looked out the big windows at the lights of the city smeared by a thunderstorm. The distant rumble and pattering rain sounded so pretty and gentle. Listen, Lauren said eventually. That whole lung collapse and intubation. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It must have been terrifying. Yes, it was all about me, now that you mention it. She laughed and snuggled closer. I know IPF is part of my life, but I still want to love it. My life, that is. Every day, every hour. I want to have fun and do things and go places and be irresponsible and eat bad food just once in a while. Don't panic. And all that stuff. I don't want to be constantly checking myself to see if I'm okay. Get busy living or get busy dying. Josh intoned in his best impression of Morgan Freeman. Don't you Shawshank me. But yes. He turned her to face him, and his eyes were shiny. You're the best thing that ever happened to me, Lauren. That hasn't changed. That will never change. His voice grew hoarse. And yes, I'm terrified of losing you. I'm so sorry, honey. Hot tears slipped out of her eyes. I don't want to die. I don't want to be sick. I don't want to leave you. But I'm here now. And that has to be enough. He looked at her for the longest time. A tear escaped, and she wiped it away. His eyes were so kind and gentle. That flame was still there, lighting up her heart. Okay, he finally whispered. It will be enough. I'm still going to keep trying to find a cure, though, obviously. Just not 20 hours a day, because I need you. Right here. With me, not attached to the computer. I get it. Yes, ma'am. She kissed him, his lips so soft and wonderful. I love you with all my heart. I love you with all my liver. He grinned, and she was abruptly laughing and crying. He knew. He understood. He always did. Okay. She wiped her eyes. So am I going to get laid or what? The answer was yes. He was gentle and slow and maybe a little too careful, but they were together where they belonged. And it was more than enough.
Chapter 19. Joshua. Month 6. August. Josh had intended to make things right with Sarah, but she'd taken a vacation just after his outburst. If she got his text, then email, she hadn't answered. He was tired of himself as he was. He hated the word widower, hated the oppressing sense of fatigue that started every day. The other day, his friend Kung in London had emailed him, said he was thinking of Josh because, wait for it, his grandmother had died, and he was really grieving. Man, it was so hard, such an empty space in his life. He wanted to reach out to Josh, who'd understand. Josh looked up her obituary. Old Gran had been 97. No, he did not understand. He wrote a furious response, sent it, and then blocked Kung's number and email address. It wasn't like they'd been close anyway. Who needed a friend like that? He unblocked Kung the next day and apologized for being an asshole, even if Kung should have been a teeny bit more sensitive. Josh wanted to make his wife proud. He wanted her approval. After the unpleasantness with Sarah and the resentment when she, Donna, and Jen had gone through her things, the angry email to Kung, he needed to do something to show he wasn't that guy. To her and to himself. He wanted to do something good, something Laurenish, something that required him not to simply throw money at a cause. Last month, he donated a chunk of money to the Hope Center's latest project, which was turning a parking lot for a former podiatry office into a children-run community garden. Ozma had gotten a grant to buy it, but she asked him if he'd like to donate to get the tarmac ripped up, buy supplies and plants, etc. We'll call it the Lauren Carlisle Park Children's Community Garden, she said. Even if you don't donate a dime, we're naming it after her. I'll donate more than a dime, he said. But let's just call it Lauren's Garden. He told Jen and Darius about it, too, and Donna, and his own mom, and they all donated, too, as he knew they'd want to. But he wanted to do more than just write a check, so he met Asma at the garden site. They were struggling to design an irrigation system. He offered a solution, and just like that, he became a volunteer. A couple of times a week, he showed up to shovel dirt, help the younger kids make trellises for peas and beans for next spring. He helped them figure out where to put the paths and where to put the beds. His mom, who was quite the gardener, brought in plants that would grow again next year and showed the kids how to deadhead the flowers. It was exactly what Lauren would have done. The Hope Center was where they re-met that perfect night when he saw her and knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that he had been really, really wrong about Lauren Rose Carlyle. He was functioning. He'd started cooking and eating better. He took better care of Pebbles because the dog deserved it, and looking into her eyes gave him some sense of connection. She had lost Lauren, too. So he tried. Brushed her and threw the Frisbee to her in the dog park, rubbed her belly and told her she was a pretty girl. He was tidying up the apartment more regularly. He let his mom cook him dinner a couple of times, understanding she needed to be needed, and that, like him, she was better with actions than words. He texted or called Donna every third day. He started babysitting for Jen and Darius, the way he and Lauren had. But God, he still felt so empty. He wasn't in constant agony anymore. It had been almost 6 months, but he wasn't getting better either. He went to karate and managed to smile and even laugh there. Hard not to with all those little warriors. Same at the Hope Center, and when he got to see Sebastian and Octavia, he and Radley did something once in a while too, drinks or food or a movie at Josh's. But those were a few hours. 3 or 5 hours in a week that lasted 168. He adjusted the calendar on his computer so it only showed 2 days at a time, because looking at the days and weeks and months and years ahead of him, it was just too hard. All that time would come and go, and still Lauren would not be back. Ever. Darius called him one muggy Saturday morning. "Dude, there's a marathon today. It raises money for rare disease treatment and research. Jen and I are running with the kids. Sarah, too. You want in? It's a 5K. You can handle it, right? Sorry, I just told you about it. Jen is giving me a dirty look right now because I was supposed to call you last week." Josh wasn't used to this kind of rushed decision, to spontaneity. It made him nervous. "You want me to sponsor you?" "No, brother. Just run with us." "Oh." He winced, then silently chastised himself. "Yeah, okay." Why not? He liked running, more or less, and had nothing else going on this weekend. Radley was in Chicago doing the residency part of his low residency program. Besides, Radley had gone above and beyond already, and Josh didn't want to give him friend fatigue, another term he'd learned on the forum. "Sure, I'm in." "Excellent. Meet us in an hour. Texting you the info now. See you there, buddy." The race started at Providence College, the beautiful Catholic school on the other side of the city from Brown and RISD. Josh brought Pebbles. Sebastian and Octavia loved the dog. He paid the entry fee, filled out a form holding the organizers free from liability should he drop dead at some point. It was pretty hot. And got a chip for his shoelace. "Are you running in honor of someone?" the lady at the table asked. Yes. My wife." "What's her disease?" Such a weird question. "Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis." The woman knew enough to flinch. "I'm so sorry. If you want to write her name on your number, go right ahead." "No, thank you." The last thing he wanted was for people to know he was a widower, which would compel him to talk about his beautiful wife with strangers who would say stupid things like, "She's at peace now and heaven has another angel." He found Lauren's family at their meeting spot and exchanged the usual awkward, sad hugs. He gave Jen a kiss on the forehead and managed not to pull away from Donna. Sebastian declined to hug him. He hadn't been the same around Josh since Lauren died. Poor little guy was only 4. "High five?" Josh suggested. Sebastian shook his head, and Josh wanted to cry. Once the kid had run into his arms. Now he knew Josh was broken somehow. Luckily, Pebbles came to the rescue and began licking Sebastian's face, getting the kid to giggle and wriggle. That dog was worth her weight in gold. "Uncle Josh," Octavia announced. "Hi, Peanut," he said, his voice husky. He remembered to ask Darius about work and ask Donna about Bill. People kept coming by to say hello, which Josh hated, too reminiscent of Lauren's funeral. And there was Sarah. She looked at him, then looked away, her face tight. Super. He needed to apologize, but he sensed she wouldn't make it easy. "Hey, got a second?" he asked. "Sure," she said, fake smiling. They walked a few yards away from everyone else to the shade of a tree. It was a brutally hot day, already 90, and muggy. The shade felt nominally better. Sarah's smile dropped. She looked tanned. He forgot where she'd gone, but it didn't matter. Her blonde hair was lighter than normal, pulled back in those complicated braids. She wore blue running shorts and a matching tank top. She was very fit, he noticed. Athletic, even. Was that new, or had she always been? "What's up?" she asked. "How was your vacation?" "Great." She raised an eyebrow. "Where did you go?" "The Outer Banks." She stared, waiting, expectant and righteous, which, he supposed, she'd earned. He should do something with his hands, which seemed to hang awkwardly, so he tried to put them in his pockets before remembering that he had no pockets. He put his hands on his hips, then let them fall again. Peopling was hard. "Well?" Sarah asked. "Right. Listen, I said some stupid things, unkind things about you." "Yes, you did." "Yeah." His shoulders relaxed a fraction. "So we're good then?" She twitched. "Excuse me?" Are we okay?" "No, Joshua. You haven't apologized." He blinked. "I just did." "No, you just acknowledged your assholery. You haven't apologized at all." "Oh." He wished he had pebbles, but she was with Darius and Sebastian. "Well, I'm sorry." "Shitty job, Josh. Try again." Her face was hard, mouth tight. She looked like she might spit acid at him in another minute. He blew out a breath, trying to give her what she wanted. "I'm very sorry?" She shook her head. "Sarah, I'm sorry for what I said." He paused. "You were a good friend to Lauren. She appreciated you." Sarah had her hands on her hips. "Still not feeling it." "I'm deeply sorry." Do you even have normal human emotions, Josh? Because what you said cut me to my heart, okay? There was nothing you could have said that would have hurt more. So a few crappy sentences aren't going to cut it.
"No," he said.
"What?"
"No, I'm not sure I have normal human emotions. I did with Lauren, but not so much anymore."
Sarah's face softened, becoming quite pretty and not like she was going to spit acid anymore. She opened her arms, so he had to hug her, which he did, but not too hard and not too long. "I'm forgiving you for her sake. Let's have dinner sometime, though, and really talk." More talking? Shit.
"That'd be great. Thank you."
"The race is starting. Let's go."
Thank God.
He joined Lauren's family. Sebastian and Octavia were gleeful at being pushed in running strollers decorated with blue and green streamers. Darius, the former football player, was in admirable shape, and Jen was too. They both did that kind of exercise where they threw truck tires and did one-handed push-ups till they vomited. Sarah had run cross-country in college, if he remembered correctly. And he ran too, so it wasn't like he was a slacker. Except, apparently, he was. Within a quarter of a mile, he was working hard to keep up. Sarah's legs were inches longer than his, and Darius and Jen had a game going on where each kid got to be in the lead for a few strides before the other overtook them. Josh, on the other hand, was hurting. Leg cramps, side pain. At the 1-mile marker, his face felt tight and fiery. Why was this so hard? He should be able to do 3 miles in his sleep. He ran 5 miles almost every day. He hadn't eaten today, or last night, now that he thought of it,
Had he had anything to drink other than coffee this morning? No. "You guys go ahead," he called. "I'll catch up." Sarah didn't pause, her braids swinging as she continued. "You okay?" Jen asked over her shoulder. "I didn't drink enough this morning. See you at the finish line." "I'll slow down for you, Josh," Darius said. "No, Daddy, run faster," Sebastian demanded. "It's okay," Josh said. "You go ahead. Pebbles needs a drink, too." Yes, blame the dog. He swerved to a water station, accepted a water bottle, and drank it, watching them get farther and farther ahead. That was fine. He'd never mastered talking and running at the same time anyway. He gave Pebbles the rest of the water, then continued running. The heat, the thickness of the air. Ugh. He hadn't thought to put on sunscreen either. No baseball cap to cut the ruthless glare of the sun. A woman was running at about the same pace. She was pushing a tiny stroller that could only fit a newborn. Should she be out so soon after giving birth? Josh wondered. Scientific curiosity got the best of him, and he angled over to look at her child, peered in, then flinched. Not a baby. A very ugly dog with a bald, fat stomach and scraggly, grayish-white fur. "Hi," said the owner. "I thought your dog was a baby." "Oh, he is. My fur baby. Hey, I know you, don't I? Have we met?" It was the woman from the vet's, rather a shock that her dog was still alive. "We both use Dr. Kumar." "Right." Also, he'd seen her spill a tray of drinks on someone, the night he'd met Radley, and punched the rude man. "So this is Duffy, remember? Duffy, say hi." Duffy didn't move, lying on his side, his tongue hanging out. Josh was tempted to ask if he might have died, but then again, the poor woman would find out soon enough. "What's your dog's name again?" she asked. "Pebbles." "Oh, right. Like Pebbles and Bam Bam?" Josh had no idea. "Yeah." "This is a great cause, isn't it?" "Sure." Again, the running and talking thing. Difficult. "My brother has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. You know, the one where your joints are loose and they dislocate all the time?" "Uh-huh." The rhythm of his feet on the pavement was hypnotic, echoing a little, almost soothing. "So he's doing okay, but there's no cure. Yet. He needs pain relief mostly. He doesn't seem to have the vascular part. Thank God." "That's good." Was it because Josh was running that he couldn't quite see the people lining the streets? Or was he... "He's only 22, poor kid, and you know what? People think he's an addict because he's really thin. The pharmacists won't fill his pain meds because they think he's a junkie, and even though his doctor called..." She glanced at him. "Are you okay?" Nope. No, he wasn't. I think I need a breather." And then his knees buckled, and the pavement was gritty against his cheek. Pebbles licked his ear with great vigor. The woman's face appeared suddenly, her dark ponytail touching the ground. "Yikes," she said. "Should I call 911? I think I fainted." A medic on a bicycle was there almost instantly. "Stay where you are, sir," he ordered, kneeling next to him and taking his pulse. "Another one down," he said into the radio on his collar. "Told you we'd have at least a dozen." He looked down at Josh. "Sir, what day is it?" "Saturday? I didn't eat this morning," Josh said. "I'm fine. I'm dehydrated." He tried to get up. The guy pushed him back down. "Stay here. I need to assess you. You people make my job hard. A 5K in this weather isn't for everyone." Faint shaming. Not cool. "Sorry." Then again, Josh and his ilk also kept the guy employed, so maybe the EMT should be a little more gracious. "Do you know where you are, sir?" People ran past, gawking, telling him to hang in there. "Yes, I'm in Providence, Rhode Island, home of the 4th largest self-supporting marble dome in the world, doing a run to raise awareness for rare diseases. Can I at least sit on the sidewalk?" The medic and Duffy's owner helped him to his feet, and one of the spectators quickly offered him a chair. He sat, and the medic took his blood pressure. 90/50, sir. You are definitely dehydrated. And running on an empty stomach, that's just dumb." "Thanks, I know. Sorry." It was embarrassing to be the subject of so much attention.
He petted Pebble's head, and she licked him some more.
"Do you want me to wait with you?"
Duffy's owner asked. "No. God, no. You keep at it. Thank you."
"No worries. Sorry to leave you. It's just that my brother's waiting for me at the finish line."
"Have fun," he said, and she was gone. Good stride, nice muscles in her legs. People were pretty decent if you gave them a chance. He needed to remember that more. Josh was given an electrolyte drink, made to sit with an ice pack on his head, then released with a warning from the surly medic. Josh thanked the person who'd loaned him the chair, another nice, decent person, then cut across a block to get to the finish line back on PC's campus.
"There you are," Jen exclaimed. "Everything okay? We heard someone fainted."
"I'm fine," he said. "Just took it slow. The heat, you know." Sarah raised an eyebrow. It seemed to be a thing of hers. His mom, Ben, Sumi, and Donna appeared. Donna had called his mother, they said, and the Kims tagged along too. The Kims were lugging coolers and 2 picnic baskets, never ones to skimp on food. They found a spot under a tree and ate, and Josh felt significantly better. Octavia, who finally had learned to walk, toddled around, anointing everyone with drooly kisses and buttercups. In the distance, the white-robed priests strolled the campus, and Pebbles ran off to intercept a frisbee. "You doing all right, son?" Ben asked, sitting next to him. "Yeah." "Missing your wife, of course." Josh nodded. Ben put his arm around his shoulders. "She was a flower," the older man said. "She was a whole field of flowers," he said, and Ben nodded. Neither said anything else, and Josh was grateful for the silence and the company. Ben was the only one who could pull that off. Silence was good. Silence let him imagine his wife, here, playing with the kids, chasing them around, giving piggyback rides. Well, of course, she'd been too weak for that, but in his mind she was healthy, and the kids begged for more, and she'd chase them and roar and swoop them up in her arms until she flopped down on the grass next to him. She'd put her head in his lap, maybe, and he would feel real again, not this fake version of himself, the ghost of Lauren's husband. But once he had been Lauren's husband. He was proud of that. The two feelings would have to make peace. "I should get going," he said. He stood up, helped Ben to his feet, and gave him a brief hug. He was the first to leave, but the urge to get home was strong. He stood up, fist-bumped Sebastian and then Octavia, and steeled himself for the goodbye rounds.
"I left something under your door," Sarah said. "I would have brought it if I'd known you were coming."
The eyebrow lifted again. A letter. A Lauren letter. God, he needed that today. So much. "Thanks," he said. "I'll text you about getting together." He said his goodbyes and headed out. As he walked away, he felt his shoulders drop and the tension leave his legs. Peopling was hard. It was worth it about half the time, but it took a lot out of him. Pebbles seemed to agree because she curled up in a ball in the back seat of the car on the way home. The letter was waiting when he got there. Josh, number 5. This time, he didn't wait. He tore it open right there in the foyer, despite the fact that his shirt was salty with dried sweat. He was desperate to hear her words.
Dear Joshua Park, I love you. I love you. I love you so much. I love that you're half Swedish. I love that you look nothing like a Swede, not because I have anything against blonde hair and blue eyes, but because it's just cool that you're a black-haired boy. I love your arms. I love your talented hands. I love that Mrs. Kim taught you to cook. I love how smart you are, even when you tune me out because you're in your mind palace. I love that you never know what day it is. I love you. You are the best husband in the entire world. No, the entire planetary system. And hell yes, I'm including Pluto on that list. How are you, honey? Are you doing okay? Settling into a routine yet? I wouldn't say that I miss you, but I imagine that I'm haunting you in a really sweet, reassuring way, and not in the creepy little girl from that terrifying movie way. Why did we watch that? Why? At any rate, sweetest heart, I'm hoping that this month you might start reaching out a little bit. I know you're a loner, and yes, it was totally hot when I met you, but I don't want you to fall back into that because of, well, loneliness. I don't want you to be stuck because I died. So, I was thinking maybe you could do some volunteering. Ozma can put you in touch with a project you'd like. Maybe you can do something with the homeless veterans, or be one of those folks who picks up trash on Sunday mornings. Maybe you can be a big brother or something. You're too good to waste, Josh. I want the world to get to share you, my truest love, my heart, my honey bun. You have so many gifts. The world is lucky to have you. And I was the luckiest of all. I love you, honey. Forever. Lauren.
He had tears in his eyes when he finished reading. Sometimes, when they were married, they'd have the same idea at the same time. He'd call her from the market and say, "I was thinking of making chicken parmesan for dinner." And she'd squeal and say, "I was literally texting you this very minute, asking if you'd make chicken parm." Or sometimes he'd say, "Turn on the subtitles, okay?" And at the very second, she was reaching for the remote to do just that. "Soon," she once said, before her diagnosis, "we won't even need words to communicate." He liked that idea. It was the same today. "Great minds think alike, honey," he said aloud, his voice husky. No one would ever know him the way she had. But they could know him a little. After all, he was the man who had won Lauren Carlisle's heart. The luckiest guy in the world. Chapter 20. Joshua. Month 7. September. They were in Hawaii, but it was the Providence apartment, or maybe it was the Cape house they'd rented. At any rate, they were by the ocean, and it was sunny and beautiful, and he could hear the gentle roar of the ocean. The breeze skimmed their skin, blowing Lauren's hair against his neck. She was laughing, leading him into the bedroom, wearing a filmy white nightgown, barefoot, no makeup, that cute little tummy, sexy as hell. He was kissing her again, actually kissing her. She was real. She was back. She was his again. "I can't believe you're here," he said. "Of course I'm here, silly," she said, and her voice. He'd forgotten how much he loved the sound of her voice, huskier than when they'd first met, but so beautiful. "You came back." "I'll always come back, honey." Then she pulled him closer and slid his shirt off his shoulders, unbuckled his belt, and pulled him onto her, falling back on the bed. "I missed you so much," he said. "I know, Josh. You've been amazing, so brave and good. You can be dead if you can come back like this, okay? I don't mind as long as I can see you." She laughed, kissing his cheek, mouth, neck, sliding her hands down his back to his hips, tugging him closer, opening her legs, and He jolted awake with a raging heart-on and only the sleeping dog next to him. "No!" he yelled, punching the mattress. "God damn it!" Pebbles leaped off the bed and ran into another room, but for the love of God, Josh did not want to wake up. It was like losing her all over again. If he was going to have a sex dream about his wife, couldn't he at least finish it? He flopped back on the bed and closed his eyes, but he knew it was no use. He wasn't going to fall back asleep. His erection tinted the sheet. God, it was embarrassing, ridiculous. He had a boner for his dead wife and nothing to do for it, aside from the obvious. But he didn't want to jerk off. He'd probably cry, and the combination was too pathetic, even for him. He closed his eyes and tried to recapture the dream, but already it was breaking apart like fog. The hard-on stayed. Ridiculous. It had seemed so real,
She had seemed so real. Missing her was a gaping maw, an ache in his whole body. The clock read 3:06 a.m., the loneliest hour in the world. Jen said dreams were visits from the dead, but to him it felt like torture to have been in that dream world and have to come back to find Lauren dead. Growing up Lutheran, he'd gone to services regularly with his mom. St. Paul's, a beautiful old church in Providence with lots of stained glass windows and hard wooden pews. It was a nice community. His mom loved the outreach and community service they did. It was good enough in that respect, but the idea of God reaching down to help here and there, of an afterlife, harder to swallow. Maybe it was the science geek in him. Maybe his birth father was an atheist and it was genetic. The idea that God was waiting in the sky somewhere, deciding whether or not to answer your prayers, it didn't make a lot of sense. He remembered when he was about 8 years old and a tornado had flattened an entire Kansas town. He and his mom were watching the news report, which showed only one house standing in the entire neighborhood amid acres and acres of rubble. "It's a miracle," said the weeping owner about his own survival. "My wife, she was saying, 'Spare us, Lord, spare us,' and the good Lord held us in the palm of his hand and saved us." In the house next door, the entire family had been killed, including a 6-week-old baby. "Why didn't God save the neighbors?" Josh asked his mother. "Didn't they pray?" Even then, he was cynical. "I bet the baby's parents were praying." "God listens," his mother said. "But he's not a grocer, okay? Just because you pray for something you want doesn't mean you're going to get it." "So why pray?" asked Josh. "Why not pray?" she answered. "Eat your broccoli." She paused. "It's nice to think that someone else is out there, someone who loves and understands you, and God helps us all, just maybe not in the way you think, or the way we want him to." Not exactly a passionate argument for the power of prayer. Josh was 12 when he dropped the belief of God completely. Oh, church was fine. He liked the sameness of the service, the music at Christmas and Easter. He liked that his mother was so well regarded by the other parishioners. No one ever made a fuss over her lack of a spouse, and they always told him what a good kid he was. But for him, the experience was more about the smells of candles and lemon wax, the handshake from the pastor, who had a certain celebrity about him in his robes. Josh had taken Lauren a few times when they were engaged and a few times afterward, before she was diagnosed. He liked the cooing of the church ladies as Stephanie introduced Lauren, and he loved seeing Lauren charm everyone. So Josh had nothing against church. He just didn't believe in God, or the great beyond. Until Lauren had gotten sick, that was. And then he understood. There might not be any atheists in foxholes, and there were definitely no atheists in the ICU. You can't be an atheist when your 27-year-old spouse is fighting to breathe, her eyes wide, clawing at her throat. You can't be an atheist when you see her intubated and still, or when they tell you there's no cure for what she has. He'd prayed. He asked God to forgive his earlier lack of faith. He accepted the prayers of his mother's church friends, the prayer chain they set up for him, the rosaries Sumi Kim, a Catholic, fervently offered, the quieter, more poetic prayers of Ben, a Buddhist. Josh begged. There was nothing pretty or ceremonial about his praying, no sir. He asked God for time, for a trial drug to work, for a miracle reversal. Of course he did. And then, after God failed to save her, when God said no to the prayers and left Josh alone in the world, lost and stunned and bereft, he became an atheist again. It just made more sense. If anyone deserved to live, it had been Lauren. He looked at the clock again.